Hey, Shalom Doooovid here. Welcome to Week in Review. God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Um, Hope everyone had a good week, stayed safe, and a lot to cover today. Hopefully, we'll get back to my regular research today, and I'm going to be talking quite a bit about the war in Israel and have some updates. We'll see if anyone wants to come on and talk in the chat. Um, but they're welcome. So I will put the link in the chat if people want to come on and share some thoughts. So today I want to cover a little about the UAW strike and my debate preparation that looks somewhat for naught. That James said Destiny's traveling and he's unsure whether he's going to do it, and Vaush didn't want to do the debate, and he doesn't. He wants to get bigger names, so he doesn't want to have like a bunch of smaller name debates, like Radical Coder or something like that, um, which is unfortunate because it's an important issue that I haven't really seen any debates on. And so I'll cover a little bit of my research and thoughts that I was going to do for the UAW strike debate that I'd reached out to Modern Day Debate, and maybe I'll reach out to, I don't know, like Radical Coder or someone else to do like a formal debate, or I'm not even sure, but I'll put a little information out and a little bit of my thoughts on the issue, and God forbid, I'll give an update on the situation in Israel, the facts on the ground, some analysis, some of my thoughts. You're just looking in, like, God forbid, and we'll talk about what's exactly happened, what's going to happen, what Israel might do, what they're saying they're going to do. And I'd mentioned my thoughts on like a one-state solution, tear down the wall, give all Palestinian citizenship. And it could be, although no Israeli I heard has mentioned this. Like, God forbid, I've not heard a single Israeli official mention it. But say that, let's say Israel goes in and completely eradicates Hamas, ask the Palestinians to leave, and then come back, that they would come back and get Israeli citizenship and they would tear down the wall. And that might actually make sense. If it's okay, like Palestinians can't be free because they're living under the horrors of Hamas. Israel has to go in and completely eradicate, demilitarize the zone, and you'll see. Hopefully, the vast majority of Palestinians are relatively peaceful people, and they don't want to destroy Israel. So then they could temporarily relocate the Palestinians, and provide safety and security for them, destroy Hamas, demilitarize it, and then they wouldn't actually need to rebuild the security wall, and they could even provide citizenship to Israel. And so I was thinking that actually makes sense to me. Although, maybe we'll talk about that more if someone pops on in the chat um, that wants to talk about that. That seemed like a pretty good idea, although like I think it's extremely unlikely that that would happen. And as I said, I just made that idea up myself. I've not even heard anyone on the news. I've not even heard any leftists. I've not heard anyone other than me mention that as a possibility. So let me jump right in, and we'll cover quite a bit about Israel, and then maybe I'll even read some papers and get back to my research and go back to a review of what I was talking about before the Jewish holiday break and before the war, or see if someone shows up. And let me see if it's working, if I'm live on Twitter. And yes, I'm live on Twitter. So anyone watching on Twitter, the link is in the chat on YouTube if you want to talk. So I'll leave my Twitter open, although I'm not sure I'll actually see comments or whatever. So put the comments on YouTube. So let's enter screen share, and probably like less than 15 minutes, my thoughts on the UAW. I could return to the topic, and then we'll go straight into Israel. I have quite a bit of details to show what's happening on the ground. And one of the things I mentioned, we'll look into this, is kind of the superior coverage of the military coverage from the military channels that have been covering the war in Ukraine, versus the mainstream media, even the New York Times, versus the military channels that are covering the conflict. And I just forgot about another one that I had wanted to show, History Legends, I think, um, that had pretty good coverage. So I'll go into that um, today. But let's look briefly at the UAW strike. And I was surprised how little information there is on it. And I'm not against the UAW. I'm not blaming anything on the UAW, but I would have been taking the side of management, because really I think the evidence is that Ford, Stellantis, and GM are not going to make it. And you could see from the stock prices, uh, the experts basically think the only two companies that are likely to make it long term as car producers are Tesla and Toyota. Maybe like Porsche, Mercedes Benz, BMW, um, as luxury car makers, Ferrari or something like that. But if you look at the market capital, Tesla's market capital is like $800 billion, Toyota $240 billion, BYD, I think a Korean auto manufacturer group, 100 billion, Porsche, and then the first American company you get down to Stellantis, which is actually global. It's not really American, but Stellantis at 60 billion, and then you have Ford 47 billion, General Motors 40 billion. So even if you compare Tesla to the Japanese and Korean companies or the German companies, Tesla's high prediction that it's going to be the automaker of the future. That's what the investors are banking on. That and if you look at like the PE ratio, it would appear that most investors really don't have much high hopes for Ford, General Motors at all. Like if you look at their earnings, um, General Motors has 12 billion in earnings, which is almost as much as Tesla. However, Tesla is 20 times more valuable than General Motors or Ford, and the assumption is that long term, it's not going to make it. And Toyota has huge earnings, BMW has huge earnings, Mercedes pretty big earnings, Volkswagen, but like Toyota is the most successful, largest car company in the world, and even in electric. But in terms of moving electric and autonomized vehicle manufacturer standards, there's no comparison. General Motors and Ford and Stellantis are just not there, and it's extremely unlikely they're going to make it. Hey, Mark and Arctel, thanks for tuning in. God bless. Thanks for being here. So I was going to present for the debate on the UAW, and we'll see if it happens, just kind of what are the challenges facing manufacturer and why General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis are not making it, why they're not likely to make it, and the issue with the UAW in terms of manufacturing processes, being prepared for the future, and training, skills, and various issues. And ironically, the majority of the profit from the big three, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis in the last few years has been gas guzzling cars, like the huge SUVs and Jeeps. And yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about Israel too. Like, it's unclear like how many chips. I mean, like companies have R&D facilities. Some chips are manufactured, but like no, Israel's not a big chip manufacturer. Chip manufacturer is almost completely dominated by China, Taiwan, and some of the modern research. Time Shalom. Some of the modern research comes from Israel, but like no, I mean they're not manufacturing chips in Israel. They're manufacturing in China and Taiwan, and Tesla, even like General Motors, Ford, Stellantis as American government companies. Like the auto bailout in 2009, are in much more difficult relationships with the chip producers in China and Taiwan than the American manufacturers, especially with our anti-Chinese stance. And even Tesla could be affected by it versus the German or the Japanese producers. So I couldn't find much good information. Here was this channel, Brighter with Herbert, and I was listening to them like for some debate prep. I thought like possibly next Thursday we were going to have the debate, and so this channel, Brighter with Herbert, had a few interesting um, presentations and data about why they think Tesla is basically the only U.S. manufacturer that's going to survive, and various things about investing, financial stuff, technological direction of technology. So it could be I'll return to this issue, uh, but that was one of the few channels I could find good content on. Here's another like little data piece set on the EV market. So you just look like the top 5 EV automotive groups. You have, and this is in the US. So you have Tesla, Kia, Ford, Stellantis, and Volkswagen. Tesla makes up over half of all electric vehicle sales in America. Ford and Stellantis have 7.5%. Even Kia's even higher. If you look at the major models, and you can see, okay, there's the top 10 EV models of 2022, and you have the Mustang Mach-E and the Wrangler and the Bolt are up there. However, the main ones are the Tesla Model Y, Model 3, Model S, Model X, and then you also have the Toyota. And then globally, Toyota, I believe, is I think even more than Tesla. Although Tesla looks like it might even be in a position to compete globally with Toyota. So yeah, I was going to mention these like the big 3 automakers are just not set to meet the challenge. And one of the reasons why they're not set to meet the challenge is because of the training difficulty, like the program. And I was going to go into detail about like the union, like 8 years as a journeyman, and the educational classes. I mean, 8 years as an apprentice and then becoming a journeyman, the pay schedule. And there's really no meritocracy. There's no real benefit to workers working hard and learning, because they get on this schedule where you got to be an apprentice for like 8 years, and you do like a certain number of training each year, and there's really no benefit to working harder in the UAW because you're still going to be an apprentice for like 8 years, and the pay schedule and various factors, which makes the automotive companies in the US just non-competitive to where the stock price is. Most people are predicting that in 10 years from now, that the U.S. Companies are not going to be around anymore. So yeah, I'll mention frame games recently. So we had that stream. I'll mention also just the economic outlook. Here, there's not much detail on it. I was looking around for good publications. So I go to these automotive shows, and sometimes you show like the Society of Automotive Engineers. They publish studies, and studies are expensive. Like these little books are like 100 pages, cost like $1,000, and you pay like thousands of dollars for a book in the training course. So if like you're an engineer, you need special training from the companies, or these special companies that do training. They're extremely expensive, and very few people in the union are going to take these training. Like these are more for engineers, or maybe people working for non-union places that want to learn how to work certain machinery, and where your company, very rarely would a private person pay for one of these courses. It would almost always be at a company, and the company would pay like $5,000 for you to go to like a few day seminar and be trained how to use like a new piece of software or a new piece of machinery. And so here was a University of Michigan study on the strike, just predicting job losses. And this study predicted that there could be 300,000 job losses just in Michigan related to the strike. And you're looking at the number, if you look, there's like 150,000 UAW workers at the 3 auto companies. I think there's 400,000 UAW members total, that have been down from even like millions. Oh, I mean, over a million. And, unions in a general, there's the teachers unions and construction unions. That like the construction unions, like I said, like they're quicker. Like you could become a journeyman in like 3 to 4 years and open up your own company and be on the way to becoming rich, being a contractor in 5 years, maybe a decade. In the automotive industry, you're going to be stuck there for like 8 years as an apprentice. And okay, maybe you're making like $30,000-$40,000 a year with benefits, and then eventually become a journeyman, and you could be making, with benefits over $100,000 a year. But you're basically dedicating your life to it. You're saying you're going to, work as an apprentice automotive industry for like a decade before you're even going to be upper middle class. And even though like relatively like the labor, it's pretty expensive. Like if you're looking at the labor prices of the union, it's way high for the union compared to like Tesla or Toyota. The cost of union labor is like twice as much. And many times it's unclear whether you're even getting better labor from the union. And the training programs, like I said, there's no real incentive to work hard and accelerate the schedule, because you can't accelerate the schedule. So if you're extremely talented as a laborer, you can't really accelerate the schedule when you're in the union. And but if you look at like Ford, GM, Stellantis, and almost half of the union members are in Michigan, and you have some Ohio, Kentucky. So they're doing the likelihood that you're going to have a full strike in a few months is extremely high. That right now, I think there's only like 30%, 20-30% of the auto workers are currently on strike. It's likely that by the end of the year, all of the unions going to be on strike, and it could permanently shut down the companies. It could cost not only the job loss of the automotive industry, of many of the workers who work for GM and Ford, but also periphery suppliers, economies, stores, restaurants, different providers related to the industry. So this was a U of M study about it, and there wasn't that much on it. I said the only other material on it was largely related to was stuff you had to pay like huge sums of money for, like the auto industry, the type stuff they put out that you have to pay like for their special reports, like hundreds of dollars for. And so that's the nature of it, because people get that stuff for investment. So Oswald and Tom are here. So we had the stream looking at frame games, and Brundle. I think Brundle said he needed the stream taken down. He was scared like the press, and they're going to dox Brundle because the press is still covering the frame games doxing. But we reminisced a little bit. JF did a few streams did a stream on frame games, and Luke Ford did a stream on frame games. But to some extent, it's just a forgotten piece of history. Frame games from 5 years ago, even if he went on to be some sort of mid-level commentator, a part of think tank and conservative, or some of the ideas of frame games became incorporated into like Charlie Kirk and the new Trump right, or even the mainstream right. Now frame games has went on, and he's anti censorship activist, or has an organization. But at the time, he had relatively on the alt-right presentations, like you mentioned, PowerPoints and graphics, and even had some cartoons. And he was reading reports from some of these diversity companies, and it was like timely when the first Starbucks protest happened, way before George Floyd, in some way like a predictable pattern. And I think I concluded, maybe on the Brundle flight, like he had two main things. He was trying to give advice and like preach this like Saul Alinsky tactics for white people, and be a leader on the right. Some people claim he was basically like just as alt-right or white nationalist as anybody else, or that's unclear what his motives were, even though he claimed he was like fighting anti-Semitism, covertly. But his main value at the time of the alt-right was his explanation of the tactics used by the left. And his explanation of the tactics used by the left was so good that it foreshadowed what was to come to happen in terms of 2020 censorship, the rise of the ADL, and the George Floyd protests. So it was valuable at the time. So props to Frame Games and his research. Him as a personality, him as a leader in the alt-right, probably never had a place, what his intentions were, or whatever. So that was an interesting stream. Um, so let's jump straight into Israel. Maybe we'll talk more about the UAW moving on, because as I said, it's very likely that the UAW strike is just going to continue. It's going to go on, and it will, over the next few months, accelerate until eventually the whole UAW um, is on strike. And as mentioned, like the expertise in the market is relatively bearish and saying, okay, on the U.S. automotive, and to say that in all likelihood, um, GM, Ford, and Stellantis will all go out of business within 10 years, and maybe they'll be bought or controlled by another company. And right now, they're making the majority of their money on gas guzzling cars that are not the direction of the market. Like now, gas prices are going higher, and the various government regulation on miles per gallon, trying to shift electric. The big three are not um, competitive to go electric, and then the training for like the automation, the robotics, the change in technology, the UAW training programs are not competitive for the global markets, and so the changing technology, uh, the UAW is very likely to. It's possible Ford will survive or will restructure. Certain cars in the American market. But you're saying, is Ford going to survive? And then it also depends. Like I mentioned, like we're supposed to phase out of gas cars, like within the next like 7 years. Ford, I mean, the Ford Focus, like Ford was set, like the Focus is really, I mean, they have the Mustang, a few electric cars, but it's unclear if Ford would survive as an electric car maker, and the various subsidies, and is it just surviving because Americans are patriotic and they want to buy American cars. But if by 2030 uh, the majority of cars are electric, will people be buying um, Ford cars? And as manufacturing processes, yeah, but Ford might be the most likely to survive. But the market does not necessarily, if you look at Ford's market value compared to their earnings, the market is not necessarily predictive of, like Ford even could be at a point where someone could do a hostile takeover of one of the big three just to sell it off. Um, but it's an important topic, and one I would like to return to. I wanted to, something that needs to be discussed more. I'm glad that people watching me in the chat are active and have a lot of opinions about the UAW and the automotive industry. It's not something I've talked about much, but it's pretty important, so I want to talk about it more. I tried to get on modern day debates. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. If anyone has a recommendation for who to talk to, an expert or something that I could ask to interview, or a conversation, or maybe I'll do like a public study session and just go over a bunch of information like I did a few years ago on automation about the UAW strike, and talk about the demands, the economics, the predictions, the like besides like rambles. Oh, actually, I think next week is next week, not this week, is the Automotive Testing Expo. So I'll probably go down to Novi for the Automotive Testing Expo, and maybe I'll do another ramble, but just like ramble at the Automotive Testing Expo on the automotive industry may or may not be worthwhile. And even like a lot of my heads up on what's going on is related to these expos I go. But just to mention that in Metro Detroit, the yearly Automotive Testing Expo is next week. I think like the 24th to the 26th or something like that. And so I probably will go to that and do a ramble. Okay, so let's talk Israel. The big news this week. So here, Kim Iverson had on Jacob Shapiro, who is the author of, yeah, Alex, I'm a civil engineer. I don't actually work in automotive. I do property management, but I had tried to get into like more industrial engineering. I go to the a lot of the conventions, but I'm not actually employed in the field. So Kim Iverson interviewed Jacob Shapiro. I chatted a little bit with Jacob Shapiro. He's one of the big scholars and names in anti-Zionism. I think he's a rabbi in Seagate. Um, I think he's Hasidic, but he might have studied in Litvish schools, or maybe he's like intermarried, like Hasidic Litvish. But he's one of the prominent anti-Zionist activists, and he was on Kim Iverson. He was on the history of Zionism, and like I was mentioned, like Frieda Vreisel of the Williamsburg walking tours, and she was talking about it, and she said, like Satmar, they're anti-Zionist, but they're not like the Notori Karta, and even most Israeli um, or Brooklyn Hasidic anti-Zionist who would agree that the cause of the conflict ultimately is Zionism, still largely side with Israel and Jews over Arab. It's only Notori Karta that really takes a side of the abuse of Palestinian human rights. But the opinion that the state of Israel is futile, the state of Israel doesn't benefit Jews, the state of Israel is against traditional Judaism, and the ultimate cause of the war and the conflict is Zionism. And like as we talk about this more, we'll see. Maybe I'll talk more about Zionism and say, Kim Iverson, as she concludes, really the only solution is to have a one-state solution, a secular state that gives all citizens equal rights. And I was mentioning at the beginning that it would appear to me that if Israel does go in and does a ground invasion and temporarily ask Palestinians to leave, that after Israel, let's say hypothetically, wipes out Hamas, that the Palestinians should all be given Israeli citizenship. The Palestinians that don't side with Hamas, and that they should not rebuild the security wall. Meaning to say that the reason they need the security wall is because of Hamas, and if Israel completely wipes out the Hamas militants and liberates the Palestinians from Hamas, then there's no reason for the security wall, and Israelis and Palestinians could live in peace. And so some people, like I was watching the two nice Jewish boys from Israel podcast, is like, no, like we shouldn't be saying we're at war with Hamas. We're at war with Palestinians. And does Israel really want to just push the Palestinians into Egypt and then they're never going to come back? The problem, but from that theological, political perspective, is like, no, the ultimate problem is Zionism. The problem is the desire to have a Jewish state. And as long as Zionism exists in the sense that there's going to be a push to have a Jewish state, that these problems are going to continue and going to escalate. But Shapiro talks about it mostly from a Jewish religious perspective, and he does not seem at all concerned with like Palestinian human rights or anything like that. And he's to some extent like almost nonsensical, like theologically sensical in his criticism of Zionism, but from a certain perspective, like he's not like a Palestinian human rights activist, and he doesn't really have any reasonable suggestions of besides for criticizing Zionism, of what should be done. But encourage people to check that out. Liquid Zero, like, I mean, God forbid, it seems like there's a lot of fake news out there. There's a lot of propaganda, and I mean, don't buy the war propaganda. Like, God forbid, people are dying. There's horrible things happening, but it's very difficult to separate fact from fiction. And most of the information, including in the mainstream media, even like the New York Times, is largely propaganda. And so I'll talk about the military channels and kind of the source. How could you fact check the information? How could you get a best assessment of what's actually happening on the ground? Jared Kushner was on Lex Friedman for almost 4 hours. So I guess he was interviewed last week before the war happened, and then after the war happened, he came on, and like, I mean, you could see the table of contents, and Jared Kushner does not seem to exhibit much self-reflection. Like, I mean, he's basically like, I did everything. They did everything wrong. They had tried everything, and then I did all these things that were excellent. And he doesn't even consider the possibility that he failed, and the cause of the violence is directly his fault, or the Trump administration's fault. And Lex Friedman gives him basically a softball interview, and kind of like, oh, you're awesome and you tried these things, and he doesn't give him any pushback, like compared to like Kanye West, who relatively it was like Lex Friedman gave Kanye West. It was like all pushback, every single thing. He was like, but, and but Jared Kushner, there's not like a single but. There's not a single question. There's not a single pushback at all. So he basically just gives Kushner but he speaks for hours and talks about a whole bunch of different things and a little bit philosophical, in terms of the insides of the Trump administration, and some other topics, but a lot about the Saudi Arabia deal and various things. Let me just keep on going. We'll get to some other stuff. I watched this. I almost never watch these guys. I guess these guys are some of the biggest guys on streaming. Hassan and um, Ethan Klein of the H3 podcast, and I guess Ethan Klein's like part Israeli or dual citizen. His wife is Israeli. Hassan is, uh, Shank from the Young Turks' nephew, and they you went back and forth. So I watched that. I'm not even sure I'd recommend watching it. I mean, both of them have like somewhat of a liberal perspective, and Ethan Klein kind of wants to defend Israel, but also, somewhat pushing for like the liberal. I mean, it's unclear if he has a solution. So, yeah, I mean, Norman Finkelstein is more in line with the atrocities of injustice and human rights to the Palestinians. So, like, Yaakov Shapiro doesn't really talk at all. Like, he's just pure criticism of Zionism, mostly like from theological, and mostly like, oh, we're the real Jews. The Zionists are fake Jews, and they've stolen our identity, as opposed to focusing on the injustices to Palestinians. So, Norman Finkelstein, um, you might be more measured in that, but there's very it's tough to find good voices, God forbid, on the Jewish side, in reasonable voices. Like maybe if you're Israeli, and we'll talk about like the mainstream opinion and kind of the pushback, like the narrative setting for trying to set the narrative. So like here's this tablet article. Samish, if you want to hop on, I'll pin the link. But yeah, this article on Tablet, stop being shocked once and for all, and just talking about like, don't be shocked that the leftists are defending Hamas. Don't be shocked that leftists in America, Black Lives Matter, don't appear to be that concerned with Israeli casualties. Don't be shocked that Hamas did this war. Don't be shocked that that there were so many casualties, and so on and so on. And I'll talk about like this kind of narrative setting versus what really we've always known, what the right have been saying, why Israel is moving to the right, the protest, what the military experts have said. And then on the left side, like, the mainstream leftist American community is shocked that they're not receiving larger support from the African American community, from the activist community, from the woke left community. And, so Samish is saying baby massacre, God forbid, NY Time propaganda. Well, I mean, that's the talking point, to say, God forbid, there were probably at some point Israel will release all 1,300 names, and they've released a lot of them. And I'm not sure if they have released all 1,300 names, and if they're released, you'll have the ages, and to say, God forbid, the number of babies who were killed, and possibly an explanation of how they were killed and what happened to them. I'm referring to the story. Even my dad, like, it was on CNN. Even my dad, like, was thought about the beheading of 40 babies in Re'im, and that story. But there is a lot of propaganda. Possibly, like, God forbid, our women being raped or something like that, where the regular propaganda that versus the facts on the ground. So, what exactly happened? Who was killed? How were they killed? What happened? Were they tortured? How many of them were babies and old women? So at some point, God forbid, we'll have the full list of 1,300 names, 1,400 names. It might increase, God forbid. Just like on the Palestinian side, God forbid, the list of everyone who's been killed and how they were killed, and whether they were active and innocent, or their connection to the killing, and so God forbid. But this kind of like moralizing over who's right and who's wrong, who's to blame, and this like, well, you're either on the side of baby killers and rapists or Israel or something like that. So I talk about the propaganda, and so I would say that certainly like most of what you hear from the Israelis in Israeli papers is like, I don't know most, but half of it's probably propaganda. Even what you hear from CNN, MSNBC, Fox News is largely Israeli propaganda. And even the New York Times is largely propaganda. So when you're talking like, okay, like what level of propaganda in terms like, are they actively spreading fake news? Are they actively saying false stories? Are they actually collaborating on verified reports? Versus are they just setting a narrative? Whether you could call a narrative a false narrative, but are they setting a narrative that is favoring one side or the other? So I mean, there's different levels of what does it mean propaganda? Like how do you know the truth? And like obviously I streamed all summer on the truth and like the correspondence theory of truth, the coherence theory of truth, the pragmatic view of truth, but the correspondence, you're saying, well, what corresponds to reality? And so we talk about like in narratives, intentions, motives. That's much more difficult than like the facts on the ground. So like God forbid, here's the list of casualties, here's the evidence about how they died, versus like the intentions or why, or a greater narrative, like even to say like, okay, that there's a group, that there exist two groups, and that the two groups have a group motivation, and the various things. But like, so this from the tablet editors, stop being shocked. If you knew anything about Israel, you should not. The only surprise about this attack that happened last week was not the butchery of Hamas, was not the barbarity, was not that they were planning it, was that it worked, that it happened. Was the only thing to be shocked about is the incompetency of the IDF, because if you follow like the general statements from the IDF, the general statements from the experts, everybody knew that Hamas was planning this. Everyone knew that Hamas wanted to do this. Everyone knew the extent to what would have happened if Hamas breached the wall. The only thing to be shocked about is that Hamas successfully breached the wall. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to look at the New York Times articles and see, well, how did they actually breach the wall? But I'm saying, like, if you actually listen to, like, why is the wall there in the first place? The wall is there in the first place because Israel insisted, that this is what would have happened if there wasn't the wall. And so then you have the greater question of, we're shocked that Israel failed, that Israel's wall and security services failed and got beaten so badly. And we'll see, how did that happen? And then also, like, if you're following, like, the question of the people on the left backing Palestine, why are you shocked? Saying in the tragedy, say, well, I thought, like, God forbid, that if over 1,000 Israelis were butchered, that the left would realize that Israel's the good guys and Hamas or Palestine's the bad guys. And saying, well, no, why are you shocked? And even like the question of like the alt-right, Tucker Carlson, people on the right saying that it may not be in the best interest of America to get involved. I mean, some of you will be shocked. I'm shocked that President Biden so forcefully, Blinken is backing Israel, that America, the Democrats are so forcefully backing Israel. And even that you shouldn't be shocked about, because like they've said that and it's kind of known that would happen. So this kind of is just like, well, I'm shocked. Like, if you're shocked, it's because you're not following it. And like now you're tuning in for the first time and your cognitive dissonance is being shattered. And okay, so let's get into well, we'll talk about that liquid. I was wrong about how long the incursion, I mean, if you're talking the incursion. And so my understanding is that Israel has not resealed Gaza, and that there are still there's definitely still Gazan forces and still Gazan militants that are crossing into Israel. And so at that point, like my question, would Israel get back all of the territory that it lost. And so you see, like, no, and I don't think that, I mean, Israel did. In fact, it said that, things go as Israel planned by last week, like Monday or Tuesday, they should have conquered back all the territory and sealed the wall back around Hamas. And from my knowledge, most of it has been gathered back. A lot of the wall has been resealed, but no, there's still breaches in the wall, and there are still militants from Hamas crossing over into Israel, and there are still areas within Israel that Israel has not been able to get back. But they have got back the vast majority of it. And then even to say, well, long term, are they going to be able to reseal the barrier wall in that? Like, so even if they do an incursion or something like that, that Israel will be able to, will Israel lose territory or not? And so that was one of the main questions I was asking last week, is that I'm not so sure Israel is going to, that I would not be surprised if in, whatever this war is going to be called, that Israel walks away with a loss of territory. And that's left to be seen. I don't know, Samish, you're talking about conspiracy about Israeli propaganda. Well, I don't know, I mean, I think that because almost all the spokesmen in the Israeli press frame it in a way that it's unquestionably propaganda, because they claim that Hamas is like evil and acting out of evilness. So, I mean, if you're going to say, like, no, that's factual, it's a fact that Hamas is evil. But, from the president of Israel to the IDF spokesmen to all the Israeli papers, the basic statement is the reason this happened is because Hamas is evil. And I would say, like, by definition, that's propaganda. I mean, because that, like, has some sort of theological implication that can't be proven. So, I mean, if you're talking about purposely spreading false information, like the question of, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, the 40 decapitated babies, and saying, so that was a question. I think that they've said that that has now been taken back or walked back, but at a point that I think that even President Biden said it, and the Jerusalem Post claimed that they verified it. Senior Israeli officials claimed that it was verified, and said that they had pictures of it or evidence of it that has not been released. And now, a few days later, it's been walked back. And even to say whether there are any, God forbid, children that were decapitated, God forbid, even just to think about it, even just that we're talking about, God forbid, to say, well, was that propaganda, and how did it spread? That all of the mainstream American media, so the New York Times didn't actually publish that story. The New York Times was hesitant to mention, the 40 decapitated babies. However, CNN, Fox News, other major U.S. media stations, even the President Biden, the majority of senior Israeli officials all carried that story. And so if they walk it back now, so I think that was a certain level of propaganda. And questions of something like God forbid, rape, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, whether that happened or not. I mean, it's possible it happened, but the common narrative to say that the reason this war happened is because Hamas is evil, and they're uniquely evil because they did these horrendous war crimes that no one else possibly would ever do. That I mean, God forbid. So that's clearly war propaganda. To me, like, it's not shocking. I'm not surprised that people are using war propaganda. And even a lot of the experts say it wasn't necessary. To a lot of people, like Ben Shapiro, like the criticisms, like, you didn't need to exaggerate the extent of the crime to garner sympathy, or for people to think that the character or moral nature of Israel is different than Hamas. But that there was, well, even, it's like, oh yeah, evil's not an emotional reaction. Evil's like some sort of theological, because I mean, it's like, what does evil even mean? And to say, like, I mean, because Israel's a Jewish state and a biblical state, the right to the Jewish people is based on the Bible, and the Bible uses expression like good and evil, and the Jews being on the side of good and the enemy of the Jews being on the side of evil. But no, I don't think evil is necessarily an emotional reaction. I think it's a theological, almost biblical reaction. And like a lot of people don't believe in evil and saying, well, people commit crimes for a whole bunch of reasons. People do horrible, horrendous acts for a whole bunch of reasons. But evil is some sort of theological question that, even if I get back to my research in consciousness, even to say that, does evil even exist? Like Doooovid is not a general believer in evil. So like that, and know the question, like, well, do people act off of evilness? Generally, that's not how I understand the world. I would say that all people are rational actors, and I take the perspective that Hamas and the terrorist and the worst criminals, all people, uh, in any situation, are basically rational actors. It is a question of consciousness and human motivation, and even to say that all people generally act in their own self-interest. And if you're saying like evil, so in a biblical terminology, you have like the Amalek concept, and Amalek is irrational. Amalek does not operate in Amalek's own best interest. Amalek's only interest is evil, to destroy and harm the Jewish people. And they do that generally only for the purpose of harming others, even though it's to their own detriment. That Amalek is an irrational actor. That's the Rashi, the first Amalek, like jumping into boiling water in order to make it not simmer so much. So that's generally a theological statement of evil, and the presumption is that they're not rational actors. So generally, I interpret Hamas as rational actors who are acting in their own self-interest. And so the general narrative of Israel and the US media, even President Biden, is that they're not rational actors. They're motivated by this irrational force of evilness. And it's questionable even what sense that makes. And we talk about like, where's the war headed? What does a war against evil mean? And God forbid, even like a statement like, well, it should be obvious that killing innocent children is evil. But like, no, it shouldn't be obvious, like, because evil is a category of mind. Evil is a theological concept. Like, well, don't you, I thought you were a rationalist. Don't you believe in evolution? Don't you believe in, um, like, if you believe in materialism and that the brain consciousness is a product of the brain, then evil is ill-defined. Like even like a question like, well, what's the evolutionary origins of evil? And most people would say there is no evil. If you believe in evolution, there is no evolutionary origins of evil. Evil is uniquely a theological concept and has to be explained how it even exists. But we can get into this if someone wants to have some sort of discussion on this and try to discuss it rationally, or in some way that trying to convince me like, no, like, you're wrong and you have to understand how bad these people are. And if it's an issue of criminal reform or anything, like universal humanism, and that's the difficulty of discussing this topic, even from, so to say, the either side perspective, is that, it's like, no, you have to understand how bad the other guys are. They're not, normal people. They're evil. They're not being motivated by rational forces. They can't be reasoned with. They're evil. And then, even like from the biblical perspective, like Amalek, they have to be destroyed. There's no other option. There's no other choice than to destroy them, because they're from this unique category of evil. And the only thing you could do with evil is destroy them. And then that comes to the Amalek, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, saying the Bible says Amalek is uniquely evil. In the case of Amalek, God forbid, they are so bad, needing to be destroyed, that you have to destroy man, woman, child, innocent people, trees and animals. Like even in the Bible, like King, it's King Shaul, I think that gets punished because he didn't like destroy the trees of Amalek. So it's not only like the men, women, and child need to be destroyed, but even the animals and the trees of Amalek need to be destroyed, because they're evil, uniquely evil, that necessitates destruction. And then you think, well, without going to circles on it, saying that's a unique category of theology, not logic. Okay, so let's look into how did this happen? God forbid. So we see the details now that we've seen week later, there's been a lot of details about what happened, is that Hamas trained on U.S. bases, and that Hamas actually had inside information, and we'll talk like conspiracy theories of who helped Hamas. Were there helpers on the inside? Is it possible that someone on the inside of Israel within the Israeli army helped Hamas? And so there's no direct evidence of it, but there's some evidence of it to say, well, Hamas had exact models and replicas of the military bases. They trained on it, and they knew what was on the inside of the buildings, including the security systems, from the perspective that, okay, like if you're a prisoner, like a prison escape, if you're looking at what happened in terms of the open air prison theory, and what happened was kind of like a prison break, that, well, how much could a prisoner know about the captive system? And then if you're a prisoner and there's a watchtower, guard tower a few miles away, how much can you know about the guard tower? And maybe did they have to have insider information? And if they did have that insider information, how did they get it? Or satellite imagery. But Hamas had exact replicas of the military bases outside of the Gaza border, and they practiced for over a year. Some of these satellite pictures go back to 2022, October 2022, and even say that these pictures go back a year. So some of these posts are only a month old, but these posts were being posted in early September, and I think there's some evidence that there was like satellite footage that some of these places were built October last year. And the question, did Israel know about these places? And like, God forbid, this was like, call like a terrorist training camp where they trained for over a year for this operation. And God forbid, we'll talk about like the civilian attacks, taking hostages, and overtaking the military bases. So I'm going to look at some of like Defense Politics Asia, but if you look at, okay, from a military perspective, what happened? A-Room, blessings, thanks for tuning in. Where was there conflict and fighting, and what exactly was the source of the conflict, and even the current map? So Defense Politics Asia does not have it mapped. This is their current map from today, and saying there's not a whole bunch of information, but according to Defense Politics Asia, that they do not have it verified that Israel's taking back all this territory. So I overestimated the size of Gaza, because even Gaza itself is only like 75 square miles. I thought Gaza was bigger than that. And, so if this territory in blue here is the evacuated zone that Israel has evacuated all the U.S. citizens from, some of these are Israel military bases, like the 7 Israeli military bases right around Gaza that were all captured. Some of them, most of them have been regained. It could be one near Am. I think at least one of the military bases is not confirmed yet that Israel has retaken it. So this is just the Defense Politics Asia crowdsourcing from any source of information, of any release of information from any news source, of videos, and according to them, that it's unclear, but it's very possible that Hamas still controls this territory in Israel, and and that they're still fighting in some Israeli cities, like whether Sderot, whether there's still regular people crossing from Gaza into Sderot with regular fighting. So Israel is not releasing this information. So Israel has also been very unclear in their release of information. So I'm not sure Israel has even claimed that they have recaptured this territory. And I think if you see different sources of information, Israel admits, God forbid, that there are still regular infiltrations into Israel, that the border is not, that the border, the wall is not secured, and there are still regular Hamas militants that are crossing over to Israel, although the territory is much smaller. But if you look at Sderot still has firefighting now. So I believe in Sderot right now, there are still Hamas militants that are fighting against them. And when I mentioned this territory here, I'd mentioned the possibility that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Palestinians could cross the border into this territory, especially. But as far as I know, Israel is not on the border of, even though they've called up 30,000 troops, Israel is not on the border of the wall, all around the wall, and there are still breaches in the wall. There are still Hamas operatives operating out there, and so people could click through and see the last date of various fighting or the most recent information. So let's look at these New York Times articles about what happened. So God forbid, this one is on the attacks against kibbutzes and civilian establishments. And so I'm not going to focus too much on it, God forbid, but you can see the festival, the kibbutz, the Kvar, Sderot, in some of the cities where some of the video evidence and exactly how it happened, and even some of the videos. And God forbid, but that's being substantially covered in the news. So these are the two things I wanted to cover. The question of how Israel's feared security services failed to stop Hamas's attack, what went wrong, and then exactly what did Hamas know about Israel. So I'm not going to cover, God forbid, too much of the civilian casualties. I think that's plenty in the news. People could read it. I'll give the links. But let's look at this New York Times article on the secrets Hamas knew about Israel's military. Hamas's gunmen surged into Israel in a highly organized and meticulously planned operation that suggested a deep understanding of Israel's weakness. Here's how the attacks unfolded. In this, Ronen Bergman, who wrote the book on Mossad and their secret assassinations, co-authored this article. The 10 gunmen from Gaza knew exactly how to find Israeli intelligence hub and how to get inside. After crossing into Israel, they headed east on 5 motorcycles, 2 gunmen in each vehicle, shooting at passing civilian cars as they pressed forward. 10 miles later, they veered off the road into a stretch of woodland, dismounting outside an unmanned gate to a military base. They blew open the barrier with a small explosive charge, entered the base, and paused to take a group selfie. Then they shot dead an unarmed Israeli soldier dressed in a t-shirt. For a moment, the attackers appeared uncertain about where to go next. Then one of them pulled something from his pocket, a color-coded map of the complex. So God forbid, it would appear that this was actually GoPro, that they know this because the Hamas militant operative actually was wearing a GoPro, and they have the video of this. Reoriented, they found an unlocked door to a fortified building. Once inside, they entered a room filled with computers, the military intelligence hub. Under a bed in one room, they found 2 soldiers taking shelter. The gunmen shot both dead. The sequence was captured on a camera mounted on the head of a gunman who was later killed. The New York Times reviewed the footage, then verified the events by interviewing Israeli officials and checking Israeli military video of the attack as well. And here you see the Hamas commander reviewing a map of the base that includes the intelligence hub. And the Hamas took a selfie, took pictures of himself within the military base. And we'll see later some of the incompetency of the Israeli military and how they get attacked. And so there's like 7 military bases. One of the military bases, more the information hub that has the computers and the monitors of the wall. And it would appear that the first target of Hamas was this base that had the computers and the monitoring hub. And we'll see later that they also used drones to take out some of the surveillance technology or breach through the wall. But it would say, according to this, it was just 10 men on bicycles that overtook this like secure military surveillance hub. They provide chilling details of how Hamas, the militia that keeps control of Gaza Strip, managed to surprise and outmaneuver the most powerful military in the Middle East last Saturday, storming across the border, overwhelming more than 30 square miles, taking more than 150 hostages, and killing more than 1,300 people in the deadliest day for Israel in 75-year history. With meticulous planning and extraordinary awareness of Israel's secrets and weaknesses, Hamas and its allies overwhelmed the length of Israel's front with Gaza shortly after dawn, shocking a nation that has long taken the superiority of its military as an article of faith. Using drones, Hamas destroyed key surveillance and communications towers along the border with Gaza, imposing vast blind spots on the Israeli military. With explosives and tractors, Hamas blew open gaps in the border barricade, allowing 200 attackers to pour through in the first wave and another 1,800 later that day, officials say. On motorcycles and in pickup trucks, the assailants surged into Israel, overwhelming at least 8 military bases and waging terrorist attacks against civilians in more than 15 villages and cities. Hamas planning documents, videos of the assault, and interviews with security officials show that the group had a surprisingly sophisticated understanding of how the Israeli military operated, where it stationed specific units, and even the time it would take for reinforcements to arrive. The Israeli military says that once the war is over, it will investigate how Hamas managed to breach its defenses so easily. But whether the armed forces were careless with their secrets or infiltrated by spies, the revelation have already unnerved officials and analysts who have questioned how the Israeli military, renowned for its intelligence gathering, could have inadvertently revealed so much information about its own operation. So this is, seeing this article is written by Ronen Bergman, the expert on Israeli Mossad, and he's saying here, but whether the armed forces were careless with their secrets or infiltrated by spies. Is it possible that Israel was infiltrated by spies? So Judas Shubotov, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. So, this just a question, just factual question. Doesn't matter if your viewpoint or take on it. The factual question Israel has to be asking itself, or just an analyst, people cared about the situation, trying to find out the facts. Was Israel infiltrated by spies? And we see that Hamas had insider information. They knew exactly how the inside of these military bases looked. They knew exactly the day, the planning. They knew how long reinforcements were to take to be called. And I talked last week. Could it have been Russians? Could it have been Chinese? Could it have been Israelis? Who gave this information? How did Hamas get that information? And the question, the most likely source, it was someone on the inside, and that will have to go through investigation. But just looking at this article, written by Ronen Bergman, the biggest expert on Israeli intelligence himself, saying that it is extremely likely that Israel was infiltrated by spies. And so, hopefully later we'll talk about that possibility of who infiltrated Israel and who passed that information on to Hamas. The outcome was a staggering series of atrocities and massacres in what the Israeli president Isaac Herzog has described as the worst mass killing of Jews in a single day since the Holocaust. It shattered Israel's aura of invincibility and provoked an Israeli counterattack on Gaza that has killed more than 1,900 Palestinians in a week, the ferocity of which has never been seen in Gaza. It also upends assumptions that Hamas, long designated a terrorist group by Israel and many Western nations, had gradually become more interested in running Gaza than using it to launch major assaults on Israel. Hamas made Israelis think that it was busy with bringing Gaza, said Ali Baraka, a Hamas leader, in a television interview on Monday. All the while under the table, Hamas was preparing for this big attack, he said. Hamas and the kibbutz. The terrorists were inside the... Okay, so the rest goes on about the Hamas raids on civilian areas. And God forbid, there's a lot of information. That's the main thing the media is covering. And, God forbid, it's just gore and suffering, God forbid. So I'm not going to cover that. I want to focus on Israel's military failure, intelligence failure, possible infiltration, possible traitors. Possibly there were, there's also Israeli Arabs. There's maybe foreign people that were shown the bases, maybe military contractors, or maybe Israeli military personnel themselves the possibility, and right now Israel is waging a war, to say now may not be the right time to try to figure out, are there traitors amongst us? Versus also just basic incompetence. So, I mean, clearly there was Israeli incompetence, and we'll see that. So this is another article from Ronen Bergman, the biggest expert on Israeli Mossad and intelligence, looking at this, how Israel's feared security services failed to stop Hamas's attack. Israel's military and espionage services are considered among the world's best, but on Saturday's operational and intelligence failures led to the worst breach of Israeli defenses in half a century. Shortly before the attackers from Gaza poured into Israel at dawn on Saturday, Israel intelligence detected a surge in activity on some of the Gazan militant networks it monitors. Realizing something unusual was happening, agents sent an alert to the Israeli soldiers guarding the Gazan base, according to two senior Israeli security officials, but the warning wasn't acted upon, either because the soldiers didn't get it or the soldiers didn't read it. Shortly afterwards, Hamas, the group that controls Gaza, sent drones to disable some of the Israeli military cellular communication stations and surveillance towers along the border, preventing the duty officers from monitoring the area remotely with video cameras. The drones also destroyed remote-controlled machine guns that Israel had installed on its border fortifications, removing a key means of combating ground attacks. That made it easier for Hamas assailants to approach and blow up parts of the border fence and bulldoze it in several places with surprising ease, allowing thousands of Palestinians to walk through the gaps. These operational failures and weaknesses were among a wide array of logistical and intelligence lapses by the Israeli security services that paved the way for a Gazan incursion into southern Israel, according to four senior Israeli security officials who spoke on condition of anonymity in order to discuss the sensitive matter and their early assessment of what went wrong. This is the New York Times. Almost all of the information in this article comes from Israel. The brazen infiltration of more than 20 Israeli towns and army bases in that raid was the worst breach of Israel's defense in 50 years and shattered the nation's sense of security. For hours, the strongest military in the Middle East was rendered powerless to fight back against a far weaker enemy, leaving villages defenseless for most of the day against squads of terrorists who killed more than 1,000 Israelis, including soldiers in their underwear, abducted at least 150 people, overran at least 4 military camps, and spread out across more than 30 square miles of Israeli territory. The four officials said that the success of the attack, based on their early assessment, was rooted in a slew of security failures by Israel's intelligence community and military, including 1. Failure by intelligence officers to monitor key communication channel used by Palestinian attackers, like we saw earlier, the training base. Hamas was openly training with model of Israeli army bases for probably over a year. Over-reliance on border surveillance equipment that was easily shut down by attackers, allowing them to raid military bases and slay soldiers in their beds. Most of Israel's border is protected by computers and technology, and over-reliance on technology, where you have automated machine guns, surveillance trackers, and computer notifications, and that notify soldiers. But Israel is not necessarily protected by soldiers. Israel is protected by technology. Clustering of commanders in single border base that was overrun in the opening phase of the incursion, preventing communication with the rest of the armed forces. And we'll see, of the 8 military bases, most of the senior ranking commanders were in one of them, and that was one of the first ones that was overtaken, and why Israel had such a hard time figuring out what to do, because one of the first things that Hamas did was to take over the base that had all the commanders in them and wipe them out, God forbid. And the question, did they know that? How did Hamas know that? How did they have that information? Is it possible that someone on Israel, unhappy with the IDF, was feeding that information to Hamas, God forbid, or maybe they were feeding it to a foreign national, a Russian, a Chinese, an Iranian, whoever, that was secretly feeding that information to Hamas. These are all things that need to be looked into, and Israel will look into, and we may never get answers on it. And a willingness to accept at face value assertions by Gazan military leaders made on private channels that the Palestinians knew were being monitored by Israel, that they were not preparing for battle. We spent billions and billions on gathering intelligence on Hamas, says Yoel Gazansky, a former senior official at Israel's National Security Council. Then in the second, he added everything collapsed like dominoes. Also, another question not mentioned in the Times article is it possible that there were mercenaries or foreign militants that carried out the attack together with Hamas? Is it possible that, God forbid, other militants, possibly mercenaries from other places, came into Gaza specifically to carry out this attack? That it wasn't just Hamas that carried out this attack. Maybe it was an international force that carried out the attack, and that's also a question to be tried to find out. And Iraq is saying, Toro's saying that there were foreigners. It is confirmed. And to say, well, some people say they heard Farsi, they were Iranians. Were there Iranians that went into Gaza specifically to carry out this attack? Were they part of organizing it? Were there other people? Were they part of some actual government service, or were they just mercenaries, or were they volunteers? All questions to be looked into for the future. The first failure took root months before the attacks, as Israeli security chiefs made incorrect assumptions about the extent of the threat that Hamas posed to Israel from Gaza. Hamas stayed out of the fights for the past year, allowing Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a smaller armed group in Gaza, to take on Israel alone. Last month, Hamas's leadership also ended a period of rioting along the border in an agreement brokered by Qatar, giving the impression that it was not looking for an escalation. Hamas is very, very restrained and understands the implications of further defiance, said Tsaki Hanegbi, Israel's national security advisor, in a radio interview 6 days before the assault. When Israeli intelligence officials briefed senior security chiefs last week about the most urgent threats to the country's defenses, they focused on the dangers posed by Lebanese militants along Israel's northern border. The challenge posed by Hamas was barely mentioned. Hamas is deterred, the briefer said, according to one of the security officials. Its calls monitored by Israeli intelligence agents. Hamas operatives who talked to one another also gave the sense that they sought to avoid another war with Israel so soon after damaging two-week conflict in May 2021. According to two of the Israeli officials, Israel intelligence, they said, is now looking into whether those calls were real or staged. The next failure was operational. Two of the officials said that Israeli border surveillance system was almost entirely reliant on cameras, sensors, and machine guns that operated remotely. Israel's commanders had grown overly confident in the system's impregnability. They thought that the combination of remote surveillance and arms barriers above ground and subterranean wall to block Hamas from digging tunnels into Israel made mass infiltration unlikely, reducing the need for significant numbers of soldiers to be physically stationed along the borderline itself. With the system in place, the military started reducing the number of troops there, moving them to other areas of concern, including the West Bank. According to Israel Ziv, a retired major general who commanded ground forces in the south for many years, served as the head of the Israeli Defense Operations Divisions from 2003 to 5, and was recently recruited into the reserves again because of the war. The thinning of the forces seemed reasonable because of the construction of the fence and the aura they created around it, as if it was invincible and nothing would be able to pass it, he said. But the remote-controlled system had a vulnerability. It could also be destroyed remotely. Hamas took advantage of that weakness by sending aerial drones to attack the cellular towers that transmit signals to and from the surveillance system, according to the officials, in also drone footage circulated by Hamas on Saturday and analyzed by the New York Times. Without cellular signals, the system was useless. Soldiers stationed in control rooms behind the front lines did not receive alarms. The fence separating Gaza and Israel had been breached and could not watch video showing them where the Hamas attackers were bulldozing the barricades. In addition, the barrier turned out to be easier to break through than Israel officials had expected. That allowed more than 1,500 Gazan fighters to surge through the nearly 30 points along the border, some of them in paragliders that flew over the top of the barricade and reach at least 4 Israeli military bases without being intercepted. Photos shared by one of the Israeli intelligence showed that scores of Israeli soldiers were then shot as they slept in their barracks. Some of them were still wearing their underclothes. The second operational failure was the clustering of leaders from the Army's Gaza division in a single location along the border. Once the base was overrun, most of the senior officers were killed, injured, or taken hostage, according to two of the Israeli officials. The situation, combined with the communication problems caused by the drone strikes, prevented a coordinated response. This kept anyone along the border from grasping the full breadth of the assault, including the commanders who rushed from elsewhere in Israel to launch a counterattack. Understanding what the picture was of the different terrorist attacks was very difficult, said Brigadier General Dan Goldfuss, an Israeli commander who helped lead the counterattack. At one point on the ground, the general encountered by chance a commander from another brigade. There and then, the two men decided on an ad hoc basis which villages their respective units would try to retake. We decided just between ourselves, the general said, and that's how it went by from one village to another. All that meant it was hard, especially in the early stages, to communicate the gravity of the situation to the military high command in Tel Aviv. As a result, no one there sensed the immediate need for a massive rapid air cover, even as social media emerged with reports of attacks in many communities. It took hours for the Air Force to arrive over much of the area, even though it has bases just minutes away in flying time, according to two of the Israeli officials and survivors of the attack. The fallout has been catastrophic for Israel's security, as well as potential damaging to its reputation in the region as a reliable military partner. Before Saturday, Israel was an asset to many countries in the region on security issues. Mr. Gazanski said the image now is that Israel is not an asset. The Israeli security services do not dispute the scale of their initial failure, but they said that it can be investigated only after the war ends. We'll finish this, said Lieutenant Colonel Richard Hecht, a military spokesman, and the army attempted to regain control of the communities on Saturday. But he said, that this will be investigated. Okay, so this Patrick Kingsley and Ronen Bergman from the New York Times. So I read that out. Very important on the issue. So I'm also going to go over the mapping of the military analysis of what happened this week and the full breakdown day by day, what happened this week in terms of the military incursion, but just some takeaway from the New York Times articles and some questions moving forward. One, we'll talk about the Abraham Accords. Is it possible, so the likelihood, this is according to the Israeli military experts, that the likelihood that there was leaked information on the inside. So, like multiple truth hypotheses, multiple scenarios. So it's possible that it was leaked to someone who was thought was an ally. Maybe Israel, like their new partners in the Abraham Accords, like Morocco or UAE, or maybe Saudi Arabia or something like that, that Israel was telling them this information, thinking that they were new allies. Maybe Israel was sharing it with American officials, and American officials shared it with Hamas. Maybe it was Russian or Chinese, or maybe it was Israelis on the inside. It could be that it was Israeli Arabs, Russians, or disgruntled, and like the just Chinese. I was telling my mom, like, how the Chinese get involved was, well, because the Chinese control the ports in Haifa. There's a lot of Chinese workers, or even some of the people that were kidnapped. Is it possible that Israel used like foreign labor, that they were using like Filipino labor to clean the base, and or however the information got through? That has not been. These are questions to say that may never be answered, but just from the Israeli perspective or military perspective, in all likelihood. So there's multiple levels of Israeli incompetence here, God forbid. So the first point is leaked information. So one is just like, okay, how did they not see this coming? In terms of Israel, you watch like Fauda or you propose it, like Israel is supposed to have eyes and ears in Gaza, and you're talking about 1,500 soldiers training in camps for over a year, and Israel didn't know that 1,500 people, soldiers, were together, that many people kept a secret, and so if Israel knew, it's like Hamas is going to try to attack the wall, and they were prepared for it. So like, no, most of the people, the Israelis, they just a handful. Some of these bases were taken over by less Hamas soldiers than there were in the base themselves. God forbid. You're talking about 10, God forbid, there's GoPro video footage of Hamas doing these attacks. And so you say 10 guys on motorcycles overtook some of the best technologically advanced Israeli military bases in the whole world. Some of them had 40 soldiers. God forbid. So just the facts on the ground. And there's video of it, of the people who did the attack. They were God forbid, like the Christbrook church shooting, or maybe just police and their body cameras. Many of the Hamas soldiers, God forbid, used video cameras and filmed their own attack. And many of these Israeli military bases were overtaken by less soldiers with less force. A handful of guys sitting in the back of a Jeep on motorcycles with machine guns and a few grenades. So the level of like knocking out, using drones to knock out, and we'll look when we look in the videos that maybe they learned some of these tactics from the Ukraine war, and the analysis of some of the internet military experts is that Israel did not adapt its strategy over the last 2 years of the war in Ukraine, as where Hamas adopted its strategy using the best practices from the last 2 years in the war in Ukraine. But just to say, like, God forbid, a humiliating defeat for us Jews, for the IDF, that 10 guys with barely any weapons overran some of the most technologically advanced guarded Israeli bases in the world that had more soldiers in them. They're saying 10 guys took out a base that had 40 Israeli soldiers, including some of the most decorated, advanced senior leaders in Israel, and they were taken out by less guys with less weapons. And a lot of them were still asleep when it happened. God forbid. And you're talking like okay, you're talking like 15, 30 minutes that from when the walls were breached to guys riding in on motorcycles to the base. And when they get to the base, the Israelis are still asleep, God forbid. And they get defeated by a smaller number of people with less arms. And so, like, as the facts are coming out, and God forbid, there's a lot of civilian casualties and a lot of atrocities that were committed, like war crimes, terrorism. You could pick your words, but I'm just talking about the military defeat, that some of the best military bases in the whole world were defeated by a handful of guys on motorcycles with guns and grenades. And so just God forbid, and talk the security breach, like that they knew quite a bit of information, maybe, like, God forbid, like luck, just the luck that if they knew the guys would be sleeping, simplest Torah, man, that unlikely those people there were celebrating the Jewish holidays. But a lot to think about, a lot to dissect, especially going forward, to say, what is Israel going to do going forward? We even get to that point, and we're going to talk hopefully in depth about what may happen coming forward if Israel chooses to attack and do a ground invasion of Gaza. But you just see, like, the level of incompetency was this a one-time thing where Hamas got lucky, they caught the IDF off guard, maybe they were helped, and now they're going to pull their act together and show that Israel's the best? Or is this systemic incompetence in the Israeli military forces that we're just going to see more and more of? And to say that God forbid, if this war carries on, you're going to see that there is systemic rot and incompetence in the Israeli military, God forbid. Okay, so let's look at the military experts and their breakdown of what happened. Okay, so Task and Purpose had a long video, and I guess they took down, they didn't show graphic footage, but Israel, this was more on Israel Strikes Back, and he mentions a few interesting things. So here you see like some of the Hamas documents that were found. So I don't know how many, if they said like 1,500 people entered Israel, if most of those people were killed in the number, like the numbers. So if they were killed, that would not be reported from the Israeli side. That would not be reported from the Hamas side, the Gazan side, like in the bombings. These would be bodies that were found in Israel, or possibly and even like the Israeli, why are they doing the strike? Is it possible that the 1,200 militants that went into Israel, that the majority of them survived and went back into Gaza and are still alive. Some of them were killed in action. Some of them continued. Some of them still remain in Israel at large. But it's possible that a significant amount, maybe even more than half, are currently alive in Gaza. And that's part of like why Israel is doing these military strikes, because maybe they have information on some of these people and they've went back to their families and day jobs after carrying out this strike. But there's a lot of information about what they had. There's a lot of stuff going on between Lebanon, the tunnels. The tunnels seem to have been largely irrelevant for this attack. The tunnels were not largely used for this attack, although they're used for the bombing. So I just saw a report today that it's estimated that Hamas has only used 1/3 of its missiles at this point. 10 days into the war, Hamas is still firing regular barrages of missiles into Israel, and it's likely that they even have some of their better missiles saved up, that they've only used 1/3 of their missiles and they've used largely their worst missiles. So to say that Hamas likely still has this war could go on for a month where Hamas will still be firing regular missiles into Israel, and that's one of the larger uses of the tunnel. So, Task and Purpose is giving an overview of the various armies and their weapons, including like Hezbollah and their range. So, like Hezbollah has way more powerful weapons than Hamas. If there was an all-out war with Hezbollah and Hezbollah fired all of its rockets, so like Hamas has used 1/3 of their rockets and they're still firing rockets. Hezbollah has way more rockets. Hezbollah, God forbid, has enough rockets to kill, God forbid, hundreds of thousands of Israelis. Although most of their rockets are not super high tech. They're bigger, they're more powerful, they have more explosive power, although a lot of them are not guided precision missiles. And then also the possibility of the strategy, God forbid, that maybe Hamas is trying to overwhelm the Iron Dome defense system with their worst rocketry now, that they used 1/3 of their rockets and they're using their weaker rockets to exhaust Iron Dome, and once that's been exhausted, they will use some of their better rockets, or possibly Hezbollah also, that Hezbollah, if it joins the battle, it's waiting for Gaza to overwhelm the Iron Dome with its weaker rockets, God forbid. Blinken, did his rounds in the Middle East this week. He was in Qatar and Jordan and Egypt, and it's unclear what he accomplished. I mean, he went to Israel, said he's going to support Israel if he, convinced Jordan or Egypt to not get involved, or they were going to be involved, or trying to convince them to, the hostage negotiations. So it would appear that Blinken didn't really accomplish anything in Israel this week. So the question of, has Israel completely gained back all the territory it lost? Here's still, this is still the analysis of the attacks and the border war on northern Israel by Lebanon and Syria. So, the bigger worry of Israel and America possibly coming in saying that if Lebanon joins the war, America will go to war against Hezbollah. It's the bigger worry. But, we were looking mostly today just purely about the war between Hamas, Gaza, and Israel. Not even, we'll talk a little bit, but as of now, it's basically just the war between Israel and Hamas. I think these are, he goes into complete detail of the equipment that Israel has. The Israeli military, the Israeli Air Force, the Israeli rockets, the Israeli tanks. And so, I'm not a military guy, but, from Task and Purpose, he gives a complete overview of the weaponry of Hezbollah and Israel. A little bit of the history. Possible, like what would happen. We'll talk a little bit about what would a ground war look like. The naval blockade, the population density, if you're looking like people per kilometer in the various areas, and if Israel wanted to push everybody south to the southern half of Gaza, which looks like it's largely failed. The Rafah crossing. So if you're looking at the various the areas crossing into Israel, most of these gates along this border are usually closed. The Kafutzim was closed in 2005. Karni, Nahal Oz, Sulfa, these gates have all been closed for years. The only two open gates. Karen Sholom is occasionally open. Rafah and the Erez gate. And most of the workers that go into Israel going from Erez, maybe some through Karen Sholom, and the Rafah border crossing. That we'll talk. Did Israel honestly want and expect to be able to expel Gazans into Egypt? And is that still part of the Israeli strategy? Is there still people within the Netanyahu coalition that want to expel massive amounts of Gazans into Egypt and never let them come back? But say now, like maybe like 2,000 people are crossing into Egypt today, and like the American, even the hostages or the Gazans with American citizens. So say, God forbid, there's still like 14 Americans that are being held hostage or missing, but there's over 500 American citizens in Gaza right now. Versus Israel's going to do about it. He mentions an interesting point, talking about the 2007 when Hamas took over Gaza. Some of the politics. A lot of this is well known. Is that he doesn't focus on politics. So Israel, if you're looking at just some of the numbers, 100,000 conscripts. There's going to be like 300,000 or 400,000 people called up. So he's giving numbers on Israel, like how is Israel's breakdown towards their forces and their units. And I wanted to get to one point he mentions here at the end in terms of the geopolitics and possibly of who got involved. So if people are following it, the India Middle East Economic Corridor. So President Biden was at the G20, and they were mentioning a lot, and I mentioned it in a Week in Review when it happened. But this concept that they were going to build a railway or an economic corridor, largely to compete with China in the Silk Road Initiative, that would go from India, possibly through the sea, through Saudi Arabia, Israel, and into Europe, that would compete with the Chinese Silk Road Initiative. And you're part of the Abraham Accords. Part of the main reason the U.S. is pushing the Abraham Accords, and the benefit to the U.S. in the Abraham Accords would be this economic corridor that would bypass the power of Russia. And it would include India, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Jordan. And as opposed to the Chinese Silk Road Initiative. So I think if so I think So this is pretty complicated. Just see like who benefits. So the Chinese Silk Road Initiative, if you have coming from China through Pakistan and Iran, Turkey, and Russia, and kind of like it acts as an allies of various, but the main pipeline and the alliance of China, Iran, and Russia, and the reason why the U.S. wants an alternative corridor in opposition to China, um, and the Abraham Accords that would be Saudi Arabia, and what's the U.S. interest in it, and possibly the reason for the war in terms of like Iran or greater geopolitics. Why? I mean, God forbid, like okay, the Hamas is joining the war now. Um, it has its own internal reasons. However, um, who might have helped Hamas and why they might have helped Hamas, and like the possibility that it was like China or Russia. And so it's a little complicated to say, well, is it possible that the Chinese or the Russians are the people behind what's happening right now? And say, well, why would China or Russia have helped Hamas attack Israel? And the reason was because of geopolitics and to break up the um, the Indian Europe economic corridor going through Saudi Arabia and Jordan and Israel into Europe. And so a lot of people think that was fantasy. It wasn't going to happen anyways. It's very unlikely that the U.S. was successfully going to be able to build this corridor. It's kind of just hype. When Biden did it, I mentioned it. And like the U.S. hasn't really successfully built anything, and we're like in huge economic trouble, as opposed to China, that is more sitting on money. China has had much more success in building civil engineering projects, and a lot of the Silk Road Initiative is already done. So in terms of like the Chinese Silk Road Initiative through Russia and Iran, a lot of that's already been completed, as opposed to the Indian uh, uh, economic corridor is just pure speculation. But they're just saying some form of axis and allies of why there might have been a larger geopolitical um, cooperation of organization between Iran, Turkey, Russia, and China to help Hamas is because of this geopolitics of the competitive corridor into Europe. So it's just something to think about. And okay, so let's go on. So here, military summary has had good mappings, and this they didn't do one since the weekend, but covering what's happening between possibly Syria and Hezbollah and Russia, and the geopolitics of possibly the border dispute on the north, um, versus the not much has really happened with Hamas in the last few days besides bombing. And it said like if Hamas still controls territory or still is making minor incursions into a few Israeli border towns, um, it's unlikely that they're getting further into Israel, and the Israeli army is already outside of there. But whether they've actually completely, it doesn't appear that Israel is actually completely overtaken. So if we go back, reconquered all of its territory and resealed the wall. But if you go back a few days, this is 4 days ago, and it's mostly just been air raids. So they've amassed a few 100,000 troops, and there hasn't been. I mean, they've reinforced like Sderot. They've retaken. So there is video, and even so, Israel did retake um, most of the territory, and they did retake almost all of the military bases, and they called in like their elite commandos, and were so there's some videos that Israel's actually released like videos of the attacks where Hamas was held up in the former Israeli military bases, and retook those military bases. So that happened this week, and even some of the video of those military attacks have been released, and it's mostly just been bombing campaigns. Defense Politics Asia, um, going over possibly the military plans to go into Gaza. What would it mean? What would the military, door to door? So, some of these are pretty good, and I mean, they're mapping. So if you want to know about this, was pretty interesting. So I mean, one thing, history legends covering mostly Russia, and he's more, God forbid, a kind of pro-Russian. So most of these military channels that do the day by day incursions are largely pro-Russian, and also somewhat pro-Israel but neutral, because most of them would be on the Russian-Chinese axis, and so they're not necessarily pro. And so he mentions actually the conflict being, between Russia and America, and now Israel as a proxy of America, in the same way as Ukraine as a proxy of America, and why Russia may have helped. But his overview a few days ago of what happened in this one, just the military lessons. So his main point, because he's a channel that's been focusing on the war in Russia, is that what happened was Hamas used the lessons of the war in Russia and Ukraine, and Israel had not updated. Like, so Israel, is a top military, top army. However, Israel did not update its strategy with the latest techniques that have came out of over a year of fighting, a year and a half now of war in Russia and Ukraine. And so, like, the use of drones, and he even mentions right now that he predicts that should Israel do a ground invasion, that Israel is actually still not prepared for drone attacks. That even like destroying tanks, and it's very possible that Hamas has prepared a drone defense system, and that Israel has not prepared for what's happened in the last 2 years in the use of drones in Ukraine, and it's possible that Hamas could be prepared. So I'm not sure if someone wants to come on a little bit, or give my voice a rest, or comment to Samish or something. If you want to, you just come on. We don't have to argue. You could just express your opinion, and if you want to argue, we can a little bit. But if someone wants to come on and just share their thoughts, otherwise, I'll try to go on. I'll try to mention some of the larger geopolitical scenarios, public opinion, connections to larger geopolitics, specifically Russia, and then what the Gazan ground campaign will look like. So, I mean, just the current, what's the state right now, is that Israel was supposed to start the ground invasion yesterday, but they didn't, and they claim was because, like, the rain and the wind, and also, like, Israel possibly had shut off, like, the water and the electricity. Maybe they've turned the water back on. Israel had tried, I think on Friday, that they wanted to give 24 hours for everybody in the north of Gaza to go to the south of Gaza, and over 1 million people, and basically it didn't happen. Only like 10,000 people left. And Israel also was trying with, like, Secretary Blinken and pressure to allow Gazans to leave into Egypt. And Egypt has basically rejected it, that they're not going to allow a mass exodus of people from Gaza into the Sinai Peninsula, into Egypt. And the question, well, why don't you allow them to go into Israel? If you need to take out Hamas, and the relative innocent bystanders in Gaza need a place to go, why don't they let them into Israel? And or even, like, create a temporary camp, or they could use, like, Israel has now evacuated an area bigger than Gaza, a lot of these cities and kibbutzes, that I mean, it's possible, it's unlikely, but it's possible Israel could change its mind. It would be a huge military weakness to let it happen. I believe there's UN refugee camps that have been set up that are basically full, that are hold about 150,000, 100 some thousand people in Gaza, and those are basically completely full. There's a question of getting humanitarian aid in. There's a question of humanitarian workers in Gaza being killed in by indiscriminate Israeli rocket fire, or some claim that by Hamas, God forbid, but mostly by Israel air raids. And then then the question, well, why is Israel doing these air raids? What are they trying to accomplish? What's even the military target? So I discussed this last week, and I just was like, I can't really legitimate or see an excuse why Israel is doing these air campaigns, even like logically from a military uh, perspective. Like, what's the goal of it? So many experts are saying the goal is actually what Israel wanted to do. One thing, like Israel has the technological asymmetry. So they're just like, Israel doesn't want to take casualties, and so they're just bombing because that's the only thing they could do without taking Israeli casualties. And then also the possibility that really Israel does want to expel the Gazan people into Egypt, and so the bombing is like a scare tactic to never do it again, revenge, um, or a method to get the Gazan people to leave. And some Israeli officials have actually voiced the opinion, and a lot of Israelis were trying to push for Egypt to allow a mass exodus of Gazans into Egypt, with possible claim that after the war is over they'll be able to come back. But in all likelihood, if Israel successfully had an exodus of Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula, now controlled by Egypt, that they would never come back. Israel would never let them back. Um, so from the the pro-Israeli perspective, like their defense is saying these are military targets, either because, as I mentioned, they're 1,200, maybe 1,800 Hamas soldiers that carried out this operation. What happened to them? A lot of them died. A lot of them continued operations in Israel. A handful of them may still be in Israel, um, carrying on, gunfights or uh, terrorist activity, you want to call it, in Israel right now, still 10 days later. Uh, but some fraction of them, and possibly even the majority of them, went back into Gaza. So he said, like, God forbid, they overthrew 8 Israeli military bases. They completely conquered them, took hostages, killed everybody, and then also went into population non-military towns. And exactly like what units, who did it, who went into what was supposed to be done, what did people do on their own. Once the walls were down, were there other groups that went? Were they just random people versus the Hamas trained operatives that successfully planned and carried out the trained and carried out the operation? And then the people that brought uh, Israeli captives back into Israel, who carried that out? Where are the Israeli captives? Where are they being held? There's a lot of unknowns, but let's say an estimate that a few hundred of the Hamas militants just went back into Gaza, and a handful of them just went back to their daily lives. Okay, they, like, God forbid, they carried out a military operation that was successful, and then they went home to their wife and family, or their day job. And so some of the Israeli operations are going after these war criminals. They said, like, no, like, we're bombing the house or the apartment, because most of these are apartment buildings. Most of these, there's not that many houses in Gaza. Most of these are apartment buildings. So you say, even if it's you say that they're bombing um, the houses or operation centers where the people who actually carried out this operation are now. I would say that's largely unlikely. Um, that Israel knows who did it and where they are, and that they're bombing these places because it's the people who carried out the operation, and that's where they are. Um, Also, like, God forbid, as I said, the rockets are still being fired, and so there was a claim. Even the President Herzog, claimed that, like, that these places have missiles in them. The reason Israel's bombing it, these places was because there's missiles located inside of them. And I'm not sure if it's accurate to say, are the missiles being launched from any of the places that are being bombed? And it's tough to tell. It's like maybe the majority of the bombings, there's information that there's senior Hamas officials that are there. And what level did they carry out the attack? Did they have part in the attack? Did they approve the attack? But Israel is acting off of intelligence, and then even some of the question, well, if Israel's intelligence was so poor that they couldn't foresee the attack and the attack was so successful, how could they trust their intelligence to bomb civilian locations because they believe that Hamas operatives are there? So, I mean, if Israel had such good intelligence on what was going on in Gaza to know the location of Hamas operatives, clearly they didn't, because Hamas was able to carry out this attack undetected. So there's a lot of problems, and I gotta admit, like, I have no idea why Israel is doing these bombings. It's like it's an emotional response, like that. And one thing, because that's what they always do, and because it's a safe way to extract retribution, or Israelis feel like they got to stop Hamas from doing it. They got to stop the rockets, and with the technology that they have, the safest thing Israel could do is just bomb Gaza, even though it doesn't work. So it's saying Israel knows it doesn't work. Israel knows the bombs are still going off. I just read from Israeli military release that they believe that Hamas has only used 30% of their arsenal, and that the majority of the arsenal is in underground tunnels or areas, and that the majority of the Israeli bombing has not affected the Hamas rockets from launching, nor has it had an effect on the reserve of rockets. And this comes from Israeli intelligence itself. So why does Israel keep on bombing? It's like the Ronen Bergman. It's this targeted assassination plan, and possibly this concept that if they could kill the senior Hamas commanders, that the operation will fall apart without the leadership. And so the majority of the bombing is targeted assassination of Hamas leadership. So that's the likelihood. So what, I mean, from the Israeli perspective, the reason they're bombing, if you don't just want to say it's collective punishment or like revenge, or very loose, it's some form of targeted assassination of Hamas leadership. But the question is, like, well, how effective is it, and how top-down hierarchical is Hamas? And even we know, like, the senior Hamas commander right now is in Qatar, and Secretary Blinken was in Qatar and was asked about why they're allowing Hamas to operate out of Qatar, and he gave some sort of excuse. However, it appears that the American pressure to stop Hamas from operating out of Qatar was ineffectual, and Qatar is still allowing Hamas to operate. So also they cut off internet or communications. If they could block all communications, and if Hamas is operating out of who knows where, could be Egypt, could be Jordan, Iran, or anywhere, that if they could cut off communications, it was very possible that however Hamas is operating, that their leadership is not even in the West Bank. I mean, it's not even in Gaza, and they have some form of communication to continue operation and command to Gaza from outside of Gaza. It's also possible that it doesn't have a strong hierarchical command, and that the rockets are relatively safely underground in the tunnels or in various installations. If they're claimed they're hiding them in schools and hospitals or all over the place. But whatever the case, there's rockets everywhere, and the Israeli bombing is ineffectual and unlikely to destroy the supply of rockets or the ability of Hamas to keep on launching rockets. And my mom was asking me, like, what is? I mean, if you're talking about maybe something that weighs a few hundred pounds, and the rockets might weigh a few hundred pounds and could be loaded up onto the back of a truck. So, like, in terms of like a stable ground to launch it off of, maybe Israel has destroyed a large part of it. But it appears that the rockets are still going off. And I mentioned possibly a strategy, God forbid, coupled with Hezbollah, is to drain Iron Dome, or even from Gaza. That right now they're just trying to completely drain Iron Dome, and said that the Israeli experts themselves said that Hamas has 2/3 of its rockets left, and has been using its weaker rockets, and they actually have stronger rockets that they haven't used yet. So God forbid. Yeah, I mean, Tom, I'm from the Brotherhood of Man. I'm for peace. That's why I said, like, go back to what I said, that could this end with the wall being torn down and the Palestinians of Gaza being given Israeli citizenship? And I could actually see a piece to that. I mean, saying if someone asked me what to do, so most of the military experts say at the end of the day, God forbid, unless they want to commit genocide. So if you're saying like Israel plans on committing genocide, they plan on killing hundreds of thousands, or even over over 2 million Gazans, and just level it, kill everybody there. God forbid, God forbid. And there is a voice from some hardliners Israelis, even some in the army, that have voiced wording like that. Some of it has been walked back, although not a lot of it. And could be the Israeli sentiment. God forbid that Israel is about to commit genocide against the Palestinians in Gaza. God forbid. Just saying a possibility. God forbid that should happen, but saying there is sentiment of people who want to do it. But just saying from a military strategy, what is Israel actually? What's their plan? So if they can't force an evacuation, so I mean, if they wanted to, like, you basically everybody leave Gaza, and then the only people left are going to be the Hamas and the rockets, and they could wipe out the rest of Hamas and destroy the rockets and the military installations and the tunnels, and then the people could come back in some like best vision of Israel. That Israel is, that's what Israel, like, if you want to like give the Israelis the benefit of the doubt, and that's what they're thinking, like, okay, we're just gonna tell the normal, good, decent people of Gaza to leave, and then they're gonna go in and squash Hamas, and then they could rebuild Gaza as like a like a desert utopia, and it's going to be good for everybody. Although, as I said, like, no one has said what Doooovid said, that like afterwards that they would allow them to that they wouldn't need to resecure it. Like if they destroy Hamas, does that mean they no longer need the wall? Does that mean that they could then give the Gazans Israeli citizenship? I mean, then what about the demographic trouble of being a Jewish state, and the demographic balance of Jews? So it's extremely unlikely anybody in Israel would consider that. But it's possible that Israel will stand down due to international pressure, due to weakness. So most of the Israeli commanders have said that most of the Israeli reserves are not ready for this, and there will be heavy casualties on the Israeli side. So Israel, if they want to destroy Hamas, eventually they have to go house to house through all of Gaza. And so Israel's talking tough right now. This is the general plan, and saying Israel plans to go house to house through all of Gaza and demilitarize it. And if you're Hamas, they risk being killed, tried, taken to prison, and they will go house to house. They will search for weapons. They will demilitarize it. They will completely destroy the Hamas political infrastructure. And however long that takes, it could take months, it could take years. And then after that's done, the peaceful Gazans could rebuild, and no one's mentioning giving him citizenship or tearing down the wall. So I mean, just think like the ridiculousness of the Israeli plans. But just like from like some sort of perspective, what the Israelis are possibly thinking is that they're going to go in, they're going to go house to house, they're going to completely demilitarize Gaza, and then eventually they'll leave and allow the Palestinians to rebuild, and maybe negotiate a two-state solution where Gaza, the rebuilt, peaceful Gaza, will be part of a two-state solution. So, like, from the most beneficial perspective to Israel, that's what they're saying. But saying, what's the reality of why Israel might call it off? So there's a few possibilities. One possibility is Israel reaches a ceasefire, some sort of truce, they rebuild the wall, and strengthen the military encampments, and maybe there's still some bombs flying from Gaza into Israel, but Iron Dome is reloaded and it goes back to normal, and Israel kind of chalks up like, you got us real bad, like the worst defeat of Israel since World War II, and they bombed the hell out of Gaza, but life goes back to how it was a few weeks ago with just the memory of what happened. And they reseal the wall, add a little bit more technology, take the security of the Gaza border a little bit more seriously, and they call off the ground invasion. Um, you have to say that's pretty unlikely, but just say it's like, okay, the ground invasion hasn't happened. It's been like 3 days. Israel's like, we're doing a ground invasion. They called up the reserve, 300,000. So like now there's the reserve. They're getting ready for the ground invasion. But what's the possibility that Israel just like calls off the ground invasion? And so say if they call off the ground invasion, saying so, obviously Israel is going to want to resecure the wall and refortify the military bases, add some new technology, some new protective measures, so on and so on. But say there is a reasonable possibility that Israel will just call off the ground invasion. And how long will they continue the bombing? Will it be tit for tat? Or is it possible that Hamas and Israel could reach a truce where Israel stops bombing and Gaza stops launching rockets and they start to rebuild and they start allowing humanitarian aid to get back in, and Hamas maintains leadership and control of Gaza under some sort of truce. And I would say like that's actually the most likely. Like God forbid, I mean it could be war and escalation, but like I mean Tom's saying like, I mean he agrees that the ground invasion is not a certain at this point. So even just saying like if you had to do like a multiple truth like uncertainty function here, I would even put that at like maybe even 50%. That 50% chance that the ground invasion gets called off, Hamas and Israel reach a ceasefire, the bombing stops, the rockets stop, the border wall gets resealed, and it goes back to like a few weeks ago. And like Israel, American Jews are shooken up. The politics, people are still upset about the open air prison. Israelis are still upset that Hamas is in control, but that's the best they could do. Even Mark saying like, a truce. Yeah, I would definitely recommend a ceasefire in any sense because I say that the bombing of Gaza doesn't even make any sense. So if Israel and Hamas had a ceasefire right away, to me that's the most logical because I don't even see how the bombing of Gaza helps Israel. So but from that perspective, that yeah, it could be possible that Hamas would stop the rockets if Israel stopped the bombings, and then you could have a truce and a ceasefire, and life would, God forbid, go back. I mean, normal is not the right word. It would never go back to normal again, but it would go back to the status quo. And so I would say, like, I would put that almost at like over 50% that that's what happens. That ceasefire, return to the status quo. Hamas regains control of Gaza. They stop the rockets. Israel stops the bombing, resecures the wall, and then Gaza starts to rebuild under Hamas, and the status quo is preserved. Like we'll talk about the geopolitical fallout of what would happen. I mean, that would be a huge blow to Israel on the international stage. Is it possible, like the Abraham Accords, like Saudi Arabia? Like Saudi Arabia's like, okay, we'll do it. We'll sign the Abraham Accords and recognize Israel if you call a ceasefire and truce with Hamas and allow Hamas to control Gaza again. I mean, that's pretty unlikely. Yeah, but Tom is saying that the latest report is that Biden warns Israel not to occupy Gaza. So that's why I say it might even be over like 50% chance the ground invasion doesn't happen and that they reach a truce in the next few days. But that would be a huge blow for Israel that Hamas carried out this mega attack and then remains in power. Like Israelis already going back to like the last few incursions over the last few years have been really upset at Israeli leadership. Like even like Naftali Bennett, even on the left, Yair Lapid and Benny Gantz, all of them have been upset at Netanyahu that he didn't crush Gaza and end Hamas. So that if Netanyahu had to declare a truce and ceasefire with Hamas and allow Hamas to regain power even after what happened, that would be a huge slap in the face of Israel. It's very unlikely that Israel definitely does not want to do that. But saying, does Israel have no choice? And Israel has no choice in the matter, and Israel will have to do a ceasefire and allow Hamas to remain in power. But you look at the difficulty. What does a ground invasion incur? I mean, a ground invasion means, so we have to question how many loyal Hamas fighters are there? Is it possible that more people have joined Hamas even in the last few weeks due to what's happened? Possibly due to Hamas's miraculous success in the invasion, that maybe more Gazans are joining Hamas and want to fight. I mean, it's remotely possible. And then the level of prepared, like that of Hamas fighters that still want to fight, and it could be tens of thousands. In all likelihood, it is tens of thousands. So that if Israel did do a ground invasion and did try to go house to house and uproot Hamas, that there would still be tens of thousands of active Hamas troops that would be fighting Israeli using booby traps, guerrilla tactics, and the and they might also have support from hundreds of thousands of Gazan citizens that would, to some level, help the Hamas militants, even if they're not themselves Hamas militants, but that they would harbor or hide or mislead or various things that would make it more difficult for Israel to do the ground invasion. And but the assessment of how difficult would it be for Israel to, and at this point, like, so let's a few possibilities. One, God forbid, that Israel carries out a genocide and just said, okay, like, there's no solution here. We got to get rid of these people, push them out, and carries out a genocide. God forbid. But you say the possibility. So you say, like, I would say there's over a 50% chance there's probably going to be a truce and a ceasefire. That Israel carries out some form of genocide. I might even put that like 5-10%, God forbid. Like, even as a nervous Jew, but I might even put it 5-10% the current situation that Israel carries out a genocide. And like, that's a disaster just to think about. And John, the link's in the chat if you want to hop on, because I want to maybe pivot to my research, but it's a difficult subject. So John, if you want to hop on, and we still haven't talked about what happened with your channel disappearing, or AMSI, or we don't you don't have to. Maybe now is not a time for update on. I don't even remember her name. That woman that from before, but but there's a small possibility, and unfortunately, like a bigger possibility than is safe to feel comfortable with, that Israel carries out a genocide. The other possibility is that Israel does do the ground invasion, does take months, and does take huge casualties, that there would be a war, it would be months. Israel might take thousands or tens of thousands of casualties trying to do it. And to some extent, so I guess in between. So you either have, God forbid, to the one extreme. So I let's put like 5 to 10% that Israel carries out a genocide, God forbid. Another 5 to 10% small possibility that Israel successfully does a population displacement, that somehow Israel successfully convinces Gazans to evacuate into Egypt and they never come back. Put that like, okay, like some sort of mass genocide of killing hundreds of thousands of civilians. God forbid, God forbid. But if I say that at this point, it's possible. The other possibility is that hundreds of thousands, or even million, all of Gazans somehow do a population transfer, and they get pushed into the Sinai Desert, and then from the Sinai Desert, something happens. Like maybe they end up in America, or Europe, or an Arab nation, but some sort of possibility, God forbid, that there's a population transfer and the Gazans are forced into the Sinai Peninsula, and from there they're moved someplace else or to different places. And I think really that's what Israel wants. If you think like what is probably like half of Israelis want right now, I mean, some people might, because there's almost no side, like for Doooovid saying like, there's going to be peace, they're going to tear down the wall, the Gazans are going to get Israeli citizenship. God forbid, there's more people in Israel right now calling for genocide than calling for that. God forbid. So like Doooovid said, what Doooovid recommends is tearing down the wall and giving Gazan citizenship. And so like I'm talking God forbid about a genocide, but I said like the fact is that there's more Israelis that are calling for genocide than are calling for tearing down the wall and giving all the Gazans Israeli citizenship. Although not too many Israelis are calling for genocide with it, but there are a substantial number, even like maybe 10, 20, maybe 20, 30% of Israelis that want a forced population transfer. And they just want the majority of Gazans forced into the Sinai Peninsula, and they got to go someplace else. That's extremely unlikely to happen. And just because so many, why genocide, God forbid, is even, should be talked about like as a risk, is because so many Israelis want a population transfer. And you got to think like, if there is a ground invasion, how does Israel do it? Do the people stay where they are? And so most of the experts say like a ground invasion is going to fail. So that's what Doooovid would say. I think the most likely thing is a truce and a ceasefire and a return to the status quo. And we'll talk shortly, after I repeat myself a few more times, God forbid, because I'm running in circles. It's pretty scary to think about the situation, about the diplomatic and international fallout from what may happen if there's just a truce and a return to the status quo, which is the most likely option. But the remote possibility, God forbid, even scary to mention, genocide or an attempt at a forced population transfer, forcing all the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula, is that there'll be some sort of ground invasion, and it might take months. And in all likelihood, it would fail, and it would also return to the status quo. So it might be a few months, and they might fill in some of the tunnels. They might destroy some of the bombs, some of the, the, God forbid, the Hamas military installations, and so on and so on. However, in all likelihood, the ground invasion will fail, and it will return to the status quo. And like, how many lives would have to be lost if they did a ground invasion, and it turned out that another thousands of Israelis are killed, and that would be mostly soldiers involved in the ground operation, and tens of thousands of mostly Palestinian civilians. So saying that there's 20, 30,000 Hamas militants. So Israel's going to do a ground invasion. Maybe they're going to, kill or arrest 10, 20,000 Hamas militants. I would guess, God forbid, that in all likelihood there'll probably be 3 or 4 Palestinian civilians killed for every Hamas militant, and maybe 1 Israeli soldier killed for every 10 Palestinians killed, like from just past wars. So God forbid, like to kill or capture 20,000 Hamas militants, they might have to kill like 50 to 100,000 Palestinian civilians, and that might mean 5 to 10,000 Israeli soldiers would lose their life in the war. And I mean, just giving these estimates, I mean, God forbid, you're saying like, what does a ground invasion mean? And you're saying a lot of Israelis are pushing for this. It's like this right now, this is what Israel wants to do. And a lot of Israelis know this. Like these numbers are coming from Israel. It's like Israel's saying that it's worth doing the ground invasion, even if it costs the life of 5 to 10,000 Israeli soldiers. And scary to think about. Like right now, like just the huge mourning, the unprecedented loss of what happened right now, with probably going to be over 1,500 just right now if they declared a truce and standstill, a truce ceasefire, maybe get the majority of the hostages back. If it turns out maybe 1,500 Israelis that end up dead from this, but that number where it could be 5 to 10,000 Israelis, and you're talking soldiers that are going to die in the ground invasion. God forbid. So, just think like what's actually on the table. And, Israelis are telling you this. I mean, the Israeli military leaders are warning that I mean, the ones that want to do it, they say like it has to be done, and it's worth the cost of Israeli lives to do it. Where would, let's say, 500,000, if the ground invasion happens and more Gazans leave, maybe 500,000 in northern Gaza, there's maybe over 1 million people. So if 500,000 of those people leave temporary UN shelters to the south, if somehow 500,000 Gazans are put in like temporary UN shelters in south of Gaza, the remote possibility that Israel would create refugee camps. I mean, there's no way right now Israel would be like, no way, 100% they wouldn't do it. But it could be like if they did start the ground invasion and they had to do it, that Israel would build refugee camps in Israel because there's no place else to put them. And right now they're just hoping that they're going to be able to push them into the Sinai Peninsula. But to say that's unlikely, and to say, well, does Israel go to war with Egypt? What happens if Israel takes over the Rafah crossing border with Egypt and just starts forcing Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula? Does Israel go to war over that? And so there's two perspectives. Saying there's going to be international diplomatic fallout. There already is. So I basically covered the options, and we'll see. I mean, it's possible. I would say if the ground invasion doesn't happen this week, that's probably not going to happen. And so if the ground invasion happens, it's probably got to happen this week. So if another week comes and there's still, bombing on both sides, so there's two things. Israel doesn't matter about international condemnation in terms of, okay, what does the U.S. do? Does the U.S. defend? So what happens if they do the ground invasion, they take over the Egyptian border crossing, and they start forcing Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula against the wishes of Egypt? Does Egypt go to war against Israel for that? We haven't got much to like Lebanon, Syria joining the war, Iran joining the war. Iran has mentioned that they'll have to escalate it if there is a ground invasion. We mentioned like Hezbollah and like the task and purpose, their your weapons overview of what Hezbollah has. But is it possible that it's a bluff? Can Israel call Iran and Hezbollah bluff? Can they call America and the international community's bluff? And I mean, could they call the bluff and carry out a genocide? God forbid. What happens if Israel just starts killing mass amounts of Gazans? What does the international community do about it? If Lebanon, Hezbollah starts bombing, maybe Israel just heavily bombs Lebanon and carries out the genocide. No one could do anything about it. I mean, God forbid that like there'd be a genocide, but let's on a lower level that there would be a mass expulsion and that Israel would take over the Rafah crossing and just start forcing Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula. That what's the international community going to do about it? Are they going to condemn it, or are they going to send troops in, or even economically, like sanction Israel, BDS, or something like that? What level of the Israeli public wouldn't care? Is there a certain level of like a new Israeli governance that wouldn't care about international condemnation, may not even care about continual positive relations with America or joining forces? Is it possible that Israel flips some sort of negotiation with Russia and that Russia backs Israel even though Israel is doing this? There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's why I say, like, I think the most likely thing is you're going to see a truce ceasefire and probably return to the status quo, which so we'll close up on this point. What happens? What's the diplomatic fallout if the ground invasion turns into a nothing burger and it returns to the status quo? What would be the international fallout? So, I mean, for Hamas, it might be seen as a huge victory that Hamas remains in power and returns to semi-normal relations with Israel even after having carried this out. It would be a huge hit on Israel, like, from the Ronen Bergman, of the proposed strength of the Israeli army. That now the Israeli army suffered this humiliating defeat, that it had to accept a ceasefire and truce with Hamas and allowed them to remain in leadership, even though they're the ones who carried out this huge attack on Israel that had such a huge casualty rate and possibly even these horrible crimes and mass civilian casualties and God forbid. But that would be a huge blow to the reputation of Israel, and say that was the Israeli military is from the best. It would say no, the Israeli military was a paper tiger. The Israeli military was defeated not by a powerful nation, but just by a ragtag group of militants, a gang. And it was beaten so badly that it had to make a truce with them. It'd be like Mexico and the cartel, or like Hezbollah operating in Lebanon. That that Hamas, that Israel would be humiliated into accepting a truce and return to the status quo with Hamas even after this. Israel could regroup, saying, okay, God forbid they have to take a truce, stand still, return to status quo with Hamas in power of Gaza. Maybe even eventually, if a few months from now, they're opening up the border to workers and working hand in hand with Hamas. That they start doing negotiations with Hamas. That a two-state solution. Maybe Hamas takes over the West Bank too. I mean, it's tough to tell what the aftermath of a truce and return to the status quo of Hamas would look like. Even though at this point that seems the most likely option. The Abraham Accords. Is the Abraham Accords with Saudi Arabia over? Or is it possible that part of what gets Israel to accept a truce and return to the status quo with Hamas is the Abraham Accords? That somehow that's the negotiated deal. That Israel somehow really we were going to come in and smash Hamas and do a ground invasion, but because Saudi Arabia agreed to recognize us in the Abraham Accords, that that they decided not to, so that Israel would be able to save face somehow in some way. That's possible. Also, that the Abraham Accords goes forward with Saudi Arabia on condition that they make a truce and ceasefire with Hamas and return to the status quo. Although that would, and then you talk like long term, like long term returning to the status quo like is not a good answer. I mean, so for the Doovidian perspective, like yeah, the universal brotherhood of man, this will only be over when the wall is torn down and Israelis and Jews are living together as equals, or you say biblically also that the temple, from the biblical perspective, the Messianic, this will only be over when the Jews regain control of the Temple Mount and rebuild the third temple. So that would be more likely, and I've heard some elements on it, like some of the Messianic things, some of the Orthodox Jewish Hasidic pro-Israel stance would be that there's going to be the ground invasion, and other sides are going to get in there, and then Israel's going to, once they're Israel has all these troops active, maybe the war escalates, and there's also skirmishes in Jerusalem and the West Bank and Lebanon, and somehow that like the biblical prophecy, it works out for good for the Jews, and we retake the Temple Mount, dismantle the temple, and rebuild the third temple. I mean, just because Tom, you're talking about the interesting angle, I'll give you another interesting angle. I'd say the possibility of this happening is near zero. But just the pure speculation of the possibility that Israel enters a truce and ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza in return for the dismantling of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock and the allowing of the Jews to rebuild the third temple. And that would really just have to be an agreement with Jordan, because right now, like, Jordan controls the Temple Mount, and like there'd be some sort of Saudi Arabia and the Abraham Accords, and Jordan agrees to the dismantling of the Dome of the Rock, returning the site to the Jews, and allowing us to rebuild the third temple. And I would say, like, I haven't heard anyone mention that, but I mean, just like possible scenario that that somehow in return for Israel not doing a ground invasion, stopping the bombing, agreeing to a ceasefire, Hamas will stop sending the rockets. Saudi Arabia will recognize Israel and enter the Abraham Accords, and the Indian Belt Initiative will go through, and Jordan will allow the dismantling of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of Rock for the Jews to rebuild their third temple. And I haven't heard anyone propose that, but they could all possibly all be peaceful. There'll be no more death, no more casualties, no more fighting. I mean, so just like I'm throwing out scenarios there that I'll throw that one out there too. But I think that's pretty unlikely, and more likely, if there was going to be a third temple, it would be through an escalation of tensions that included a war with Arab Israelis, the West Bank, possibly Jordan and Egypt. Mean to say that it would be like the 1967 war, where Israel would do the ground invasion, start forcing Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula against the wishes of Egypt, and all the nations, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, would all declare war against Israel, and somehow Israel would win. And through Israel winning, they would be able to successfully expel the whole population of Arabs from Israel, take over the Temple Mount, and rebuild the third temple. So these are like kind of like the Judeo fantasy, if like the Adam Green like compilation of rabbi like fantasy type things that like people think might happen. And saying that's pretty unlikely, but that's kind of like the the biblical prophecy fantasy type scenario that might happen. It could be miracles, miraculous. So okay, and the one last thing I want to mention on the issue, and then hopefully I'll go back on my research and we'll talk a little bit more about consciousness, and I'll even read some articles, is what's been happening in Russia and Ukraine. So according to the channels that cover this, that Russia's been really destroying, that Ukraine is weakened. So it's interesting, like, okay, you have the U.S. Congress and the failure to do a speaker, and you can't pass any legislation. However, the aid to Israel is on automatic refill. So Israel will keep on getting its aid even without, you don't need Congress for Israel to keep on getting its money and aid. Um, Congress could pass a resolution supporting Israel, but the current status of Israeli-U.S. relations does not require anything from Congress. I don't even think refilling the Iron Dome, that Israel doesn't even need Congress to refill the Iron Dome. That's like automatic or president discretion. That I mentioned the possibility that the Hamas strategy could be to um, overwhelm Iron Dome, get Israel to use up all of its missile protection realms. And I don't even the U.S. refills it. How quickly could they refill it? Can Hamas and Hezbollah overwhelm the Iron Dome, even if the U.S. refills it? But in terms of the U.S. could refill it and continue the active aid to Israel even without Congress, because that's like already written into previous agreements, as opposed to Ukraine. Ukraine is running out of money, weapons. Russia has started invading Ukraine. So of like the Ukrainian summer offensive has basically come to an end. It has hardly conquered any territory, like tens of square miles at most. And in the last week, 2 weeks, really even before the battle in Gaza took place, that Russia was already regaining territory. But especially in the last week, since what's happened in Israel, is Russia's really been kicking butt in Ukraine, taking over more territory, and doing further incursions further into Ukraine. And Ukraine has been losing support, losing media attention. And, it's another angle to look at it and saying, well, it's possible that Russia was involved in helping out Hamas, not necessarily because they prefer Hamas over Israel, but because the common enemy of America, and to bog America down, or to create this geopolitical imbalance that would make it impossible for the West to back Ukraine and Israel. Because to some extent, in the U.S., like the support, I talked about it last week, of being in our self-interest versus like it's a moral obligation. So say first, people try to push it, like the Hezbollah agents, the neocons will try to push it to say, well, really the U.S. should support Israel because it's in our best interest, which at this point is a very tough sell. So if you can't sell that it's in the best interest of America to protect Israel, you could still give the moral argument, like because it's the right thing to do, or even if it's not the right thing to do, just because like we're on their side because they're more similar to us, and saying because we prefer Jews over Arabs, or because of racism, even if it's not the right thing to do, but just like, well, I'm a Jew, I favor Israel. Maybe we're wrong, maybe we're not, maybe we're morally, ethically wrong, but I'm not favoring Israel because it's the right thing to do. I favor Israel because I'm a Jew. Or the Christians or the biblicist or racist or geopolitical strategy or whatever, that that it's very possible that America, even if it's not in their best interest, and even if it's not, so to say, the moral and ethical thing to do, that still there would be vast support for Israel on other considerations. But it would be a huge loss for Israel should America come to some sort of consensus that it's not in our best interest, self-interest, to support Israel, and that it's not the moral, ethical thing to do. So the problem, like Ukraine, like, okay, we're supporting Israel because it's the moral and ethical thing to do, and we're supporting Ukraine because it's the moral and ethical thing to do. However, if it's just the war between Israel and Gaza as opposed to Israel and its Arab neighbors, there's much more similarities between Israel and Russia and Ukraine and Gaza. So like President Zelensky said, like, oh, like Russia's like Hamas and we're like Israel. And say, well, no, there's a lot more similarities to think that Russia's like Israel and Ukraine is like Gaza or the Palestinians or even Hamas and the Western forces. So, coming down, does the war in Israel collapse Western support for Ukraine? And on multiple levels, like geopolitical, strategic, and then just like some sort of moral narrative understanding. It's like one of the main thing, a lot of, like Hasbara, uh, a lot of Jews in general, like a Jewish strategy, like the Bible, the narrative. We want to set the narrative of who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. And so, Israel never really took the side of Ukraine. It's still backed. It's still equal with Russia in this term, like the West. Like, well, why are you backing Israel if it, if it, and Ukraine at the same time? How is it morally the right thing to do to protect um, Ukraine from Russia? But when it's between Israel and Gaza, we're on the side of Israel too. And to make sense of that narrative is going to be difficult, and I think the narrative might collapse. And you will see what happens with Ukraine. And then if the West loses the narrative and starts recognizing that they can't carry on supporting Ukraine, and Ukraine is going to have to negotiate a treaty that's going to include the loss of the territory, um, I would not be surprised. That could even happen this week. I said, like, now that Russia, like, it hasn't been in the news much, people are hardly focused on Ukraine at all. But if you follow the military channels, Russia's been making a lot of gains, has been wiping up, and it's very possible that Ukraine could collapse very shortly, within a matter of weeks, especially if the pro-Ukrainian sentiment in Europe and the U.S. collapses. So that's another factor to think about and to see that might come into play this week, that might force the hand in the difficulty to saying just the narrative. What narrative is there for America and the West, NATO, to unequivocally support Israel and Ukraine at the same time? What like standard of moral and ethics narrative are they going to try to spin to say it's the moral right thing to do to support Israel against Hamas and at the same time to support Ukraine against Russia? And I think it's going to be near impossible, and that is going to come into play this week, maybe, or definitely soon. And you're going to start seeing a lot more talk about Ukraine should make peace. And even like, okay, like, let's say you're saying like there's a push, like, don't do the ground invasion. Israel shouldn't do the ground invasion. So you're saying Israel, in the narrative right now, Israel is like Ukraine. We're morally and right. We're supporting Ukraine and we're supporting Israel. But if Israel does the ground invasion, like, to what? Like, they're like, how is that similar to Ukraine? And you say, well, it's not, but still, like, it's nuanced and there's some higher moral ethical standard. And the reason why Israel's the good guys and moral and ethical to support them is completely different than why Ukraine is the good guys and moral and ethical to support them. Tino saying he doesn't think the narrative is going to collapse. Well, we'll see, but just the cognitive dissonance of having these two different narratives, that we're supporting the Ukrainians because it's the right thing to do, but at the same time we're supporting Israel in a ground invasion in Gaza. So I mean, okay, President Biden in the West is already encouraging Israel not to do the ground invasion. What happens if Israel does the ground invasion anyways? Does the West turn against Israel and say, okay, we supported you, but you did the ground invasion, now we're against you? Or do they still support Israel even though they're doing the ground invasion? So there's a lot to think about. There's a lot to see. Still a lot to happen. I mean, God forbid, besides like the horrible casualties that already happened this last week, it could be this will fizzle out and just turn into a return to the status quo. In fact, I think that's the most likely thing to happen, but that's far from certain, and there's still so many possibilities. So we'll see how it plays out this week, and it could also, like, the media attention might start decreasing on the subject. that there'll still be quite a bit of media attention, but it'll probably be less media attention. There might be a return to focus on Ukraine, and then just all the things happening in the U.S. So the presidential elections, the next Republican one's not till November 8th. So there may not be like a huge news story to take over the news cycle, but just to return to the Republican, congressional, can they make a new Speaker of the House? The war in Ukraine, possibly other geopolitical concerns. Yeah, I mean, Tino, I agree the propaganda is strong and will probably continue. But I mean, the narrative will collapse because people will stop believing it. So it doesn't mean they're not going to still start, that the propagandists aren't going to still try to continue the narrative. But if the people aren't believing the narrative, and you have like Twitter and alternative media, has also been like the rise of censorship, and now all of a sudden like Twitter and the media are going back. The left is taking a assured pro-Israel stance over Palestine. That the masses aren't buying the narrative, so they might try for even months or years to keep on pushing the same failed narrative, but the people are believing the narrative less and less. Okay, so I think that's all I got on Israel Palestine. So why don't I try to go back to some of my research and read some papers back on consciousness, and maybe I'll try to do a little review on um, what I had been talking about before the Jewish holidays. Over, um, it's been over a month and a half now since I have been focusing on my research. So I'm going to take a minute break to say Shema Yisrael, pour myself a drink, and I'm going to come back and I will do a review of some of my research before the Jewish holidays, going back to early September, and then hopefully maybe we'll read a few papers. So I appreciate everyone tuning in. The link is in the chat actually, so if someone did want to come on and share some thoughts, that's fine also, or else I'm going to go back to my research and start reading some papers. But let me just say Shema Yisrael and pour another drink. And maybe even eat some raspberries. And maybe we'll do a space with History Speaks this week also, who's now at the London School of Economics. So we had been friendly, then unfriendly, and now we're friendly again. And maybe we'll talk about what's happening in Israel. And it'd also be interesting to speak to History Speaks about the philosophy, neo-Kantianism, and the philosophy of history, especially he's at the London School of Economics where Karl Popper was, George Soros and the Vienna Circle. And I'll talk a little bit about that when I review my history. And then we'll try to get back into the science of expertise. Okay, so as week in review, I took basically a whole month off because of the Jewish holidays. Because Rosh Hashanah came out on uh, Shabbos and Sunday, and then Yom Kippur was Sunday night, and then Sukkot was Sunday night, and then the war started on Simchas Torah, but didn't end till Sunday night. And last week I did after a little later than 7, I think 8 o'clock after the holiday ended. The last update, and actually had bigger viewership than a long time. God forbid the war brought people to Doooovid's channel, because my viewers had been hemorrhaging. I mean, some viewership, but I was last talking about cognitive architecture's expertise, the cognitive revolution, and Alan Newell and Herbert Simon, who had chunking theory, but it also created cognitive architectures, which were like computer models of human cognition. We talked about like flow and expertise, reverse anthropomorphisms. I did a big review of algorithms. I So let's go back all the way to after I took Week in Review solo. Passover. Jennifer had a change on schedule, no longer had Sundays available. Mondays, on the other side of the world, it was Monday morning for her and Sunday night for me here in Metro Detroit. And so Passover, I took Week in Review solo. I was still doing like the philosophy of science. I'd done those series on my stream of the philosophy of science, reading from the Stanford Plato Encyclopedia, and I still plan to do more of those, hopefully some soon. For a while, like John Wolfe, I was teaming up with Amsi and Jennifer. I don't remember the name of that woman. That was all the hype in John Wolfe circles, but Amsi came on and talked about the dangers of the e-personality and some of that internet drama for a while, and then I guess John lost his YouTube channel, and I hadn't really talked to Amsi in a few months. I'm not sure. I think she's still around, but we haven't. But I was talking mostly about the philosophy of science. I did that evolution debate with Joe Miller, and you talked a little bit about conservation of energy, evolution related to the philosophy of science, the history of molecular biology. Elliot came on a few times. We covered Schrodinger's "What is Life" in related to the philosophy of information theory. Michael, I did the series of Introduction to Jewish Prayer with Michael, who lives in Metro Detroit, who reached out to me, converting to Judaism, and we did a Jewish prayer. He's still around. Michael's always welcome to be popped on Week in Review a few times. I did, with Amsi, the nature of friendship, the dangers of e-personality. Then I moved into monism and panpsychism. I covered the Kabbalistic panpsychism, Chaim Schipper, and his Kabbalistic panpsychism interpretation. Looked into David Bohm. I had on another David from the Philippines, I think was on, from Active Inference. I did a eulogy for my old friend Jean-Louis Bourgeois. I did a deep dive into quantum consciousness. I did a whole Week in Review for hours where I covered all the main theories of quantum consciousness. And I talked about Dave Douglas, the cognitive revolution, and its implication to psychology and neuroscience. Now I've been pivoting back to the cognitive revolution relationship to cognitive architectures. Yeah, Tom, monism is a great topic. I still would like to return into it, like from logic and truth and like Russellian monism. I'm still doing regular research on it. And then I did a whole episode mostly on chunking theory and Fernand Gobet, and I started pivoting to expertise. I also did a whole stream mostly on the multiverse and holography. And then I pivoted into the multiple truth hypothesis, and I covered similar theories to the multiple truth hypothesis, like multiple hypothesis testing, explanatory power, inference to the best explanation, pragmatism, and from there I decided to cover the philosophy of truth and theories of truth. And I did almost 2 months on truth and what is truth. And look at truth in ancient history as a virtue, where truth was considered like a virtue. A righteous person is truthful, and it's a religious value somewhat related to law, to the rise of scientific and philosophical truth. Um, I did a whole episode on just truth in Judaism. And then this was near Tisha B'Av. I did a whole stream on World War II and like the Kantian, the German theories of truth in relation to German Jewish group conflict, and specifically related to Heidegger, Frege, Kant, all very important names in the history of philosophy, truth, logic, that were counter-Semitic. And then like David Hilbert, who was philo-Semitic, and talked about Göttinger, the famous mathematical German university, and cover a lot of that. That was pretty interesting. I did some more on Ralph from House of Commons came on. We talked about Maimonides' view of truth and a whole deep dive into truth. I talked about Herzl, Brentano, Derrida, Foucault, Habermas, and we covered the main theories of truth, like the correspondence theory of truth, the coherence theory of truth, and pragmatism, and even other like the deflationary theory of truth and other stuff. So that was a huge topic. I felt pretty good about having done a deep review. It was tough from the viewership because it was pretty dense and esoteric or philosophical, but hopefully it was worth for my research of the multiple truth hypothesis to do an extensive overview on the various philosophical, theological, scientific understandings of what truth is. And then finally in August, I pivoted to one of the main topics I want to cover, and just mention I want to pivot back around at some point soon and go back to logic and the history of logic and logical understandings of truth, because there's the philosophy of science, there's the philosophy of truth theories, and then there's more logic, and talk about possibly computer programming, and it's also an issue I'm going to pivot back to. But I started getting to expertise. What is expertise? Models of expertise. Mention some of the related fields, like what's deliberate practice for Andres Ericsson, knowledge and skill transfer and decay, and the various studies about how do you develop expertise. What's this thing called deliberate practice of the 10,000 hour rule, and does skill or knowledge transfer from one domain to another, and then does skill or knowledge decay, and how quickly does it decay. And then I started talking about cognitive architectures, which in relation to the cognitive, some of the first cognitive architectures were created by Alan Newell and Herbert Simon in relation to like the cognitive revolution of Noam Chomsky, and they were largely computer models that modeled cognitive functions. And chunking theory is one of the most common. And I mentioned that there's tens of various cognitive architecture theories. I read some different papers on it, and it's a topic that I plan on getting back to. And one of these weekend reviews coming up soon, I will do a complete overview of all of the major theories of cognitive architectures. So related to like the heart problem of consciousness, and cognitive architectures are usually more an algorithmic computational approach based on computer programming. That can you have an algorithmic model that replicates cognitive functioning? And some of them are more neurological or try to model neural functioning, but most of them are algorithmic, conducive to computer programs that would mimic. And now cognitive architectures are more a domain of computer science, possibly related to like machine learning, artificial intelligence, a topic I want to return to. So I mentioned flow, which is related to expertise, high levels of performance. Maybe I'll even read an article on flow today. And then Elon Musk had the whole spat with the ADL, so I did a little ramble on the ADL and more cognitive architectures and more on Kant. And like Kant, I might return to more, because Kant's such an important name. And if I do a space with History Speaks, who's at the London School of Economics, hopefully we'll talk about neo-Kantianism and truth theory as it relates to history, because I covered a little bit in my series on the philosophy of science, history as a science, or the application of the scientific method, or neo-Kantianism in relationship to history in the Vienna Circle, and a lot of the remnants of the Vienna Circle, like Rudolf Carnap and various people talked about history also. So that would be interesting to bring up. And then, I took the break because of the Jewish holidays. And then last week, God forbid, Israel went to war. So that covered basically everything. So last week, over 5 hours just on war in Israel and a few links. And I've been pretty caught up in, everything happening in the war. And, I was going to do the UAW debate. That may not be happening, but, it's another important issue. I might try to maybe next week do a little bit more information on the UAW strike. Israel probably also, Israel, we'll see whether it diminishes or escalates. But, presumably what's happening in Israel, will I'll be covering that for weeks or months, but we'll see. It's likely it could diminish or could escalate. So we'll see. But back to my research, back to reading papers. So let me just eat these raspberries. And I have a few papers I'm going to read back to my research. Oswald asking how many synagogue Jewish community centers have ramped up private security lately. Well, all of them. Jewish security was already being ramped up in the last few years. Since the Tree of Life shooting and minor instances of anti-Semitism, and also the last war. The last war, or just escalation, where there were violence in Israel and Israel like on lockdown, or I forget exactly the last, but there was just within the last year there was violence between Arabs and Palestinians and Jews all across America. It didn't really hit Detroit that much, but but like New York and LA. But yeah, all synagogues have it's harder to get in. Most synagogues have security at events, and the U.S. government's given a lot of grants, so there's a lot of money. Because Jews are very communal. There's a lot of Jewish charities, so if you have a Jewish organization, you're a member of a Jewish organization. When I talked about the ADL and the affiliation between federations and the Conference of Presidents of Major Jewish Organizations, and there's hundreds of millions of dollars a year in funding for security of Jewish establishments. When there's more credible threats of anti-Semitism, there's more police presence, and there's more directed Jewish charity funding or of normal funds towards security. But unquestionably, almost all Jewish institutions, synagogues, schools have security. They have locked door policies where there's all the doors are locked. You're only supposed to use one entrance, and that entrance is highly secured. Major events where there's a lot of people, there's likely to be a police presence. And even though the amount, so somewhat it's overkill. It's if you couldn't even come to synagogue if you wanted to now. Even me, for years, when I was in Brooklyn, in Israel, all synagogues were basically just open. And even a lot of in Israel, a lot of synagogues were open all night. You could go in the middle of the night and the door would just be open and you could walk right in. but like in New York, like almost all synagogues were open during the day. Maybe even today, a lot of them are open during the day. But like outside of New York, unless like Hasidic environment, almost all of them have increased security, even private security guards, or community practices about how to be the most safe, like active shooter drills, all types of stuff. So, like, God forbid, it kind of makes the Jewish community less inviting, and it's like I just want to go pray. Like I don't want to go through a security clearance. Like, so I stopped going to synagogue so much because I hate the security to some extent. Like I want to go there and pray. I don't want to have to get through a security clearance. I don't, like the Deborah Lipstadt. Like, what do you say to the guard at the door? Like it kind of like kills the whole experience. I'm gonna go to pray and like I have to like get past security and there's gonna be some guy with a gun like staring me down, and it kills the experience, God forbid. So it's unfortunate right now, and as of now, it's increasing. It's likely, especially with the war in Israel. Like saying like there's and like the ADL and yeah, God forbid, it's like the TSA. It's like just to go to synagogue, you have to get through the TSA. And it's like so it's like I stopped flying. Like I haven't flown in years, and like I flew like once to my grandparents to see, before my grandparents passed away, to see my granddad. Like the last time before he passed away, I flew. But um it's almost like I don't want to fly just because I don't want to have to deal with the TSA. And it's the same with like synagogue. Every time you go to synagogue, it's like you have to get through the TSA. And it's a sad situation, and I don't like it. I'm not sure if it's just the price of being Jewish. Like it's a high price to being Jewish. So let me just finish these raspberries and then we read some papers. I talked about Andrew Tate sometimes. I saw Andrew Tate endorsed raspberries, blackberries, and blueberries. Okay, so this article I've had for months. I've shared for a few months, and this is pretty interesting about animal expertise. I also have an article about flow in animals. Do animals enter flow? And flow is very interesting, and I want to return it. I actually got a whole bunch of books. I never could pronounce his name right. I have to look into the author who came up with flow, but the science of expertise. And the question, is there a difference between expertise in animals? And then also question, do animals have a similar flow experience of heightened levels of performance? So let's look at this. William Helton on animal expertise, conscious or not. Abstract. Rosano, 2003 proposes expertise as an indicator of consciousness in humans and other animals, since there's strong evidence that the development of expertise requires deliberate practice. It was Andres Ericsson, The Road to Excellence, the acquisition of expert performance in the arts and sciences, sports and games, 1996, which covered in depth the Ericsson's author of Peak, and deliberate practice appears to be outside of the bounds of unconscious processing. Then are any signs of expertise development in an animal are indicators of consciousness. Rosanna's arguments may lead to an unsolvable debate about animal consciousness while causing researchers to overlook the underlying reality of animal expertise. This article provides evidence indicative of animals meeting each of the three definitions of expertise established in the scientific literature. Expertise is a social construction, expertise is exceptional performance, and expertise as knowledge. In additional cases of deliberate practice by non-human animals are offered. Acknowledging some animals as experts, regardless of consciousness, is warranted by the research finding and would prove useful in solving many issues remaining in the human expertise literature. Introduction. Rosano 2003 proposes using expertise as an indicator of consciousness in humans and other animals. Since the development of expertise requires deliberate practice, and deliberate practice appears to be outside the bounds of unconscious processing, then any signs of expertise development in animal are indicators of consciousness. Rosano's argument entails the view of consciousness proposed by Bloch, which distinguishes between phenomenal consciousness and access consciousness. Phenomenal consciousness is the subjective feeling of mental experience. Access consciousness is the availability of mental representations necessary for the rational control of action. Although conceptually distinct, feelings versus representations, these two kinds of consciousness are interrelated in the natural world and usually co-occur. Aside from the philosopher's hypothesis, phenomenally unconscious zombies, robots, and super blindsiders, there are no cases of a human having access consciousness without phenomenal consciousness. With real humans, when access consciousness is present, phenomenal consciousness is as well. Hence, the case of humans with humans extends to other animals. The presence of access consciousness is an indicator of phenomenal consciousness. Rosano intends the presence of access consciousness to be an indicator of phenomenal consciousness. Animals with access consciousness are presumably phenomenally conscious. Whether animals lacking access consciousness may still be phenomenally conscious rests on the perspective one takes towards the evidence of human phenomenal consciousness occurring without access consciousness, which is debated. Expertise, however, defined, demands deliberate practice to an effortful activity motivated by the goal of improving performance. According to Rosano, deliberate practice requires access consciousness, which is necessary for the voluntary honing of a behavioral response. Trainees need to be able to direct their attention to the improvement of their skill level, and this requires the capacity to willfully retrieve internal representations from memory or to auto-cue. Non-humans apparently lack this capacity. Following this logic, Rosano proceeds to explore the possibility of non-human animal expertise. He writes of no definitive evidence that animals can or do engage in deliberate practice. However, he continues the similarities documented between human and animal practice are intriguing and certainly do not preclude that animals may practice as humans do. Rosano overall presents a negative assessment of animal access consciousness and animal expertise capacity. Contrasting with this pessimistic assessment, there is recent evidence indicative of some animal ability to auto-cue, but that remains a contentious issue. Rosano's argument, although well-developed and intriguing, may be a red herring. Helton has proposed using animal models to investigate the development of expertise. As Helton argues, animal models may help psychologists answer many unresolved issues in the expertise literature, such as the role of innate talent. Rosano's proposal, if taken seriously, may lead to an endless debate over the issue of animal consciousness, while ignoring the simple fact that animals cannot be excluded from being experts by any viable definition of expertise. While there's no consensus among psychologists of what expertise is, there is consensus that expertise should manifest itself in an observable way. There are three plausible definitions of expertise entailing the characteristic of being open to observation. Expertise is a social construct, expertise is exceptional performance, and expertise is a form of knowledge. The following sections will examine how some non-humans meet with each of the three possible definitions of expertise, and then we'll return to deal more directly with Rosano's argument in regard to deliberate practice and consciousness. Expertise as a social construct. Agnew, 1997, argue that the minimal criterion for expertise is to have a reasonably large group of people consider the individual an expert. Sternberg and Ben-Zev refer to this as the labeling phenomenon of expertise. Expertise, perhaps, is a label assigned to an individual by a group of people who consider the person to be an expert. The group publicly announces the person's expertise, thus manifesting the person's expertise in an observable way. Expertise from this perspective is best described as a social construction. For many non-humans, a reasonable large group of people recognize and declares their expertise. As early as 945 AD, the Welsh lawyers of Hywel Dda recognized the difference between expert dogs and untrained dogs by setting different legal penalties for killing them. The tradition initiated by the laws continue today. Many states of the United States have laws that impose stiffer penalties for people who injure an assistance dog, applying a much higher penalty for injuring an expert dog than an untrained dog. A federal law, the Americans with Disability Act, guarantees assistance dogs access to public spaces. Assistance dogs have special transportation access rights provided by the Federal Air Carriers Act. None of these rights are extended to untrained dogs. The IRS recognizes assistant dogs as a legitimate medical expense, which can be deducted for income tax purposes under Treasury regulation. The IRS formally recognizes the special status and efficiency of trained assistance dogs. Laws are a valuable source of evidence for social construction of animal expertise because they are formally stated and cannot be considered the view of a small, possibly fringe element of society. However, they're not the only source of evidence. One of the major public supporters of service dogs, the Delta Society, regularly honors outstanding dog service dogs. The Society gives a yearly award to an assistance dog for exceptional performance in a particular category: hearing, seeing, eye, or mobility assistance. The Society publicly declares the award winner as the exceptional amongst the exceptional, although currently classified by the U.S. military as equipment and thus unable to be awarded medal. Trained dogs were at one time considered personnel and often given honorary rank. Many trained dogs, for example, were awarded military decorations for the exceptional combat performance during the First and Second World Wars. Chips, the highest decorated American war dog of the Second World War, was awarded the Purple Heart and a Silver Star, although these awards were later rescinded under pressure from various political interest groups. The British military even created a special award for war dogs, the Dickin Medal. U.S. law enforcement agencies currently award honors for the canine exceptional performance. Organizations like the National Narcotic Detector Dog Association and the American Police Hall of Fame have given honors to outstanding police dogs. Given awards for exceptional performance to assistants, military and law enforcement dogs are open declaration of the dog's expertise or excellence by a large group of people. The evidence provided here is merely scratching the surface of social construction of animal expertise and only refers to one non-human species, canines. Dogs are often labeled as experts or are socially constructed as experts. Canines are not alone among non-humans in being labeled as such. For example, some primatologists label great apes as experts. The evidence of canines is, however, sufficient to demonstrate that at least one non-human species can meet the social labeling definition of expertise. Expertise is exceptional performance. Many psychologists prefer behavioral accounts of expertise to social construction accounts. Expertise from this perspective is manifested as skilled or exceptional performance. According to Erickson, phenomenon can be studied via scientific method when they meet these three criteria. The phenomenon should occur reliably in clearly specified situations with distinctive observable characteristics. The phenomenon should be reproducible under controlled conditions, and the phenomenon should be predictable and describable by objective measures. Erickson provided detailed information on how human expertise, when defined by exceptional performance, meets these criteria. There are also ample evidence indicating that non-human experts meet these criteria. Extensive studies have been conducted on skill development and learning in non-humans. Many animals show variation in performance, with some animals demonstrating exceptional performance and others performing poorly. A non-human example of variation in performance is the construction of orb webs by predatory spiders. A common feature of the orb web built by mature spiders is their structural top-bottom asymmetry. The lower web region is often larger than the upper web region. Orb web spiders waste very little energy in actively seeking out prey. However, they expend a great amount of energy in the construction and maintenance of their webs. Because of the immense energy expenditure, many orb web spiders become web constructing experts. Web asymmetry improves prey capture due to speed advantage a spider has in detecting and reaching prey capture below the hub. Orb web spiders wait in the hub or center of the web facing downward. Spiders are slower at reaching prey above the hub because of the pull of gravity. Asymmetric web construction increases the spider's chance of capturing prey. Until recently, orb web asymmetric construction was largely considered to be genetic or due to physical constraints. Recent evidence, however, indicates asymmetry is partly learned by spiders. Juveniles of several orb web spider species are known to construct perfectly symmetrical webs whereas mature spiders of the same species construct asymmetric webs even when weight is controlled. The spiders become more efficient web designers as they become more experienced. Asymmetric web construction can be classified as expertise by an exceptional performance definition of expertise. There are some spiders that will construct more asymmetrically. Spiders in the upper fifth percentile. Exceptional asymmetrical web construction, however, meets Erickson's three criteria of being studied by scientific method. It is reliable, reproducible, and clearly describable. Any moderately complex animal will have a set of skills that the animal learns to use over time. Additionally, there will be variation in the performance of these acquired skills among individuals of the species. Logically, therefore, there will always be a set of top 5% performers within any given species for any given species typical skill. The fact alone may give reason for rejecting the top 5% definition of expertise. Nevertheless, any alternative approach based on an objective assessment of performance, such as being able to perform at a present level of ability, would include some non-humans as well. Psychologists cannot escape the reality that some animals become highly skilled while others do not. Expertise as knowledge. The third approach is to describe expertise as a form of knowledge, a set of problem-solving algorithms applied in the specific domain of expertise using a knowledge base. This perspective is particularly appealing to knowledge engineers attempting to construct artificial experts or decision aids. Expertise from this perspective is often investigated by using verbal protocols, introspective accounts of experts' reasoning while performing in their particular arena of skills. These protocols are often used to infer the knowledge base and problem-solving algorithms needed to construct expert systems. To construct an expert system, the experts must be able to communicate their knowledge to the designer. Unfortunately, using verbal protocols is precluded when investigating animal expertise. Many animals do, however, have knowledge. Animals undoubtedly have knowledge in the sense of know-how. Unlike inanimate objects whose movements are dictated by physical forces acting upon them, animals are self-directed actors. Animals act, and these actions require control. The control of action in all animals could be considered a form of knowledge, including those actions with strong genetic input. Biological control mechanisms could therefore be translated into a symbolic language and be used to direct the actions of an artificial entity like an expert system. In this sense, most animals are experts as they are highly proficient in particular ecological niches. The nervous system and underlying cellular mechanisms of even simple animals, however, are amazingly complex, and no one currently knows how to translate these biological control mechanisms into an artificial code or whatever is in fact possible. Even if this were possible, it remains to be seen whether an artificial instantiation of biological system would be any less complicated than a modeled system itself. Expert system designers are generally not trying to recreate the full complexity of the natural expert. Human expertise researchers, from this perspective, are interested in acquired knowledge consisting of mental representations that can be communicated to others. Hence, these usually exclude those abilities with extensive genetic input. Animals are, in principle, capable of acquiring knowledge consisting of mental representations and conveying the information entailed in these representations to others. Several species confront situations in which objects move and disappear from sight. Hunting, where prey may move behind objects, occluding them from perceptual view, is an example. Although multiple mechanisms may enable animals to deal with these situations, one possible mechanism indicative of mental representation is active search guided by object permanence, or the understanding that objects continue to exist even when they're not actively perceived. Dogs, for example, are able to do tasks requiring object permanence and are able to maintain an active representation of the object's location and working memory for an extended period of time. Dogs additionally are able to acquire the location of hidden objects from others' gestures and communicate these locations to others. Dogs' knowledge of the location of hidden objects apparently employs mental representation, is acquired from experience, and can be communicated. Hence, some humans are capable of the form of knowledge. Non-humans are capable of the form of knowledge human expertise researchers are pursuing. Mimicry and imitation are the ability of an observer to reproduce the previously observed action of a model. Mimicry is when the action does not lead to a tangible reward, whereas imitation is when the action does lead to a tangible reward. The ability to imitate or mimic a model's behavior is considered to be an indicator of representational thought. The observer presumably creates a mental representation of the action, which enables it to later reproduce the action in the absence of perceptual support. There's evidence of animal imitation mimicry. Ronen and Galdicax observed orangutans mimicking human actions. Many species of bird learns their songs by mimicry, forming regional dialects. The marsh warbler, for example, constructs its own song by mimicking components from the songs of an average of 76 different species. Whales, like some birds, are capable of mimicking the songs of others. Moore, in addition, provides experimental evidence of an African gray parrot's capacity to mimic human vocalizations and motor movements. Evidence of imitation in animals is difficult to ascertain, as other mechanisms of social learning often compete as explanations, such as emulation and stimulus enhancement. Nevertheless, researchers employing an artificial fruit have provided some evidence of imitation in great apes. According to Parker, chimpanzee mothers expend considerable parental effort apprenticing offspring to use tools to extract high energy food resources. Some chimpanzees fish for insects using a wand constructed presumably for that purpose. The ability to fish for insects appears to require a high degree of skill, taking chimpanzees 4 to 7 years to master. Chimpanzees also use stone tools to crack open nuts. The efficient technique of nut cracking takes 7 to 8 years for a chimpanzee youth to master. Both insect fishing and nut cracking appears to involve instruction similar to many human skills. Killer whales are known to swim ashore and capture pinnipeds. These killer whales intentionally beach themselves to catch their prey. This behavior is profitable but extremely risky. Killer whales are sometimes stranded on the beach, unable to return to deeper water, which leads to their death. Randall and Whitehead, in a summary of some recent research, further argue that killer whales in some cases actively teach the skill of intentional beaching to their offspring. There is evidence that some animals instruct their offspring, or at least aid their offspring in acquiring a set of skills, a process referred to as scaffolding. Although the evidence supporting animal teaching and scaffolding is controversial, there is accumulating evidence indicating cultural traditions in various animal species. And an extensive literature on animal imitation and social learning. The evidence suggests that some species pass on skills to the next generation. Assuming this is correct, what is being passed on from one generation to the next? The best candidate term, without being unduly creative, is knowledge. Deliberate practice. For every definition of expertise, some non-human animal appears to satisfy it. If expertise is defined in regards to the final product, animals cannot be excluded. Some animals become highly skilled and recognized by groups of people for their skill, and probably are skilled because they have knowledge. However, it is represented in their neural architecture. Perhaps the focus should not be placed on the final product, but the process. As Rosano argues, expertise, however, it is defined, appears to require deliberate practice in order to be acquired. Expertise may be the end state of a particular process. Deliberate practice. According to Rosano, deliberate practice has 3 key features: constant evaluation of the trainee's current skill state against more skilled models, constant focus on the elevation and not just maintenance of skill, and the maintenance of some level of conscious voluntary control. Unfortunately, Rosano's key features of deliberate practice are heavily laden with references to consciousness, which makes assessing animal difficult. Rosano's animal trainee must be constantly self-monitoring, comparing its skill state to an internal representation of the expert skill state. The trainee must be internally focused on constantly improving its performance, striving to be like the internal representation of the expert, and it must maintain active conscious control over its performance. Unfortunately, a researcher cannot ask non-humans if they are deliberately practicing, and therefore must make do with behavioral reports. There are behaviorals displayed by some animals that could be described as a form of deliberate practice. Animal play has proven a vexing problem for evolutionary biologists who continually debate various functional explanations of the activity. Currently, there are 4 proposed functional explanations of animal play. Play is practice for skills. Play develops social bonding. Play increases cognitive and innovative capacity. And play regulates arousal, releases expressive energy. Play includes a wide variety of activities such as solitary object play and social play with others, which further compounds the problem for biologists who champion the various functional definitions. All play might not be explained as training for skills or as a form of rudimentary deliberate practice. However, a particular type of play is a good candidate: object play in predatory species. Object play is the involvement of inanimate objects of various kinds in the animal's play. Object play is rarely observed in adults of wild species, but is often observed in young and predatory species. Researchers propose that juvenile object play is a form of predatory practice in various species such as cats and raptors. In domestic species where presumably there is often no outlet for the animal's predatory drive, animals do regularly engage in object play. Hall reports on a series of studies indicating the tight association between object play and predation in adult domestic cats. Where cats are hungry, they engage in more kill bites with objects than when sated. When given the choice, captive kestrels prefer to play with objects that resemble prey. Object play is predatory behavior, have structural similarities, and are elicited by similar external stimuli, suggesting association of some kind, functional or motivational, that goes beyond coincidence. In wild cheetah, only object play is associated with actual predatory behavior. Cubs engaging more object play contact live prey more often. Object play being often a solitary activity presumably does not facilitate social bonding. The object may serve the role of another animal, but presumably not as a member of the predator's own species. Unlike predator social play, object play also does not encourage general flexible behavior, as the movements engaged in the activity are structurally similar to predatory movements. Perhaps object play aids the animal in regulating its arousal, but it does not explain why the animal performs actions so closely mimicking predation instead of merely prancing around. This explanation also fails to explain why the predator chooses to play with objects resembling prey. The structural similarities of predation are striking, and the developmental aspects in the wild species, where usually only the young engage in the activity, is suggestive. As Erickson and Charnes indicate, humans often practice to achieve a certain level of performance required for competency. Once this is achieved, the human performer no longer continues to practice deliberately, as they are satisfied by the experience of flow. Perhaps like many human performers, the young predators are motivated to practice, but once they achieve expertise and are able to capture live prey successfully, they are satisfied by the experience of actually hunting or flow. Animals, unfortunately, cannot be asked if they are engaging in deliberate practice, nor can they be asked if they experience flow. Rosano's construal of deliberate practice is excessively focused on internal states which are inaccessible in non-humans. Unless deliberate practice is merely a state of mind, its key feature should be the translatable into behavioral terms, and this is necessary first step in order to assess animals fairly. Erickson provides a set of 4 behavioral ingredients necessary for determining if a person is engaging in deliberate practice. The trainee is motivated to improve, the trainee is given well-defined tasks, the trainee is given feedback, and the trainee has ample opportunity for repetition. Often the human expertise literature, deliberate practice is stretched to include non-conforming training activities. Many chess players, for example, do not have the opportunity to be formally coached. They often engage in solitary form of deliberate practice and hence are not given formal feedback. Nonetheless, even such non-conforming types of deliberate practice can be included because the expert relies on external training materials such as books or computer programs that fill the role of formal training. There is a case of non-human animal that clearly engages in deliberate practice or effortful activity motivated by the goal of improving performance. For a variety of skills, the trained canine. Dogs are trained to put to use a variety of disciplines, including arson detection, blind assistance, epilepsy detection, forensic tracking, guarding, hearing aid assistance, herding, lure racing, narcotic detection, retrieving, search and rescue, sled racing, weight pulling, and other activities. Any accurate description of canine skill development, whether narcotic detection, explosive detection, or sheep herding, the dogs are clearly engaging in deliberate practice according to Erickson's behavioral criteria. As Coppinger and Coppinger convey, hurt, terrorized, sulking dogs do not work. Maintaining the dog's motivation to work is a primary concern for trainers, which is why the use of compulsive methods is strongly opposed. The trainer encourages the dog to keep working, and any practice that discourages the dog from doing the task is eliminated from the routine. The dog, of course, cannot answer whether they really want to improve or not, but they could refuse to train, and many do. The dogs attaining expertise are motivated to perform the task. The dogs are given clearly defined set of tasks to accomplish. The dogs are given plenty of feedback about their performance, and they train repeatedly. The dogs, of course, cannot be asked about their internal states. Hence, any assessment about how aware they are of the deliberateness of their practice is speculative. Regardless of dogs' lack of ability to answer questions about their motives, the training of dogs meets all of the behavior criteria of deliberate practice. This alone merits the attention of expertise researchers. Trained dogs, unlike object-playing predators, are indisputably engaging in purposeful behavior. The trained dog is engaging in repeated practice to achieve a predetermined level of ability. Granted, the ultimate purpose may only be known by the trainer, but it is clearly known by someone. There is simply no argument about whether the dogs are engaging in purposeful or deliberate practice. They are. The dogs may be completely unaware of the nature of their practice, but this may in the end prove to be an unproblematic feature. The trained dogs meet all the objective criteria of engaging in deliberate practice. However, there remain serious doubts about how conscious the dogs are of their training. The expert may or may not be engaging in self-conscious monitoring of performance. The dogs are often trained using operant techniques, and humans presumably are rarely trained in this manner. Humans, unlike dogs, are often seen as self-initiators or auto-cuers, as Rosano states. However, most elite performers are introduced to their future field of expertise as children in the form of play. While still in this stage, a teacher or coach is typically assigned to harness some of the child's playfulness by setting goals, although eventually the human trainee becomes aware of the goal of expert performance. Initially, this does not appear to be required. The human trainee starts as a playful child who is behaviorally shaped into an expert by an adult coach or trainer. Dogs are trained in a similar manner. They're introduced to the task in a playful manner and then are gradually shaped into experts by the trainer. The human child, like the dog, may or may not be conscious at the beginning of what is happening in the ultimate sense. The coach or trainer is aware of the predetermined goal state or in behavior terms, in the actual representation of the goal state. But the young human trainee may not be aware of this. In all reported cases of human expertise development, there is initially a physical representation of the expert present, either as a coach, trainer, or a substitute such as a book. A fully autonomous, spontaneous, self-directed human expert is similar to the philosopher's zombie or super blindsider. It is a figment of the imagination. Moreover, although dogs are often trained using operant techniques, this is not the only method available. Dogs are able to learn tasks using the model rival method, in which social stimuli are also used in the animal to an interest in objects without the use of reward. And dogs' ability on tasks can be facilitated by merely watching others engage in them. These alternatives have not replaced operant conditioning in canine training because operant conditioning remains a primary means by which trainers can communicate with the animal. The dogs initiate behaviors and the trainers select the appropriate behaviors with reinforcements. Similarly, humans initiate actions, and these are either praised or criticized by their trainer verbally. The use of operant conditioning does not preclude animal consciousness. It may simply be the best means to communicate to a languageless being. An internal representation of the goal state is perhaps not a requirement for deliberate practice or consequently expertise development. Deliberate practice is perhaps more about teleology, practice in order to achieve a future goal, and less about the conscious awareness of the goal, which may or may not require for goal achievement. Defining deliberate practice as an internal, hidden conscious activity may initiate a potentially unsolvable debate about animal consciousness. Excessive focus on conscious may moreover cause the misclassification of animal behavior. As the case of object-playing predators may indicate, presumptions about animals' lack of consciousness may preclude their activities from being described as deliberate practice, even though a behavioral description of their actual activity is suggestive. This is not a plea for a complete agnosticism about animal consciousness or for a return to strict behavioralism, but instead a call for caution when applying a contentious construct like consciousness, especially when doing this may jeopardize a potentially fruitful area of research like animal expertise development. Conclusion: non-humans cannot be excluded from expertise based on any product orientation definition of it. Whether expertise is regarded as a social label, exceptional performance, or knowledge, some non-human animal appears able to satisfy the definition. Moreover, some animal, like trained canines, engage in deliberate practice, whether they are conscious of it or not. Consciousness is a contentious topic in psychology, and animal consciousness is particularly so. In regards to expertise, consciousness is perhaps a colossal red herring, and a psychologist interested in non-human expertise can proceed without concern about being labeled a misguided anthropomorphism. However, this isn't the case, as animal models of expertise would be useful in resolving many issues remaining in the human expertise literature. The search for a behavioral indicator of consciousness may, moreover, be completely misguided based on a faulty assumption that consciousness is an all or nothing proposition. Many of us appear to be still uncomfortable with the full implication of Darwin's theory of evolution, which suggests that human consciousness and expertise emerge from animal consciousness and expertise. As Rumbaugh states, Throughout history, humans have sought lines of argument and fact that would make us unique from animals. Different we are, but not so totally different as some would think. Without erecting barriers, artificial constructed specifically for the purposes of excluding non-humans, animals cannot be denied their expertise. Okay, so that one was pretty interesting, and I've been meaning to get to that one for a few months, and glad I finally got to it. And do another one that I've had up here for a few months. I've shared it a few times and just haven't got to. So that one about animal consciousness was pretty interesting, and I mean animal expertise, and reviews a lot of the interesting topics related to deliberate practice. How do you define expertise and knowledge? And I have another article coming up about knowledge and know-how from a philosophical perspective. But let's look at something I didn't cover before, but also go back to skill transfer, expertise, and talent development and ecological dynamics perspective. So from the university in France. In this paper, we propose an ecological dynamics perspective on expertise and talent development with a focus on the role of skill transfer. The ecological dynamics theoretical framework provides an integrated explanation of human behavior in sport, predicated on a conceptualization including constraints on dynamic systems, ecological psychology, and a complex systems approach in neurobiology. Three main pillars are presented: individual environment coupling as the smallest unit of analysis, adaptation of complex dynamic systems to interacting constraints, and the regulation of action with perception. In order to discuss the functional role, behavioral variability, the usefulness of perceptual motor exploration, and the importance of general and specific skill transfer in the development of talent and expertise in athletes. In addition, practical implications for coaches and instructors are discussed, notably regarding early diversification and unstructured play in activities and talent development programs, but all through variable practice and constraint manipulation. So I talked a lot about expertise in the past, and I focused on chess studies. However, there's a lot more research related to expertise in sports. And one of the expertise that wasn't as much in the chess studies is this ecological approach, the relationship between expertise and environment. Introduction. Talent, sometimes misconceived as a gift that some people possess, consists of a rich combination of individual dispositions and tendencies that can be developed and harnessed through an individual's continuous interaction with specific performance environments in play, practice, and competition. Despite these theoretical insights, many elite sports organizations seek to identify and group talented individuals together to provide early specialized training from a very young age. These programs tend to group young athletes in an early specialization pathway where they can only participate and practice in a single target sport from a very young age. For example, the Chinese President Xi Jinping promoted a talent detection and early specialization program in football involving the nation's babies through the development of the world's largest football school. The Evergrande Football School is a full-time boarding primary and the secondary football school involving 2,800 students who practice football nearly every day. This program costs 2 billion yen to develop extensive facilities, including accommodations, an education building, a trainee center, performance testing laboratory, a conference auditorium, and 48 football fields. Furthermore, in the English Premier League, Manchester City has created an elite team for under 5-year-olds for the purpose of developing talented professional footballers. The UK coaching head of talent and performance, Nick Levitt, has described as madness the academy process of specializing training in such young children. What does the research evidence suggest of the identification and selection of children aged under 5 years as elite athletes? Data suggests that this path is not effective because there are challenges in identifying talented individuals at a very young age. Specifically, early specialization and dedication to intense training in one sport could lead to problems of physical and psychological health and well-being. A key issue is that early specialization is often associated with success at junior levels only, with limited evidence that such success translates to senior adult level, mainly because of physical problems, boredom, dropout, or worse, burnout. before progression to older grades. Many athletes who display potential in their youth may drop out, especially in sports training programs that are too structured, affecting the intrinsic motivation of individuals. Another potential reason proposed for lack of success in adulthood when early specialization is used in young athletes could be the lack of perceptual motor adaptability. The adaptability relates to an appropriate balance between stability, consistent behaviors, and flexibility, functional variability in actions, and is essential for skilled performance in many different sports. In fact, early specialization, the focus is geared towards one specific sport and not general athletic development, where still training in a specific sport can be targeted at higher levels of automation of movement skills that might result from practicing standardized perspective drills and predictable routines. This type of practice can induce a limited ability to adapt behavior when facing dynamic and interacting constraints in competitive performance environments. For instance, practicing rock and ice climbing might help to develop higher behavioral adaptability to climb on various surfaces and textures. Performers who practiced rock climbing early in their development showed more fluent behaviors, smoother movements, and fewer exploratory actions during ice climbing tests than performers who did not. Evidence shows that most successful elite athletes competed in and trained for multiple sports in their youth and only specialized during adolescence. Since there are many pathways to attaining expertise, and since some skills acquired in one performance context may transfer benefit performance to another, it has been argued that elite sports organizations should promote early diversification in sport. This approach may increase the engagement and intrinsic motivation to an athlete, reduce injury risk, and enhance adaptive capacities of individuals. Moreover, early diversification of sport environments through variable practice and a constraint-led approach might promote skill transfer between those environments and consequently would develop adaptive perceptual motor behaviors. As an example, Travassos 2017 suggested that playing futsal at an early stage would enrich the abilities of perceptual motor repertoire in future football player because it provides the opportunity to explore different offensive and defensive tactical behaviors. Indeed, as futsal is practiced with fewer players and on smaller area in comparison with football, the players acquire a range of technical, perceptual, and tactical abilities. Opici 2018 found that futsal players engage in more visual exploratory actions, scanning behaviors 54% than football players in the same situation, only 16%. It also needs to be noted that such an early diversification approach is aligned with practitioner-led models of training and talent development in elite sports organizations, exemplified by the athletic skills model. Behavior adaptability in expert athletes is characterized by the acquisition of stable coordination patterns that are consistent over time, which are resistant to perturbations during performance and reproducible under different task and environmental constraints. These patterns are also flexible, not stereotyped or rigid, but can functionally be adapted to environmental changes. Since neurobiological complex systems can exploit inherent degeneracy. This suggests that variable practice from a younger age could develop functional behavioral variability at an older age. This adaptability in performance means that expert athletes can change their coordinative structures without comprising their function and their performance outcomes achieved. In other words, enriching the perceptual motor repertoire of a child through the constraint-led practice approach would continuously develop functional and adaptive behaviors across the lifespan for learners. In this opinion paper, we present the innovative perspective of the ecological dynamics framework to expertise in the talent development. Ecological dynamics integrates theoretical assumptions from dynamical systems theories and ecological psychology by considering motor learning at the ecological scale of analysis. By understanding how constraints continuously shape perception, action, coupling during learning, and transfer over extended periods of time. Processes such as education of intention, education of attention, perceptual attunement, and calibration lead to a functional reorganization of the motor system degree of freedom and could be integrated to Newell's model of motor learning and transfer. In such a way, the ecological dynamics framework proposes a modified three stages learning model of search and exploration, discovery and stabilization, exploration. The ecological dynamics perspective considers talent development as a dynamic process where the individual and the environment are inextricably linked across continuous interactions. As an athletes perceptual motor system adapts to a dynamic set of constraints to functionally achieve task goals. On this basis, we present first the key concept of the ecological dynamics perspective on the expertise and talent development. Second, we will show how this theoretical perspective reconsiders skill performance, skill transfer, and learning as a significant adaptive process to support talent development. Third, we will present implications for practice, talent development, and representative learning design in athlete development. Key concepts of ecological dynamics perspective to expertise and talent development. The ecological dynamics theoretical framework provides an innovative perspective on talent development, motor control, and learning in sport by emphasizing a nuanced transitioning between specificity and generality of practice and transfer as needed by each individual athlete. The ecological dynamics rationale is predicated on a theory of constraints on dynamical systems, ecological psychology, and a complex system approach to neurobiology and neuroanatomy. And it is supported by three main pillars. The first pillar considers that movement coordination patterns are a dynamically functional relationship emerging from a set of interacting constraints indicating the environment, the task, and the resource of the performer. Therefore, athletic performance should be analyzed on the ecological model, which implies that the performance environment coupling in the smallest unit of analysis worth examining to understand sports performance and expertise, otherwise defined as a complex adaptive system, self-organizing system continuously regulating its behaviors without being regulated by an external regulator. For example, in rock climbing, we should be encouraged to view movement up the wall as the rolling motion of the body in reference to the surface of the climbing wall, rather than according to the longitudinal axis passing from the head to the feet of the climber. Second, considering performance environment coupling as a complex adaptive system means that the perceptual motor behavior organization exhibits properties of nonlinear and non-proportional dynamics. This idea questions whether performance, skill acquisition, and talent development is enhanced in a linear fashion in line with a proportional increase in the amount of practice and increased engagement in the constraints of the environment, the task, and the performer. Rejection of a strictly linear relationship between amount of practice time and the development of the skill, expertise, and talent in sport questions the emphasis on number of hours spent in deliberate practice. The non-proportionality that exists between behavior and performance could be exemplified by sensitivity to initial conditions such as hormonal, neuronal, and anthropometrical changes associated with moving from childhood to adulthood, when during practice a small change in behavior can lead to a transition in performance, and conversely a switching between two behavior patterns can lead to a marginal change in the performance outcome. The nonlinear relationship between behavior and performance can be observed in sudden transitions between two behavioral states, such as a change from walking to running or a treadmill. The task constraint increases linearly, the speed imposed by the treadmill rising incrementally. However, the movement changes in a nonlinear manner. Nonlinearity could also relate to the presence of multi-stability induced by the inherent degeneracy of perceptual motor systems, suggesting that behavioral organization can vary structurally without comprising function in achieving the task goal. For instance, during their childhood, children are able to switch between various locomotive patterns like crawling, ramping, walking, and climbing to negotiate various obstacles and reach a target or an object. This concept of multi-stability implies there is no unstable behavioral state to satisfy interacting constraints that correspond to a putative expert model of performance towards which a learner must transition in their development. Rather, there's potential for multiple stable performance solutions to emerge depending on affordances described as action possibilities offered by the environment relative to the performance capabilities. In some, the performance behavior and an outcome do not share the same dynamics, but are co-determined and exhibited during periods of stability, destabilization, and reorganization toward new coordination states that are completely reshaped the perceptual motor repertoire. The second pillar invites us to reconsider the role of behavioral variability in skill acquisition and talent development. Research within the ecological development framework has emphasized that coordination variability should not necessarily be considered as noise that is detrimental to performance, which should be minimized to enable the production of a consistent automatic and economic movement pattern, but should be accepted as an interactive part of the dynamic environment. Nor should it always be viewed as an error or deviation from a putative expert model, which should be constantly corrected in learners. Several studies and reviews have provided evidence for the adapted and functional role of movement and coordination variability in order to satisfy interacting constraints, provided providing relevant insights to the development talent in sports. Research has demonstrated how an individual could exploit the system property of degeneracy by switching between various coordinative structures present in the motor repertoire to functionally achieve a specific task goal. For example, in the study of cricket batting, skilled batters were able to functionally decide between forward and backward strokes to achieve task goals under similar constraints. When a bowler delivered the ball to a critical spatial region, distance away from the stumps. Coordination variability can be assigned to the performance adapting to the changing constraints of a task and a performance environment. For instance, Schaeffert, 2014, manipulated task constraints for individual swimming with the front crawl for 200 meters by constraining the glide duration. Notably, they investigated behavioral adaptations during performance in a freely chosen condition of the glide with the arms compared to the conditions where maximal and minimal glide duration were specified for performers. Interesting, in a maximal glide duration condition, swimmers were able to increase their leg beat, kicking up to 10 beat kicks to functionally compensate for the long glide phase of the arms. Interesting, variability in movement coordination seems correlated with variability in gaze behaviors in interceptive sports when facing a ball traveling at such high speeds that skilled performers were not able to track the ball with their eyes. They anticipated ball displacement and or target point, leading to highly varied gaze behavioral and movement coordinating patterns. For instance, in cricket batting, gaze strategies differed between players in the initial location of gaze prior to the ball delivery, immediately after ball release, and mid-late flight. In particular, Croft showed that across a range of ball delivery speeds, some players could track the ball from release to bounce point, but other individuals chose to make saccades along the trajectory. In conclusion, Dix suggested the existence of bandwidth of gaze coordination variability that allowed a combination of joints to act in synergy to achieve successive performance outcomes during skilled interceptive action. The third pillar suggests that coordination variability emerges from a continuous co-regulation of perceptual and motor performances, referred to as perception-action coupling. The use of information is founded on picking up information for affordances, which can solicit and constrain behaviors in a specific performance environment. Adopting an individual environment scale of analysis, the complementary relations between individual and environment define affordances. Therefore, affordances are both objective and subjective to each performer, since they are ecological properties of the environment picked up relative to an individual's own action capabilities. They are body scaled and action scaled. Body scaled affordances describe the relations between the perceiver's body, including the scale of body dimensions such as height and limb size that evolve throughout childhood, and relevant property in the environment. In contrast, action scale affordances define how the perceiver behaves relative to their environment. For instance, Warren, 1984, emphasized that despite differences in body size, young adults accurately perceive stairs as no longer climbable in a bipedal fashion when the step height exceeded 88% of their lower limb length. Regarding action-scaled affordances, rock climbing has been used to examine how individuals perceive maximal reach and grasp. These studies have found that individuals with low levels of experience underestimated their maximal boundary of overhead grasp. They miscalibrated their reach and grasp actions according to how far away they perceived their target. In a similar task, Croft found that children of 6 to 11 years of age who estimated their maximum reach distance more accurately completed the climb more often and more quickly. Thus, talent development corresponds to the enhanced capacity for children to exploit information about environmental and task-related constraints, improvement of perceptual accuracy towards better perceptual attunement and calibration, to functionally reorganize and continuously regulate their motor behavior to achieve successful performance outcomes. Perceiving opportunities for specific actions requires perceptual attunement and calibration to relevant informational variables, meaning that children need to pick up a range of perceptual variables from various modalities, haptic, kinesthesis, auditory, visual, that specify a relevant property of performance environment. A relevant property means that the property enables The children to functionally achieve specific task goals. To perceive accurately, children must be able to attend to the relevant information variable. Traditionally, a novice may attend to the variable that ambiguously relates to the perceived property. The perceiver's perceptual accuracy can improve when he converges on the information variable that relates one-to-one to a perceived property. For example, a springboard diver can use strength, internal force to push the board down, and exploit relevant informational variables such as elastic properties of the board to jump effectively. With practice and skill, learners become more attuned to relevant informational variables, supporting higher levels of task achievement. Moreover, perceptual and affordances are required scaling to action capabilities to allow distinctions between possible and impossible opportunities for action. The scaling process is called perceptual motor calibration. For instance, wrong calibration in springboard diving might lead to balking, which can be considered as a maladaptive behavior because it leads to penalty points in the competitive environment, inhibits the diver from experience how to adapt ongoing movements to a varied initial hurdle step, and can lead to a loss of hundreds of practice trials each week. 3. Skill transfer and learning as adaptive processes to support talent development. Transfer refers to the influence of previous practice or performance of a skill on the acquisition of a new skill. An important question for talent development concerns the relationship between learning and pre-existing skills when task and or environmental constraints are manipulated. Skill transfer occurs when a prior experience is under a particular set of constraints influences performance behaviors in a different set of constraints compared to those where the skills were originally learned. Traditionally, near and far transfer were considered according to the degree of similarity between the two tasks, assuming that far transfer tasks exist when the task constraints and performance information are quite different from the initial setting. However, the issue of practitioners is not to determine only the degree of similarity between one task and another, but to establish a stable coordination pattern for a new action in the presence of pre-existing stable coordination pattern. According to the 3 pillars discussed in the ecological dynamics framework, capacity to transfer learning to different performance conditions could be related to the opportunities to explore different coordination tendencies and the perception action coupling that regulate them. For this reason, practice task constraints should be seek to sample aspects of ecological constraints of performance environments. Indeed, practitioners often expect learners to transfer their practice performance into competitive situations. The essence of transfer is being able to adapt an existing movement pattern to a different set of ecological constraints. In this view, research within an ecological dynamics framework has investigated the specificity, generality of skill transfer. Specificity of transfer can emerge under practice task constraints, where existing intrinsic dynamics of individual cooperate with the dynamics of a new task to be learned, facilitating the emergence of a successful performance behaviors. On the other hand, general transfer can occur when intrinsic and task dynamics do not cooperate closely, and the individual athlete only has the potential to further develop general capacities that exist as part of their current intrinsic dynamics, such as perceptual skills like anticipation and visual search, cognitions, emotional self-regulation, strength, and postural stability. Thus, general transfer occurs when general processes that support performance behaviors are used under a new set of performance constraints, but it may also occur when non-specifying information for action is present in a learning design, which highlight the role of information designed into learning environments for young athletes. More specific information can lead to greater specificity of transfer. The less specific the information present in the practice environment is to the constraints of the task in competition, then the transfer will be more general. For instance, Seifert examined whether the intrinsic dynamics of climbers who practice regularly on indoor climbing wall cooperate or compete with the constraints of climbing on a frozen waterfall. On an indoor climbing wall, roots consist of holds composed of similar texture, which afford gripping with the fingers in an almost constant internal environment. Ambient temperatures remain the same during ascent. There are no weather changes to consider, and the consistency of the climbing surface remains consistent. In ice climbing, properties of the ice wall require use of tools on the feet, crampons, and on the hands, iso axes, and performance conditions like weather, temperature, and surface properties can change significantly within and between climbs. It could be expected that generality of transfer between previous experience on an indoor climbing wall and performance on an ice wall would be obvious, leading to some benefits of performance revealed by the emergence of perception action coupling, management of body weight with respect to the environmental constraint of gravity, and the discovery of surface properties with exploratory finger and feet action. Specific transfer reflects the emergence of a highly coupled performance environment system, such as the complex system of climber ice tool ice ball in ice climbing. In indoor climbing, such concepts play no part in ascending a surface, but are necessary for ice climbers to explore the physical properties specific to the ice ball environment, density, and thickness in order to estimate ice fragility. Another example relates to the task of swimming, indoor compared to outdoor aquatic environments, like river, ocean, harbor, which helps to understand specificity, generality of skill transfer. According to Button and Stallman, general transfer of skill could be expected between swimming in a pool and an outdoor aquatic environment. Indeed, in the pool, water temperature does not fluctuate and water remains in a quasi-steady state, whereas in the sea, currents, rips, waves, wind, ambient temperatures could fluctuate at a point that swimmers must stop swimming and dive to avoid a wave, float to take the benefit from the current, or tread water to estimate time gap between two waves. Thus, outdoor aquatic environments require different skills than the classic forced swimming techniques, including water safety skills like treading, floating, diving. In the same vein, Trosos investigated possible skill transfers between futsal and football and made distinctions between donor sports, those with a similar environment and task constraints across the sport, and multi-sports where minimal similarities exist. General transfer could occur between futsal and football because in both sports they are interactions between players which are mediated by the ball and oriented towards a similar goal. However, specific transfer also occurs in futsal, is played in a smaller field with different texture and with lower number of players than football. Thus, due to the number of players involved, and especially the space and time available for playing, futsal is an intense sport which requires constant changes of direction, acceleration, and decelerations, quick and precise tactical and technical actions with and without the ball successfully performed. In contrast, football is characterized by intermittent actions, combined periods of maximal, near maximal effort with explosive technical action, which mean a high intensity activities with and without the ball, but with more time and space to perform these actions in comparison with futsal. In some, for skills transfer to occur, instructors and coaches must be encouraged to design representative learning and training situations in order to favor exploratory behaviors, adaptability to interacting constraints, and information movement coupling. Implications for practice, talent development, and representative learning design. Designing learning and training situations where children navigate between specific and general skill transfer might educate them on of intention and attention. In particular, every diversification of and unstructured activities that are not supervised by an adult or coach but emerge amongst peers for performance environment coupling, might favor exploratory behaviors and educate children's intention to specify what needs to be achieved in the performance context. Indeed, in certain situations, particular perceptions and actions are more functional than others, and with experience, children improve at choosing perceptions and actions to achieve task goals. However, early diversification and unstructured activities might also educate children's attention as they would converge from sources of information. They may be only partly relevant in one situation. Two sources of information that are more relevant under a variety of circumstances. For example, activities such as parkour, which consists of acrobatically moving in an urban area in an unstructured context, uh, favor the exploration of environment resources to coordinate actions. In this activity, environmental resources are exploited in a way unexpected by the architect's underlying skill transfer between a set of different ecological constraints. Therefore, it could be expected that with practice, early diversification would develop adaptability to interacting constraints as children would explore the limits of their motor solutions and learn how to consequently search for new information movement couplings. With practice, children become attuned to a wider range of informational variables that more precisely specify how to perceive and act more effectively. Specifically, of skill of transfer emerges, specificity of transfer emerges as children learn to precisely scale their perceptual motor systems to available information in the environment. Thus, to develop talent in youth, practitioners should design dynamic interventions that consider interacting constraints on movement, behaviors, an appropriate sample of information variables from the specific performance environments, and an opportunity for the function or coupling between information and movement to occur. Behavioral adaptability would ensure that the degree of success of a performer's actions are controlled for and compared between contexts, and performers were able to achieve specific goals by basing action in learning contexts on comparable information to that existing in the performance environment. Following the ecological dynamics framework, which is promoted within the ASM, behavioral adaptability could be trained through variable practice, as it invites individuals to face different interacting constraints where skills transfer is expected, as many pathways could lead to expertise in sport. A late specialization program does not necessarily mean that athletes waste time, especially when the capacity for skills transfer is ecologically designed to contribute to the development of sports expertise and talent development. For example, Nicholas Leapout, an acrobatic ski champion, is a former gymnast, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, a famous footballer, is a Taekwondo black belt. However, we must not confuse sports specialization and specialization within the activity. For example, in artistic gymnastics, coaches tend to specialize children in the practice of artistic gymnastics, but they try not to specialize them on a particular apparatus before they reach adulthood. In fact, we can hypothesize that general skill transfer can occur between two pieces of apparatus, such as a somersault and a trampoline, and on a spring floor, or the ability to parallel on the ground on Olympic rings and on the pommel horse. However, specific skill transfer might persist according to the apparatus used to perform. While traditional coaches prescribe the skill to be learned with a single solution, where minimal skill transfer might occur, an ecological dynamics framework would propose to navigate between situations that promote general and specific skill transfer in a nuanced way. As already mentioned, specific skill transfer would occur in situations specifying informational variables for relevant action and task goal achievement. However, situations favoring general transfer may also be useful to promote rich environments, teaching water competence in outdoor aquatic environments rather than swimming techniques in the pool that propose large landscape of affordances by connecting the children and the environmental resources. Indeed, to pick up opportunities for action, children must interact with the environment and develop exploratory behaviors, following the example relating to the development of water competencies, interaction with the water properties, density, visibility, nature of the fluid flow, might help children to exploit the current of water, and at the same time, he might discover how to streamline his body and regulate his breathing to minimize active drag and optimize buoyancy. According to Gibson, to perceive the environment is to co-perceive oneself. Following this idea, the coach is like a designer who should promote exploration in every landscape of affordances. Therefore, there are still some specific and general skill transfers that can occur, sometimes with lag time and or long-term benefits. Early diversification or late-term specialization would help to develop the richness of the landscape of affordances and should not be considered as a lack of time in the main activity, nor detrimental to the performance. An example, Benoit Carnot, a famous French artistic gymnast who won a bronze medal in individual all-round in gymnastics at the Beijing 2008 Olympic Games, specialized in artistic gymnastics at the age of 15 years. Coaches and instructors should consider early diversification through variable practice and constraint manipulation and unstructured activity to favor exploratory behaviors and adaptability to constraints. This may lead to general and specific skill transfer and information movement coupling in the development of talents and expertise in sport. Indeed, the level of activity dropout due to demotivation association with early specialization and excessive supervision should invite us to rethink the role of the coach as learning designer and facilitator rather than instructor and supervisor. Conclusion and implications for future research. Based on the severe problems in youth sport being highlighted in research, theoretical frameworks like ecological dynamics are calling for new models of talent development and pedagogical practice in sport. Knowledge is needed that compares the experiences of developing athletes with an ecological dynamics rationale compared to an early specialization approach. The ecological dynamics theoretical framework provides an integrated explanation for human behavior in sport predicated on a theory of constraints on dynamical systems, ecological psychology, and a complex system approach in neurobiology. Three main pillars: individual environment coupling as the smallest unit of analysis, adaptive complex dynamical systems to interacting constraints, information movement coupling, support the functional role of behavioral variability, the usefulness of perceptual motor exploration, and the importance of general and specific skill transfer in the development of talent and expertise in sport. Some existing knowledge comes from sports systems that have implemented a new model of talent development. For example, the ASM used by Ajax Football Club, together with the nonlinear pedagogy. The ASM proposes a different approach to athlete development. Practical implications for coaches and instructors relate to early diversification and unstructured activity through variable practice and constraint manipulation, which would place children in a variety of situations representative of the richness and the ecological context of the competitive performance environment. There are clear, testable answers to examine in the future research, which compares the developmental experiences and performance levels of athletes developing under traditional and new pedagogical systems. These questions relate to, for example, athletic performance, skill levels, capacities, and sort of self-regulation, and overall achievement levels of different sports organizations that use different approaches to athlete development. Having stated all this, there may be a limited role for experimental studies in examining specific issues related to the comparison of traditional ecological dynamic models of skill acquisition and talent development. For example, one testable prediction of ecological dynamics could be to investigate how the specificity, generality of information leads to specific general transfer of skill. Pinder already provided insights in this direction when they compared the performance behaviors of a batsman in cricket when facing a bowling machine versus a bowler bowling the ball. In particular, they emphasized that the use of a ball projection machines in practice might remove key information from sources from the performance environment and significantly affect the timing and control of the interceptive actions in cricket batting. In particular, significant differences are observed between the practice task constraints of earlier initiation of the backswing, front foot movement, downswing, and front foot placement when facing the bowler compared to the bowling machine. Therefore, greater specificity of skill transfer for a batsman, supported by functional coupling between perception and action processing, could be expected when facing a bowler bowling the ball, where general skill transfer might occur when batting against the ball projection machine. Okay, so Esoteric, good to see you. Atheist Network, God bless. So, some papers that I've been meaning to read for a while now, and hopefully they tie together quite a few different things in some of the stuff we've been talking about in the past related to expertise, skill transfer, different topics from a perspective I haven't covered yet. So let's try to do one more. I've had this paper for a few months and I haven't had a chance to read it, and so hopefully we'll get over 5 hours here. This will probably take me over 45 minutes to read, and this one's more philosophical on expertise and knowledge and social and procedural entanglement from sociology. So let me pour myself a drink, and then I'll read this paper. Then I'll probably wrap up. So it's good to be back to my research and read some papers that cover an extension of what I've been talking about for the last few months from a larger perspective, like animal expertise in deliberate practice, and the ecological perspective that's more research on sports than intellectual expertise. I've been focusing more on intellectual expertise than sports. However, in a lot of ways, there's more research on sports and music than there is on intellectual expertise, although generally I'll be focusing more on the intellectual expertise. So let's look at this Journal of Philosophy and Culture from a few years ago. Oh, pardon me. Expertise and expert knowledge in social and procedural entanglement. This paper analyzes, on the basis of Ryle's concept of knowledge that and knowledge how, both objectified, verbalized, justified, and verified forms of expert knowledge and the performative, procedural, interactional nature of expertise. Both theoretical and practical aspects of the identified categories are studied from historical and social institutional perspectives as phenomena characteristics of postmodern information society. In virtue of the selected social examples, an epistemological model of performance expert knowledge and experience expertise is constructed in which crucial elements are distinguished experts' cognitive attitudes and dispositions, intellectual skills, intuition, and mistakes, as well as types of interaction versus contributory expertise. Also consider the epistemological consequences derived from the research concerning expertise in psychiatric treatment, where both expert knowledge and expertise fall into line with institutional requirements, medical or judicial, as well as procedural corresponding with facts and or other procedures. Introduction. Expert knowledge and expertise are two types of specialized knowledge as well as specific abilities for solving practical problems and making subsequent decisions. In particular, expertise, the cognitive practical ability of gaining, processing, and performing specialized knowledge in a social setting, is no less important than the result of it. Expert knowledge, which utilizes scientific knowledge mostly from natural, social, and technical sciences and implements in particular areas of life. The main epistemological aspects of knowledge, of expert knowledge and expertise discussed in this paper belong in the following questions analyzed in the subsequent sections. 1. What type of human experiences and practices does expertise and expert knowledge come from? By investigating epistemological conceptions and historical phenomenon, one could recognize the two prototype models of expert knowledge, knowledge how and knowledge that. 2. Regarding expert knowledge, what is the ratio between objective and subjective aspects of knowledge gained and processed by experts? Since expert knowledge is not only individual belief, which expert could have, the objectified expertise, verbalized and stated and verified and socially accepted corpus of structured information and knowledge, is the main feature discriminating it from merely subjective opinions, which in turn laymen could have. 3. What is the structure and function of expert knowledge, and how does it differ from scientific knowledge and or public opinions with regards to information? Expert knowledge and expertise are performative as well as interactional in their nature, which generally means that they are types of specialized practices that take the shape of propositional assertive judgments and manifest in skills and abilities that experts perform while coping with practical problems and making predictions and diagnoses. If expertise is empirically recognized, and socially attributed, it is objective. Is it objective or only subjective cognitive disposition? Which of the two circumstances, A, social acceptance and demands, and or B, learning and training, make an expert the agent of problem solving and deciding? It also raises the question, do epistemic norms like validity, reliability, and truth, most applicable to knowledge, also concern expertise, which is essentially discussed in psychiatric treatment, which depends on medical knowledge but also practices and procedures. Epistemology and expert knowledge and expertise, Gilbert Ryle's conception. According to the classic epistemological differentiating between knowledge that and knowledge how, introduced by Gilbert Ryle in the concept of mind, human knowledge is deeply rooted in and functionally correlated with experience of the world. Both theoretical, objective knowledge and practical individual experience are mutually correlated and cannot be in principle separated, only stated as theme subject of psychological and or epistemological analysis, being juxtaposed but not opposed, as two equivalent aspects of cognitive behavioral phenomena of human experience. Ryle indicates that the noun phrase knowledge that refers to a sort of propositional, theoretical, declarative, verbalized agent's knowledge gained during education, learning, and studies, being connected with the verb phrase knowing how, procedural knowledge and experience, instrumental, practical, performed by an agent at his innate and intuitive abilities and faculties, talent, skills. One can define the latter as expertise, knowledge entangled in practice, where the former would be defined as expert knowledge, a sum of declarative statements one should possess thanks to expertise. In fact, Ryle suggests expertise introduces to knowledge what is demanded in the agent's experience, the ability or inability to do a certain set of things, to know how to perform tasks when these abilities and their performative acts are formulated as rules and are practiced by the agent, becoming therefore a conscious subject of his actions and reflection. And finally decides, Ryle observes that we are much more concerned with people's competence than with the truths that they learn. We are interested less in the stocks of truth that they acquire and retain in their capacities to find out truths for themselves and their ability to organize and exploit them when discovered. Reflection exhibited by the agent is a sort of intelligence acquired during performance and consists of two things: knowing the rules and criteria as well as performing them effectively. To be intelligent is not merely to satisfy criteria, but to apply them to regulate one's action, and not merely to be well regulated. An action exhibits intelligence if and only if the agent is thinking what he is doing while he is doing it, and thinking what he is doing in such a manner that he would not do the action so well if he was not thinking about what he was doing. In other words, intelligent expertise as reflective knowing how is not only a mastery of performing a set of rules governing the expertise performance, guaranteeing true expert knowledge. It is an agent's self-reflective disposition, executed necessarily well, coping with some practical issue. It does not mean, Ryle warns, there would be dualism and opposition between mental cognitive dispositions and behavioral exercise, resulting in Cartesian mythical bifurcation of unwitnessable mental causes and their witnessable physical effects. Analyzing both knowing how and knowing that, one should avoid the myth of the ghost in the machine, intellectualized legend dominant in most philosophical and psychological theories, which explain falsely human experience is divided into substantial mind and ontologically different acting mechanical body. Cognition, knowing, knowledge, and action, being altogether two aspects of human experience, are mutually interwoven. Developing an experience either practice, cognitive expertise, or knowledge, intellectual results, expert knowledge. They have their inner motifs as well as external rules and criteria. Goals, intentions, and rules governing practice expertise are influenced by social factors like learning, educational institutions, and traditions. The ability to apply rules is the product of practice. It is therefore tempting to argue that competencies, and skills are just habits. They are certainly second natures and acquired dispositions. All second natures are mere habits, obliterates distinctions, which are cardinal importance for the inquiries of which we are engaged. These inquiries meant as a spectrum of information, signs, marks, and symbols, as well as general theoretical knowledge, which all come from the agent from a social setting and institutions, and oblige the agent to absorb them, not only to simply engage reactively, but also creatively from his cognitive nature. There are nevertheless some differences regarding engaging, pointed out by Ryle, which knowing how and knowing that demand. If the former happens of procedural knowledge, the acts of learning or training, it requires more complex and long-term processes of learning and cultivating, and the latter, propositional knowledge, content of knowledge, occurs. It demands rather simple and short-term processes of conveying what has been learned. The general epistemological principle Ryle states in the following way: learning how or improving an ability is not like learning that or acquiring information. Truth can be imparted, procedures can only be inculcated. And while inculcation is a gradual process, imparting is relatively sudden. In other words, the process of formulating expertise, obeying both propositional knowledge and practice, is a two-aspect activity consisting of time span process of acquiring, learning, and improvising procedures, as well as a process of conveying knowledge over a short term rather than spread out over time and repeated from time to time. Rao's remarks, behavioral pragmatic and opposed to psychomatic Cartesian dualism, underlying, moreover, the embodiment of cognitive processes and the role of intuition. One can interpret a relatively new perspective on propositional knowledge as not separate from practice and expertise. His epistemological Mology depends on considering the knowing category all circumstances that might not only improve, but also disturb and deform its course and results by saying mistakes are exercises of competences. The author considers possible situations typical to both everyday and scientific practices when knowledge and expertise might be at the same time distorted and improved, which happen mostly in particular social settings like during sentencing verdicts and while formulating political programs and or opinions in the public sphere. Briefly speaking, he has opened a fruitful perspective for analysis of heuristics and biases, which have become since the last few decades a topic of widespread study. Rao's model of knowing how and knowledge that helps summarize studies concerning expertise and integrate them into a more general model. Expert knowledge and expertise, historical institutional perspective. The significance of the two named categories is determined by the historical approach, Middle Ages and modern times, in European civilization, as well as their functioning in post industrial, postmodern, knowledge based societies. History decides what forms of social practices take the shape of expertise and are called expert knowledge. There are various forms of specialized expert knowledge and expertise, as well as subsequent institutional social forms in which they are manifested. In the Middle Ages, when the economy was based on manual labor, the concept of craftsmanship competence was developed in guilds, trade unions, and professional corporations. These institutions, with partition of labor, brought together people's specialization in handicrafts as well as their adequate knowledge of the objects and phenomena which became specifically significant, becoming the protoplas of modern experts. Their intellectual and practical skills, elementary expertise, became important to such an extent that they became subdued to strict procedures of gaining, preserving, transmitting, and certifying them. Expert knowledge emerged thus from both the techne and social, as also Earl Hunt observes, because expertise requires motivation and support. Society has considerable leverage in deciding what types of expertise will be developed by varying the extent to which rewards are and support are offered for experts compared to journeyman performance. Members of craft guilds were the first experts due to the knowledge of competencies that they possessed and which were elevated on the basis of their utilitarian and social significance. Early modernity, the rise of the development of modern science in the 17th, 18th century, have even more so amplified the process of monopolization and rigorous competitive protection of multi-generational expert knowledge in such fields as medicine, law, crafts, and natural science. The practice of qualifying and strictly certifying expert knowledge and skills also appeared, as well as the rigorous competition in this respect by the state academies of arts and sciences and professional corporations. In the early capitalist era, when empirical scientific knowledge found their broad application in technology, industry, and everyday life, the state, in the public interest of citizens, started to play a major role in the certifying expertise through the establishment of standards, examination forms, and conforming expert knowledge, as well as information important social role. Social circumstances influence cognitive and intellectual potential abilities. Expertise also became the topic of independent methodological, psychological, and sociological studies, as well as epistemological inquiry, within which theoreticians, experts on experts, tried to consider and examine an array of important problems. Expertise is an information society. The increasing role of experts in democratic and liberal societies shows the new epistemic categories of expert knowledge and expertise became more and more significant. They compete with classic categories of truth and belief, justified beliefs, and or reliability of them. There are two partially interwoven, collaborated social cognitive tendencies describing and explaining this fact, first of all, in the structure of the so-called information society, network society, knowledge-based society, knowledge economy. The possession and usage of information and knowledge still increases as it makes access to important sources of information a vital issue of liberal participation in civil society. The status of expertise becomes more and more important. Being well informed and possessing online access to databases it conceived as an indispensable right of citizens. Many independent, alternative, and not controlled open sources of information, private or state press agencies, social media, NGOs, appear, whereas traditional ones, national or state press agencies, have either disappeared or lost their status and previous significance. Almost everyone becomes an expert in the era of expertise he acknowledges as their own expert knowledge. As Rainer Grundman remarks, it lays out the emergence of the knowledge society has led to a proliferation of and dependence of on expertise that has led to loss of trust in the scientific experts, while in the same time generating forms of expertise that are not based on professional accreditation of scientific reputation. Information and knowledge in society undergo economic and mercantile tendencies of supply and demand, knowledge, cognitive skills, and abilities gain both economic and political prices, becoming a valuable good and commodity. Expert auditors and advisors become social and political leaders and advisors, answering to increased social interest in well tailored and widely advertised short opinions and advice concerning everyday issues. Experts combine knowledge with its interpretation, and most crucially, with an action orientation, making abstract knowledge actionable or advising clients on how to act in absence of certain knowledge. Suspicion about official scientific expert knowledge connected with political and corporate lobbies additionally strengthens this tendency and makes non certified, unofficial, unjustified, unwarranted expertise so popular. The second concurrent tendency, which also strengthens the increasing role of postmodern, post industrial expertise and new forms of expert knowledge, has rather subject dependent nature, not so much objective as the first one. It consists of in attributing the cognitive value and personal merit of the development of expertise to distinguish individuals and groups recognized, accepted as knowledge leaders in the information society. The agent oriented form of this tendency, that is not knowledge alone, but an individual cognizer and advisor who stands now at the center of expertise and any research on it, realizes itself in the shift from objective, empirically, and institutionally warranted criteria of expertise towards subjective psychosocial qualifications of experts, including their rhetoric and communicative abilities instead of their epistemological value of propagated knowledge. In this tendency, rather knowledge how how to promote the offered advices than knowledge that is centrally exposed and even exhibited for sale. The objective aspect of knowledge in the Papyrian third world becomes dominated by the subjective one, his second world, not the question what and or how, but who possesses and delivers the expert knowledge brings to focus both the public and researchers' attention. Karen Jensen and co authors, referring to this question, remark that expert knowledge is generally contested and branded with uncertainty. This is partially related to the emergence of information society, which paves the way for extensive distribution of knowledge and information that is open to all without necessarily having gained the endorsement of professional and institutional authorities. Shortly speaking, everyone can be an expert in an information society without any sufficiently objectified justification from the state, specialized expert bodies, or the government's warrants and certifications. Only individual declarations, social political attribution, or other people's assessments, internet popularity, number of clients, likes, hates, quantified parameters at social media matter. The main symptom of this civilization changes in a shift from traditional institutions of expertise like self-governing bodies, professional accreditation towards the internet, social media, and popular portals with blogs offering commonsensical advising on and popular expertise and lifestyle. A population of possible experts and their clients spread out, whereas their minimal epistemologically diminished standards expand. In contemporary society, and the reliance on expertise, Grunderman remarks, is ubiquitous, with people being more both potential providers and clients of expertise. One can become an expert according to the market system of demand and the supply. There is thus an increasing population of non certified experts who compete with those who are certified, absorbing public interest because of their simplified expert knowledge concerning seriously troublesome civilization issues like health, climate change, and migrations. Their radical opinions are closer to conspiracy theories. There are many ubiquitous and open databases which guarantee unlimited access and usage of information, elementary knowledge, which finally comes about in this almost everyone can become an expert on the matters he voluntarily recognizes as cognitively valuable and methodologically justifiable. Traditional as epistemic standards of expert knowledge, reliability, and truthfulness more or less change and even disappear, whereas the new one, recognition, popularity, acceptability, come into being, deciding who and how someone is estimated as an expert. Knowledge and mistakes and expertise in making specialized decisions and the proper amount of information as well as its proper quality needed, not only sufficient information, the number of significant queues, access to rich and open databases is demanded, but also high quantity of information, convincing evidence and testimony, verified facts is no less important a criteria of expertise and successful decision making. Moreover, not only does access to information and its value decide what kind of expertise the expert has, but also selection and the ability to choose among gathered information. No less important is ignoring and omitting irrelevant information among gathered data. Knowing what information to ignore may be as important as knowing what to attend to. In the sense, assigning zero weight to irrelevant information is a proper use of information. Thus, a complete measure of the amount of information used would reflect both what experts decide to use and what they decide not to use. This means that not only the amount of information is what really matters in expertise, but also the proper cognitive attitude towards the possessed information, especially selection and evaluation of possessed information, makes an agent a well trained expert. Absorbing and ignoring information is no less important in making proper decisions. Information and knowledge possessed by the expert are thus highly contextual and dependent on the particular problem the experts cope with. Context and social settings decide not so rarely that expertise is not only correct or true, expert performance are open to failures and mistakes no less than happens with scientific knowledge and their methods. It is brought about more by subjective, agental than objective reasons and resolve rather than procedural mistakes like lack of attention or sensibility to rare facts. This suggests that experts may make important decisions without adequate attention to the complete set of cues. If so, then it should not be surprising to find that expert decisions are often seriously flawed, but not only cognitive mistakes made by experts result in their bad expertise, not every flawed reasoning or calculation result in false judgments and opinions. Generally, the social setting, place, and time of expertise or calculation results in false judgments and opinion. Generally, the social setting, place, and time of expertise, as well as institutionally determined procedures, decide how much the expert's decisions are in danger of being failures and mistakes. Structure of expert knowledge and cognitive function of expertise. There's no specificity per se of expert knowledge and expertise as such. There is no typical and exemplary theoretical particular practical knowledge one could simply define as expert knowledge or expertise, such as a priori knowledge exemplified by arithmetic, empirical knowledge, uh, inductive natural science, or hermeneutical knowledge method prevailing in biblical studies or literary studies and critical theories. Nevertheless, the implicit structure of expert knowledge and expertise, meant as limited set of beliefs, judgments, procedures, and practices which they consist of, situates both of the categorical categories between scientific and commonsensical knowledge. One can define thus expert knowledge as satisfying two epistemological and methodological requirements in which the level of fact descriptive and true justified statements about facts for evaluative, predictive, or prognostic judgments, as well as the second level, meta level of statements referring to them and self referring statements estimating their prognosis value and properly determined and implemented in a particular expertise. In principle, almost all examples of expert performance, even those in which subject oriented and performative interactional criteria prevail, still satisfy these conditions. Types of expert competencies and performance. Abilities and skills represented by the expert and the accompanying expert knowledge, such as acquiring experience, inferring, justifying, as well as communicating, persuasion, and rhetorical skills, do not always assume a homogeneous form. They can differ with respect to two different circumstances: personal predispositions of the expert and the type of knowledge they provide. Diversity within the field of expert knowledge and skills assumes the forms or degrees, levels of complexity and sophistication. Generally, in the already elaborated classifications, the several degrees and types of experts are distinguished from the complete ignoramus through a novice, a trainee to full expert, or even a master. These classifications correspond partially with historical stages, periods, and epochs of the emergence of expertise such as in the Western world and also its institutionalized forms. In the classification, there are assumed three general criteria that determine and at the same time differentiate expertise as well as the type of cognition and abilities which are appropriate for it. The field of knowledge and experience, which is distinguishable due to a discipline of knowledge and science to which expert knowledge refers, actions and dispositions which the expert has and performs, and forms of undertaken action leading to the expertise and institutions, meaning them as modes of behavior in social organizations in which action realizes itself, co-creating expert knowledge in a particular environment. The initial level of an expert is novice, someone who obtained introductory school knowledge in a given domain and is endowed with a typical and sufficient cognitive and communicative capabilities, enabling him or her to obtain expert knowledge to which he or she is only yet aspiring. One can consider also an aspiring expert as somebody who is acquainted with, in a minimal degree, with the specifics of a particular domain, informed and undergoing the stage of initiation, who passively acquires knowledge, usually by imitating standardized expert procedures. The next stage is trainee, is already subject to a learning process that is spread out in time, multi-stage, in which the personal relation student-master is crucial because it provides the appropriate opportunity for the trainee to imitate the knowledge and competence patterns of the master. Such practice is strongly connected with a particular institution, for example, a guild, a chamber of crafts, a professional corporation with distinctly familiar characters. An apprentice could have been considered such an expert that has standardized and specialized knowledge in a given field as well as who knows the rules and principles of making it. At the same time, is efficient in carrying out tasks, orders, and instructions, but is not necessarily self-reliant. He is an apprentice that is just becoming self-reliant in relation to an institution that certify, approve, or guarantee expert status. An expert, in the basic meaning of the term, as the ideal type, is distinguished on account of his knowledge correlated with a particular domain of arts and science, having knowledge that is built upon the experience of a trainee and apprentice, whom he must have been earlier. He is already fully proficient in all the cognitive dispositions and skills specific for a particular domain, knows them all as well as uses them freely and interchangeably depending on a particular task and institutional requirement. Apart from that, the expert is authorized to formulate relatively constant and credible opinions and professional expert judgments accepted by the general public and other experts. In this respect, he is a licensed and certified expert. He approximates the level of relative excellence in his area of expertise, specializes the various subdomains of expert knowledge, issuing not only standards but also atypical expert judgments. He conducts a calculation of their own cognitive efforts, minimizing and maximizing the intended effects. Sometimes he overestimates this calculus, underestimating especially the mistakes committed. His specialized skills and dispositions, more general, yet at the same time becoming narrow and routine, become at times the source of distinct cognitive errors. His social position, that is licensed as well as certified by specialized institutions, state-run and or autonomous corporate, become a factor no less important than the content and scope of his knowledge. One also becomes an expert on the basis of traditional and custom, not only one's expert knowledge by itself, competing with other experts, including those with other methodologies, standards, and values, becomes a factor that determines the essence of complete expert knowledge. Finally, in specific cases, after a long period of functioning, the expert reaches the level of mastery, possessing the complete knowledge about a given domain, however, with the awareness of its complexities and limitations, as well as showing the highest level of his abilities and skills. His judgments and opinions become rules, standards, and ideals of expert knowledge. He is authorized to tutor both an apprentice and an expert, as well as to license their knowledge and competence. He supervises institutions of general certification and becomes an expert for experts approved by the vast majority of specialists. In all the above mentioned cases, the agent's abilities and cognitive dispositions undergo constant change and development from simple acts and processes, well-trained and embodied automated rules, towards more complex, intuitive, and reflected methods in coping with problems. Two models of expert knowledge and expertise. The variety of expertise and different types of expert knowledge one can find in almost all areas of private and public life are studied and modeled in the subdiscipline of cognitive science termed generally expertise and expert performance. Most researchers put the stress on performative aspects of expertise and concentrate on the agent's cognitive activities taking part in expertise and expert performative actions. In the newest studies, two approaches expert knowledge and cognitive dispositions that condition it, as well as the social position and role of an expert, are dominant. In the first one, based on empirical and laboratory quantitative methods, for example, questionnaires, selective experts are examined in comparison with other specialists from the same or another, even very different realm of knowledge. The assumption in this research is the thesis that expertise is a rather unique sort of knowledge and cognitive ability different from the methods and epistemic qualities typical for scientific knowledge. A comparison of knowledge and competence of the expert is made from one side of one of several criteria, such as the time required to resolve a problem, memory resources, and the ability to operate it, the range of the received results, the level of acceptance by others, and so forth. In this approach, one formulates the thesis about the innate dispositions for becoming an expert. This approach basically absolutizes expertise as such. In the second approach, also empirical, the experts are examined in comparison with non-experts like novices, apprentices, regular, naively thinking people. The initial assumption in this case is that the expertise is gradable and essentially grows out of the novice's knowledge. Studies show that there is a continuum of expert knowledge and competencies. The purpose of this inquiry and theoretical approach is to elaborate the methods and rules of teaching and improving expertise. This approach relativizes expertise. Both approaches, if one does not seek as many differences as there are similarities, are not targeted as such at recognizing the otherness of expert knowledge, but rather at the factors which decide about its development and improvement. As Michelin Chi writes, the goal is to understand how experts come the way that way so that others can learn and become more skilled and knowledgeable. Is more crucial to answer the question, how does expert knowledge function and develop, not only what it is per se. The inquiry on expertise, the issue is not only about its general definition, which is more important, is the issue of apprehending the phenomenon from the perspective of the practical application of the hitherto acquired knowledge about expertise, which is the prototype of expertise, what the model or account of its general character that shall allow the improvement of the analyzed phenomenon, which are the most essential traits despite their natural differentiation with respect to the conditions of functioning of the specific types of expertise, can be nonetheless susceptible to modeling and operationalization in order to improve it in a practical and socially significant manner. What conclusions may be inferred from the expert knowledge for its own development? The prototype view of expertise maintains that expertise is relatively domain specific and the attributes of experts may be specific to a time and place. Importantly, the prototype view of expertise recognizes the diversity of skills that can lead to successful performance, and the expertise can be thought to exist in degrees rather than in an all or none fashion. The versatility of levels of sophistication, differentiation of knowledge and expertise, as well as their continuity, points to the fact that the framework of the epistemic and institutional conditions in which one makes expert judgments, one can construe a prototype and model of expertise. As such, one must only define its boundary condition, including especially its general advantages and disadvantages. Performative and interactional aspects of expertise. There is, as Harry Collins remarks, a crucial difference between socially acquired knowledge and its practicing. In most of all, cognitive, general linguistics, and communicative abilities and skills possessed by experts are results of socialization. Some of them differ in regards to the scope and nature in their performative expertise. Social immersion does not cause the same effects in knowledge which one can acquire in social settings. In both cases of expertise in practicing, a crucial role is played by language. Being able to speak a language in a social skill is a social skill, but the new point is that not the same social skill as being able to practice the corresponding physical activities. Crucially, the latter is not necessarily for the former. One can acquire language, its grammar, or literary style without practicing and communicating in the community of its users. Being a good expert is not the same as being a practitioner. Being immersed in the linguistic culture of social patterns pertains to a subject, an actor in a practical domain, to expertise rather than expert knowledge as such, practicing itself. The first case might be called, Collins suggests, interactional expertise, which differs from what might be called in turn contribution expertise. Interactional means acquired by an agent through participating in linguistic discourse, his vocabulary and rhetorical procedures, while contributory means knowledge gained and submitted contributed by him or her to a body of previously existing expert knowledge. Both participating and contributing are social activities, but only the former is expertise taking part in a discourse, while the latter is having an expert knowledge. There is thus a third kind of knowledge Collins suggests, which consists in practicing both formal, algorithmically learned and trained, and informal, tacit practice rules and norms of specific knowledge and expertise. The third kind of knowledge, opposed to prevailing widely assumed subjective objective discrimination, is only interactional experience, not contributory knowledge. It is the ability to converse expertly through about a practical skill or experience, but without being able to practice it, learned through linguistical socialization among the practitioners. It is skillfully widely distributed among both scientists and, as Collins insists, a large range of other actors, such as laymen, expert advisors, who have nevertheless some elementary training and practice. As Collins and Robert Evans remarks, because high-level expertise is hard to acquire, making judgments about experts in the absence of specialist expertise is an inevitable feature of modern society. This socio-political tendency, which is specifically of the postmodern informational society, readiness to formulate unjustified judgments and thus take a position reserved previously to the masters, implies a certain theoretical consequences. In particular, it raises the problem of criteria of what is expert knowledge and what is the differences, if any, there are between specialized, objectified, and unique knowledge of an expert and ubiquitous, individual, and dispersed knowledge of a layman, as the difference between the two is determined by the nature of the group, Collins and Evans remark, and not the nature of expertise. It is crucially a sociological, not an epistemological distinction. But are there only distinctions, to put the cruel question, or epistemological criteria of the expertise? Any possible distinction between experts' knowledge are descriptive facts and do not cause dilemmas in their interpretation. Both the amount of information and the applicability in current cases decide how expert knowledge is evaluated. Only epistemic criteria of the knowledge value, truth, credibility, reliability, verifiability, or falsehood may bring about the serious epistemological problems in expertise. If expertise in different domains of life is generally, as most social researchers remark, the result of typically learned and trained abilities in reasoning, deciding, and predicting, as well as the ubiquitous acquired or accepted specialized knowledge functioning in social groups, then there are no external and objective, in other words, separate from the social political interests or cultural context criteria of their nature and value. And if so, the problem range and value of expertise still needs more interdisciplinary analysis. There's a significant situation in which sociological and epistemological criteria, being mutually entangled, reveal a significant, ambiguous, and even paradoxical feature of expertise. As such, recognizing interactional expertise, a case in which social researchers show cognitive linguistic immersion of experts in the community they study, Collins and Evans intriguingly say that it is possible to acquire an understanding of practice through deep immersion in the corresponding the spoken discourse without actually engaging in the practice. Experts can namely choose deliberate and partially reflectively the viewpoint of the subjects, in other words, reliable experts. They investigate and on which they become the specialist experts on experts. In other words, they justified their research on the basis that they understand the actor's perspective without practicing their practices. It occurs that one can be the expert without knowledge acquired through a long process of education and training, only through immersing in it, being merely trained in vocabulary and elementary procedures. The phrase "the basics that they understand" is, however, somehow ambiguous, implying that the interactional expertise can be both effective and fragmentary to some extent. The question arises then, are research experts really able to understand the other actors' perspective and methodologies, being not involved in their complete knowledge and or cognitive interest, and what is really important mistakes they may inevitably and even in necessary way undergo and underlay. Interactional expertise is not the same thing as being a well-trained practitioner in a domain of chosen research, if only the latter is a true expertise. The former is merely methodological expertise. It is not enough to take part in the current and prevalent discourse with only overall understanding of the fields and subfields of knowledge. What really matters is a fully reflective process of acquiring and understanding all the levels of expertise and expert knowledge. Expertise in psychology. The expert knowledge and expertise in psychiatry considered in this paper both as a therapeutic activity and scientific discipline shows how much of it performative aspect plays a crucial role in the structure and functioning. Psychiatric treatment demands active engagements of doctors and specialists no less than patients and their families, whose performative activity is the same range and value as possessed knowledge, knowledge that and knowledge how play here a crucial role. A short examination of selected literature, reports, and pilot studies give a basis for both empirical and epistemological conclusions explaining the real position of an expert confronted with other medical professions or novices in psychiatry, and what are his intellectual skills and practices needed in the problem solving and diagnosing of the patient's illness and mental well being. Psychiatry, as Kratiker and Tepor say, is both practical and theoretical discipline shaping its status under many social circumstances, individual and or groups' expectations and demands, medical service, social regulations, and so forth, which decide why is engaged in solving both existential and public problems more than any other medical disciplines and public practices. The role of the psychiatrist, the authors say, most must inevitably vary over time and place according to the specific service model, statutory legal frameworks, needs of the population being served, and the number and skills mix of other professionals. The psychiatrist's position as an expert, consultant, and personal advisor is a result of theoretical knowledge interwoven with personal relations with the patient. Neither scientific knowledge alone nor clinical practice is sufficient for the psychiatrist's social position. Both certified knowledge and individual practice constitute, in the author's words, the core expertise of the psychiatrist, distinguishing it from the other medical professions and positions. Practice per se, especially in social roles and social demands, make generally a specialist, the expert, well prepared for making proper health decisions. Both learning and training contribute effectively to psychiatric practice. Practice is based on using best evidence when it is available to guide decision making, applying scientific knowledge for guidance, placing the well being of the patient at the heart of all decisions, and being pragmatic and eclectic rather than adhering to one particular school or theory. In other words, not only are neurological and biological knowledge trained in the process of the clinical assessment and diagnosis needed in psychiatric practice, but also a variety of personal skills and abilities which supplement it effectively. There are clinically effective and epistemically reliable cognitive skills which guarantee that the psychiatrist is achieving the state of art in his practice. Generally, these cognitive abilities, as the authors remark, are making multi-sided and careful observations, noting any significant cues, and being alert to the presence and relevance of physical health problems, synthesizing information from different sources, verbal observation, physical examination, and appropriate investigation, formulating new research questions based on the clinical insight, as well as making critical analysis of the prevailing practice. They're also supplemented with more practical skills like evaluating different cues and managing them into one concise diagnosis, considering a range of diagnoses if they occur, with therapeutical accessibilities and possibilities, advocating for psychiatric service development. All these cognitive pragmatic skills culminate finally into one more general ability, which is problem solving, a substantial complex disposition, which every expert should have. Thanks to these skills, a reliable expert in psychiatry is able to make reasonable decisions while engaging with patients' mental problems. Psychiatrists are especially able to make balanced and informed judgments about when to depart from the plethora of management of protocols and guidelines. In particular, psychiatrists are equipped to coordinate and oversee situations which treatment involves multiple modalities, cognitive behavioral therapy and antidepressants, or concurrent treatment for both psychiatric and somatic illnesses. Psychiatric practice consists finally on learned knowledge as well as trained experience, which together make a psychiatrist a real expert. Psychiatric expertise reveals its meaning as the above remarks suggest in the social context when experts' cognitive skills and practical dispositions depend not only on relations with patients, but also, if not mainly, on the position of his or her expertise has in public opinion and social practice. The social context decides how experts' judgments become not only individual opinion, but also official knowledge. The expert's opinion and judgments as structured knowledge are used very often in the process of making decisions, not only in medical treatment, but also in the judicial procedures. And expert knowledge, verbally or written, formulated judgments constituting the judicial expertise ordered by the court is the premise on a process of reasoning coming to a conclusion and becoming a judicial decision. Being not yet personal advice for a patient, it is official verdict having its status among other documents, being also confronted with other different and exceptional psychiatric opinions, which are considered in the final verdict. In some situations, psychiatric opinions are evaluated from an epistemological viewpoint rather than from a pragmatic medical one. Such expert functions in the epistemic fact, contributing to other verdicts and procedures. Bruce Ennis and Thomas Litwack, on the basis of judicial literature and reports from the court's verdict, interesting remark that in civil commitment proceedings, where legislators and judges determine when an individual requires hospitalization, the expert psychiatric opinions are neither only one nor unquestionably presumptions. They are not ultimate conclusions for the verdicts. These opinions are confronted often when the layman's opinions expressed, namely by the juror box. The authors come therefore to conclusions that the judges and juries could function quite adequately in a civil commitment proceeding without expert opinion testimony, since there is little or no evidence that the psychiatrists are more expert in making the predictions relevant to civil commitment than laymen. Expert judgments made by psychiatrists are not sufficiently reliable and valid to justify non-judicial hospitalization based on such judgments. Courts should limit testimony by psychiatrists to descriptive statements and should exclude psychiatric diagnosis, judgment, and prediction. Psychiatric expert knowledge, being only descriptive and inductive, is not the same as jurisdictional verdicts and legal reasoning, keeping strictly the abduction line of inferring. In other words, both expert knowledge and expertise in psychiatry have a restricted role in judicial procedures. However, their epistemic value might be, especially from scientific point of view, unquestionable. Controversies in the procedural context, especially when involuntary hospitalization results from opinions given either by doctors and the patient's family or by a juror of laymen without any psychiatric leaning, do not mean that the epistemic value concerning these opinions differ. They are all formulating opinions, but only differ among themselves as regards to the role of the procedural undertakings. Their reliability, validity, and correspondence with the facts are in each case the same. They correspond to the recognized facts. Nevertheless, one can forget that they are only opinions and not legally privileged final verdicts. Psychiatric opinions, not to mention a psychiatrist's practice, do not belong to a corpus of knowledge to which civil judgment and legal proceedings belong. Being critical of the current reliance on psychiatric expertise in civil commitment proceedings, appropriate to Anglo-Saxon precedential systems of law with negotiations between the parts and with their consensual agreement, Anderson Litwack nevertheless concludes psychiatrists are able to reach conclusions that are reliable, that is, that other psychiatrists would agree with those conclusions, and that those conclusions are valid, and that they accurately reflect reality. Neither reliability nor validity are absolute epistemic categories, and their value depends on context in which they are articulated due to judicial procedure, political standards, and social demands. Validity refers not to how likely psychiatrists are to agree about a particular judgment. They differ very often among themselves. Their opinions do not exceed the layman or novice's opinion, but to how accurate their judgments are. Well, accurate means used properly to the current situation. This question is not whether psychiatric judgments are generally valid per se, but whether they are sufficiently valid. Well, sufficiently means properly stated and formally located in the system of other judgments. What therefore decides on the value of psychiatric expertise are both in methodological institutional aspects, in other words, methods of preparing the opinions which guarantee reliability of expertise, as well as social acceptance and admissibility. These methods and their results gain in the social setting, in court, social security of or insurance company, in an expert's opinion or judgment, and admissibility in the procedure, when both its reliability and validity are accepted as sufficiently made and corroborated by acceptable methods, it gains then a proper meaning, becoming a proper expertise. Before psychiatrist's conclusory judgment can be considered an admissible expert judgment, much less worthy of special attention, the psychiatrist must employ techniques and apply knowledge that have been shown to produce substantially more reliable and valid results than could this techniques and knowledge available to laymen. What really matters are learned and trained expert skills and methods which are always admissible in very concrete judicial procedure. Finally, the author concludes only society, in other words, its delegated institutions like courts and other judicial bodies, can determine how valid expert judgment must be, and how it must be used as an acceptable means in judicial reasoning. Procedural aspects of expertise focus on the attention of researchers on concrete problem solving strategies, which is interesting, shown in the pilot research conducted by Adele Gabriel and Claudio Violato, who analyzed diagnostic reasoning processes used by psychiatrists and consultants in the field of psychiatry, as well as clinical clerks who have exposure to clinical psychiatry. In both cases, the experts differ regarding their method of reasoning. People of different scientific medical knowledge and training in psychiatry treatment were obliged to make diagnoses and decisions toward different mental illness problems, comparing such things like accuracy of diagnosis, analyzed and considered opinions, options, number of mistakes, amount of time needed, and particular methods of reasoning used by all of them. It occurred what was obviously evident and expected, that expert psychiatrists make significantly more successful diagnosis than clinical clerks, and that they are much more organized, make rather fewer mistakes, and utilize significantly less time to assess their knowledge and expertise. What really matters in the research problem, and what actually opposes experts to clinical clerks and novices, are the ways of reasoning during diagnosing and deciding. In most cases, diagnostic reasoning processes are a crucial criterion discriminating psychiatric expertise against the background of other clinical practices. Both novices and experts seem to use the hypothetic deductive and scheme inductive approaches to diagnosis. However, experts utilize hypothetic deductive approaches significantly more often than novices. In each case, the pilot study showed no matter who is diagnosing and making decision, categorization and classification of physical illness and mental symptoms plays a crucial role in reasoning processes used in arriving at a diagnostic decision and suggested treatment. However, clinical reasoning and diagnostic is, as authors admit, idiosyncratic and varies from clinician to clinician. The experts have a more complex and well-organized general knowledge structure, allowing them to faster access their knowledge. Well-structured knowledge enables them to be more efficient in problem solving than it happens to novices and even general clinician clerks who do not have such training and knowledge. Moreover, experts reveal a specific semantic competence in diagnosing, which makes evident that not only knowledge matters, but also performance of it, particularly linguistic skills, reasoning, and arguing on the subject of decisions. Since superiority of hypothetical deductive procedures of reasoning over inductive ones is closely connected with the expert's ability in selective use of information, access to information and its processing plays a crucial role in making decisions in psychiatric treatment. Corroborating the history given by patients and seeking further information from other sources appears to be crucial to psychiatric diagnosis. It has also been demonstrated in the psychiatric literature that combining structured interview with a review of the patient's medical record appears to produce a more accurate primary diagnosis and to identify more secondary diagnosis than routine medical methods. If not all information is accessible in a particular case of reasoning, the psychiatrist is obligated to seek it from a different places and sources. Expertise has to be rooted then in hypothetic deductive procedures more often than inductive ones, which secure accurate categorization and reliable diagnosis from psychiatrists in the cases when proper information is lacking. It is why good experts in psychiatry perform their diagnosis better, faster, and more accurately than clinical clerks without psychiatric training. Now, not mentioning novices, long-term practice, as one of the conclusions from the research tells, makes psychiatry experts not only faster in diagnosing, but also more convincing in making decisions. As Gabriel and Violato find, they conclude performance is dependent on both the time spent practicing the relevant skills and the quality of actual clinical practice. In such cases, knowledge how evidently prevails over knowledge that. Additionally, reflective practices and performance matter more than learned knowledge. Conclusion: the above mentioned concepts, theories, and positions formulated in the interdisciplinary discussion on expert knowledge and expertise show that there are complex and contextual phenomena which have complex cognitive, intellectual structure, and are socially entangled in procedures and public expectation. Epistemological models of expert knowledge and expertise, constructed with regard to historical examples, their postmodern realization in information society, and examples of psychiatric practice, allow for analysis of these phenomena at two levels: epistemic, where co-occurrence of both propositional knowledge and practical skills and procedures in one performative act of expertise occurs, as well as social epistemological, when the impact of social roles taken by experts in different institutions plays a crucial role. Expertise is thus a type of knowledge and cognitive competence verbalized and stated in dispositional judgments as well as entangled in the methods and procedures. It almost assumes shape and realization suitable not only to expert knowledge and competence, but also concurrent social expectations and demands. Psychiatric expertise, as the quoted authors have interestingly showed, is a distinguishable example of half cognitive, half social phenomenon in which all above mentioned elements, verbal and or textual verdicts, their epistemic validity, in other words, correspondence with facts, reliability, deductive, inductive characteristics, procedural nature, realization of institutional demands and expectations takes place and mutually correlate. Okay, so thank God, a lot of information there. Probably going to wrap it up. I had been doing before the holidays, my weekend reviews were going like 7-8 hours, but at least get back over 5 hours to reading some paper. So let me just show briefly some of the stuff, some of the papers I've prepared for the next few weeks. I want to talk more about flow. So I have a paper on the neuroscience of flow states, and so flow is a topic I definitely going to get more into. I might do a whole weekend review on flow. I have a paper I want to look onto flow in animals. Okay, yeah, Esoterica, appreciate you tuning in. Good to see you. Flow, no matter what you do, if you're still doing coding or whatever, very important function. A little research on status function, speech acts, and the emergence of money. I think this came from the work of John Searle, and I was listening to his courses on sociology, so of like status functions. So I want to do a little stuff on Searle and like status functions. So I read a few papers of his and a few books of his, but that one's looked interesting. Here's the inevitability, contingency, and the epistemic significance of time. This is like a little random just on time, the nature of time, in relation to perception. Here is truths of reason and truths of fact. There's like a long history from like Leibniz in philosophy, like a review, a little bit of truth theory. So we'll return to that. A standard model of mind. This from John Lard related to cognitive architectures, and I talked about creating a standard model of mind. So another paper that related to cognitive architectures. Computational intelligence and where it's going, related to cognitive architectures, and this from Vladislav Duch, and I had read a paper from him before and went over his slides. So I had a few more papers from Vladislav Duch that I wanted to cover. Neurodynamics in the mind, another paper from Vladislav Duch from Poland, and he had some interesting work that I pulled out a few papers of his. So one week I might read a few. I might try to read a few of these Duch papers. The prospects for mathematical logic in the 21st century. So it's a little off topic, but I want to pivot back to logic, and so just give like a little review of the current state of logic in the 21st century. I had a few papers from this guy, Ulan, Rethinking Expertise, the Multifactorial Gene Environment Interaction Model Expert Performance, and this more on genetics and the nature-nurture debate, and the multifactorial model, meaning so expertise is not just practice or other things, but it also includes genetic factors. So another people rethinking giftedness and gifted education, a purposeful direction forward based on psychological science. So, gifted people who have special talents, if there is such a thing, and then how we go about educating them. Here, whatever next, predictive brains, simulated agents in the future of cognitive science. So more back to the hard problem of consciousness, general consciousness, the predictive mind. The psychology of creativity, historical perspectives. This one was pretty interesting, the long-term view of creativity in relationship to consciousness, psychiatry, from genes to talent, the GMT, CMTD perspective, its relationship to multimodal talents of models of expertise that include genetic factors of inborn talent. And here, talent in its development, emergenic and epigenetical model, more kind of like theories of talent. What is talent? How does talent come from? How is talent nurtured? That's a multimodal model, including genetic factors, a mixture of environmental and post-metaphysical conundrums, the problematic return to metaphysics and Horkheimer's critique of instrumental reason. So this was just an interesting paper that has some other philosophical information, Horkheimer, the critical theory related to truth theory. I have on my desktop some stuff related to cognitive architectures, and they're actually long. It's going to be like a whole thing of going over all the major cognitive architecture theories. I'm still working on a new article about chess. Church of Entropy forwarded me some essays on some of her research, so maybe we'll talk with Church of Entropy again soon. And so I guess that's it. So I'll make some conclusion remarks, and I guess I'll sign off. So appreciate everyone tuning in. I got a bigger audience to hear about what's happening in Israel than my regular research. We'll see. It looks like this war might go on for a while. I gave my perspective on some of the possibilities, try to give an overview of what's actually happening, some of the geopolitical concerns, what might happen going forward, the relationship to U.S. policy, public opinion. If History Speak wants, maybe we'll do a space this week. It's possible the UAW, if Destiny agrees, we'll see if the UAW strike debate happens on Modern Day Debate, but at this point it seems unlikely. So, with that, I'll probably mostly be returning to my research. And so I guess that's it. God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great week, everybody. Pray for peace, de-escalation. And, I made some points on Israel that hardly anyone else makes. Possibly, the ultimate one-state solution and tearing down the wall and giving all the Palestinians of Gaza citizenship and the creation of like a new state that treats everybody as equals. We'll see. That's, God forbid, like at this point, God forbid, even genocide is more likely than that. But, pray for peace, hope for the best, believe in people, believe in the positive human spirit, and, keep up the research, even on the battlefield, the worst of times, try to take the intellectual pursuits seriously and try to get back into a routine of your regular research and try to present it in trying my writing. So signing off, and have a great week, everyone. And God